Chapter 429. On the second day, most of the houses in Ule County had been demolished. The people who had lost their homes did not complain about the good officials at all. They just waited for the good officials to make arrangements for them. All the tents on the ship were taken out. There were also temporary sheds. They moved slowly towards the seaside. The people followed the tents and sheds. Occasionally, there would be some hidden bad guys who wanted to cause trouble. When they were discovered, they would be killed immediately regardless of whether they were guilty or not. The rain was still falling. The people from the Zhang family's inner court had already spread out and went to various places to buy things, especially Qinzhou, which was the closest to them. They used money to pave the way and bought a large amount of herbs, food, and cloth back at a price several times higher. It was also raining heavily in Qin province. It was the same for the neighboring provinces as well. Occasionally, there would be people who would pick up the falling fish. In some places, the houses were blown away by the wind. In this era, where information was not up to date, all of this had been forgotten. The 4 judges who wanted to leave had no choice but to stay because of the state of martial law. They didn't intend to listen to the notice, but the house was still demolished. The 4 of them took the deed and wanted to go to Zhang Zhong to argue, but they couldn't even meet with him in person. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, in this era of power, what could you do if your house was demolished? A place that was constantly promoting the rule of law could be demolished just like that. Moreover, the nature was different. This was not for personal gain. If it was not demolished, it would be flooded in the end. It was a pure waste. The rain these 2 days was too heavy. Some old people said that they had encountered it before. The Dragon King was angry. They had encountered it once a few decades ago. At that time, the people here ran to the mountains. Although they were not flooded, the mountains collapsed and many people died. Zhang Xiaobao was ready to take a gamble. At most, he would just spend money. Why would he need so much money? If he could not keep his father's position, who would be able to keep his money? Go on with all your might. Zhang Zhong, this time you will lose tens of thousands of strings of money. Isn't his family rich? Let's see if his heart aches or not. Ha ha ha, let's see if it's bigger. Even though Lu Shaoqing's house had been torn down, he was still with his family. The servants had made a wooden raft and a shed. His family and the other 3 families had gathered together. The 4 judges were eating and drinking under a shed. When they saw the heavy rain and found out that the Zhang family had given up on all their loans and goods, they were all as happy as if they were celebrating the new year. Chao Hurui took a sip of the warm wine and said with an undisguised smile, "This time, not only did the Zhang family lose money, but Zhang Zhong's position is also in danger. Such a big disaster. If the emperor knows about it, he will report it to the heavens and punish himself. How can the officials under him think about it? You can't say that." Some people said that the Zhang family scattered and went to different places to buy things. If they buy enough things and reduce the loss, maybe the emperor will consider it. Jiang Huanshi was also happy, but she was a bit worried that Zhang Zhong could escape this time. Fan Zhenqi, who had been silent all this time, said, "The Zhang family is rich. If they can buy things, the price will not be low. I know this. Recently, they bought the most things in Qinzhou. The price is 5 times higher than usual. So what if they buy things? The house is gone. Will the Zhang family repair it? I don't believe that the Zhang family is so rich that they dare to repair the house for more than 7,000 people in Qinzhou." The 4 people talked, and from time to time there was laughter. This news quickly spread to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After Wang Wan heard, she curled her lips and said, "In the beginning, we left them alone to deal with them slowly because we thought they had some ability. I didn't expect them to be so bad. When real politicians are in conflict with each other, they will not gloat when the people are suffering. They don't even understand what politics is. Yes, we can make use of them, but we definitely shouldn't be so happy. If I were them, I would look for my father and tell him about this matter. Conflicts are conflicts, but when facing external forces, we have to compromise. They've already broken the jar. After this matter is over, we'll deal with them. Zhang Xiaobao was also very angry. If this kind of thing happened in the current imperial court, they would find a way to deal with it, even if it was a conflict. The imperial court in the past was not too bad. There were not many parties fighting. Even if there were, they would not use the people as a bargaining chip. After all, they were still influenced by some ideas of governance. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan said, "Xiaobao, I can't wait. I want to deal with them as soon as possible." Zhang Xiaobao first thought about the typhoon and the flood, and then his hand touched his face. Wang Wan was relieved after seeing this. She knew that the 4 judges were going to be unlucky. If Zhang Xiaobao was good at making money and construction, then he could be said to be a top figure in calculating people. Continue to move to the seaside. Start making food in large quantities. Don't extinguish the fire. As long as the fire is big enough, wet firewood can still be burned. It's just that there will be more smoke. There's also a reserve of fresh water. Boil it all into water and put in some salt. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and stopped. He walked to the door and gave orders to the person who was there to deliver the news. The series of things Zhang Zhong did a few days ago were reported. Under his orders, basically all the people obediently followed and did whatever they were told to do. Even if they did not understand at the moment, no one objected. All the troublemakers were dealt with. Pancakes were baked one after another. Steamed buns were steamed one after another, and pots of water were boiled and filled into water bags. While the commoners were working, they were also moving towards the seaside. There were only 8 ships left out of the 18 that were on the seaside. These 8 ships were enough to squeeze in a few thousand commoners. See, this is the strength of the government. As long as the government officials are capable, they will definitely not be afraid of disasters other than earthquakes. Wang Wan said with her chest puffed out. Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips and said, "This is the responsibility that we dare to bear, okay? What strength of the government? My father has the final say in Lu Zhou's government. There's no secretary or army to make trouble. Of course, it's up to him to say what he wants. Which government official is willing to throw in the money of his family like we are doing?" When Wang Wan saw that the people were doing things smoothly, she relaxed and began to argue with Zhang Xiaobao. "Isn't it because we have to keep our position? Whether we keep our position or not, at least our family is really taking money out. You can say that we are pretending. Who can say that we are pretending for the rest of our lives? Well, I still have to ask someone to find some dry wood and a big fish net. Then let the flood wash them away. The grains that were originally planted here are also gone. After the flood, I will transfer 100,000 strings of coins here and start all over again. It will be more convenient to plan." Zhang Xiaobao also made up his mind. Since they could not keep their position, they would start all over again. It was fine as long as the people were fine. It was just money. Not to mention that the Zhang family could withdraw enough money now. Even if they could not for the time being, they could go to the capital and ask for cooperation. Countless rich merchants would be willing to join them. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao was encouraging her and using this spirit to influence others, but she still felt reluctant. She ordered a person next to her, "Pick out the strong people who have nothing to do and help me harvest the rice here. Get as much as you can." "Yes." The person from the inner courtyard responded. After finding someone to make the arrangements, he came back and asked Wang Wan, "Miss, your order just now seemed to be useless. According to the rules, the orders of the young miss and young master must be unconditionally carried out. But after carrying out the orders, you can ask, 'Miss, what do you mean?' Nothing. If we don't eat the people, we can use it to feed the pigs, poultry, and fish. It's better than throwing it away. If we can reduce the losses, then reduce the losses. Those seedlings are not harvested yet. The bottom is green and can be used to make fodder. Do you understand now? Don't be too excited and busy because now is the time to distribute water. You have to deal with things without any emotions. This is planning. Busy but not chaotic, anxious but not angry. Wang Wan was quite satisfied with this person. He would carry out what needed to be carried out and ask if he did not understand. The people from the inner courtyard should be like this. After the person heard this, he thanked. Thank you, young miss. Young master, can you tell me why you want the people to make so many wooden rafts? We don't need so many at all. Just 1/3 is enough for the people to live. We still have the boats, so we don't even need 1/5. When Zhang Xiaobao saw the person from the inner courtyard asking him, he looked at the rice seedlings on this person's chest. There were 4 circles. He thought for a while and said, I shouldn't let you know. You are only a 4-star. Let me remind you, our family has lost a lot of money this time. Do you think we should earn it back? Yes, we definitely have to earn it back. This kind of loss is too sullen. The heavens insist on messing things up. But this little one believes that the young master and young lady are even more powerful than the heavens, the person from the 4-star inner courtyard replied. He was not deliberately flattering them, as he also thought so in his heart. That's natural. How can my family look at the losses and do nothing? Then let me ask you, can we earn back that money from the people in our prefecture? Zhang Xiaobao wanted to give the person from the inner courtyard a strong impression. No. Could it be that we have to earn the money of the people in other places? The person guessed. Something like that. Think further. Think carefully. Once you understand, you can be promoted to 5 stars. Don't just think about this and delay the proper business. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao did not tell this person why, and this person did not ask anymore. He knew that the first 4 stars only needed to make contributions or be outstanding during the examination. However, it was not so easy to be promoted to the 5th star. A 5-star inner courtyard person could be sent out to take charge. This could only be thought about by himself. The people of the 2 counties were busy. Not only did they have to take care of themselves, but they also had to wait for the people of the other 2 counties to come and help. Chapter 430. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Water began to flood everywhere. A few provinces were almost completely covered by the ocean. Even if there were mountains, it was useless. Those who hid in the mountains did not have to worry about being washed away by the water. However, the mountains would slide. No matter how much vegetation there was on the mountains, as long as the soil was saturated, something would happen. The valleys in the mountains were also filled with water. The heavy rain was still falling. From time to time, people would float by with a board. Qin province was flooded, Sumaozhou was flooded, Lian province was flooded, Shaanxi province was not far away, and Feng province was also in the area where the heavy rain fell. The typhoon landed on Luzhou. The people who had long been prepared moved to the valleys. The big ships were also far away. Only one ship was slightly slower and was stranded. The typhoon circled around Lu, Zhou's Bay, and gradually dissipated. An old man who knew how to look at the sky told Zhang Zhong that it was just one dragon. There were no other dragons. Zhang Zhong did not care about the dragons anymore. He sent out countless small boats to pick up the people who floated over from the other 2 counties and the neighboring provinces. The people who lived by the sea might not be good in other aspects, but they had absolutely no problem in swimming. Those who went to the sea to catch big fish and those who lived near the sea all knew how to swim. Children of 4 or 5 years old dared to dive into the water to find things. All of them knew what to do when the flood came. Even those who were good at swimming did not swim on their own. Usually they would find something floating and hold on to it. Ninghai and Huaqing counties had been notified. They made their own wooden rafts and put their belongings on them. However, they did not tear down their houses or prepare so many ropes. When the flood came, families paddled the rafts toward the state capital. This was their only hope. Father, Mother, can our family still survive? Why don't we go up the mountain? It's higher there. The further we go, the lower it gets. A little boy of 8 or 9 years old was holding his 3-year-old sister in his arms. He wiped the rain off his face and held a big leaf in one hand to block the rain for his sister. He said to his parents, who were paddling with all their might, "Luo, Luo, people died on the mountain too. What if we go up the mountain and come down later? What if the new good official doesn't recognize us? Carry Bei Bei, we're going to find the official." The father used all his strength to row the wooden raft, enduring the onslaught of the rain. His son said. The mother also helped to row, crying as she rowed. Her home was gone, and her land was gone. She didn't know how she was going to live the rest of her life. The only thing she was thankful for was that the high-ranking official had sent the news early and returned the wooden raft. Her family was fine. The little boy nodded as if he understood, and said to his 3-year-old sister, "Bei Bei, we'll have something good to eat in a while." The little girl, who was 3 years old, could not understand the pain of the adults. She reached out to touch the leaf that was blocking the rain and called out happily. After a while, the little girl was no longer so excited. She pursed her lips and said that she was hungry. The boy took a bite of a steamed bun, chewed it in his mouth, spat it out, and put it into the girl's mouth. "Be good, Bei Bei. Eat quickly. You won't be hungry after eating. When we get there, we'll have hot soup to drink." The girl ate half a steamed bun and was finally full. She curled up in her brother's arms and fell asleep. The boy thought for a while and put away the other half of the steamed bun. The family had brought food this time, but it was all raw. There were only a few dry steamed buns. It was better to leave them for his sister. He could eat the raw ones. The family of 4 sat on the wooden raft and floated in the direction of the state capital. As they floated, a large tree that had been washed down slanted and crashed into them. The couple tried to avoid it. In the end, they dodged the tree above the surface of the water, but the branches under the water hit the side of the wooden raft. With a cracking sound, the hemp rope tied to the wooden raft could no longer withstand such a large force. 3 of the ropes snapped in succession. "Husband, you take Luo Luo and go. I'll carry Bei Bei and follow behind." When the woman saw that the wooden raft had cracked, she shouted at her husband and was about to carry the little girl. The man was good at swimming, and so was Luo Luo. If something happened to the family, they would have to leave behind descendants. The boy was their descendant. The woman was already prepared to give up. "I can't leave my sister behind. I know how to tread water. Mother, the 3 of us will take turns treading water and carrying the wooden raft. We can't leave our sister behind, but we can't be without our mother." The boy immediately understood what his mother meant. He hugged his sister tightly and refused to hand her over no matter what. "Luo Luo, it's useless. The water is so big. You can't turn around with the wooden raft. You'll be washed into the sea. Follow your father. The 2 of you can cross." The mother was also reluctant, but she had to give up at this time. "Don't say any more. Row. The water hasn't scattered yet. I'll carry her." At this time, the man climbed onto the wooden raft. He used his hand to grab a piece of wood and his leg to clamp another piece of wood so that the wooden raft wouldn't scatter completely. However, every time the water hit, the wood would squeeze against each other, causing the man to feel pain. The woman nodded with tears flowing down her face. She said to the boy, "Put Bei Bei down and row with me. We're almost there." The boy hesitated for a moment. He took off his pants and put his sister on his pants while naked. He then put the leaf on his sister's body. Only then did he pick up his father's wooden raft and row with all his strength on the other side. The wooden raft moved forward for another quarter of an hour. The man's feet and legs were already bleeding from the friction. The fingernail on his left hand was accidentally squeezed by 2 pieces of wood. 3 fingernails fell off and blood seeped out. Just as the woman was about to grab her daughter and jump down in despair, a few black spots suddenly appeared in the water in front of them. The black spots were moving very fast, and at the same time they were accompanied by splashes of water. While the woman was in a daze, the black spots were already getting closer. When she looked carefully, she found that they were actually 6 people's heads that occasionally popped out of the water and then sank back down. The splashes of water were also caused by the 6 people swimming. The boy also saw it and was stunned. He was a good swimmer and could step on water, but he definitely couldn't swim that fast. The 6 people's movements were almost the same. They seemed to be wearing black clothes, and even their heads were covered. Their heads sank and floated for a large distance. When they sank, their heads dove into the water. When they floated, their heads moved left and right. When they didn't encounter waves, their 2 hands alternated in front of them. When they encountered waves, they immediately changed their movements. Their 2 hands should be stretched forward and just happen to pass through the waves. The 6 people swam to the front of the wooden raft. One of them took out a rope from the bag in his arms and said to the person on the wooden raft, "Don't be afraid. We are the new provincial governor. We are the guards of a good official. We have been ordered to provide support everywhere. Get up, don't lie down." As the man spoke, the 6 people surrounded the wooden raft. One of them climbed up and began to tie the wooden raft again. The man was already out of strength. He lay there on his back and kept saying thank you. The woman cried and carried the girl up. The boy looked at the 6 people with admiration. He asked the person who tied the rope, "What happened to you guys just now? How did you swim so fast?" "We were using the most standard freestyle and butterfly swimming." Freestyle swimming is fast, and butterfly swimming is easy to pass through the waves. We practiced it regularly. This person was easy to talk to. He explained to the boy while tying the rope. The boy didn't know anything about swimming. He only knew that the 6 people were really not slow. He asked curiously, "You guys are from the Vigorous Sprout Protection Team, right? I heard that 56 people jumped off a very high ship a few days ago and nothing happened to them. They can swim in the water for a few hours without getting tired. Is this how you guys swim?" "Boy, you're smart. We are from the Vigorous Sprout Protection Team. When it comes to swimming, other than some local people here, no one can compare to us. Master was afraid that something would happen, so he sent us out. You guys are the 12th wooden raft to be saved. Usually when we train, we have to learn a few standard swimming postures, but we don't usually do that. Everyone has their own comfortable swimming postures. Today is not the time to show off. We can only use the most standard swimming postures. It takes more effort, but it is the fastest." This person's movements were very fast. In just a few sentences, there was only one wooden raft left. He tied it while talking to the boy. The boy looked at the 6 people with serious faces. He didn't feel scared at all. Instead, he was very calm. The 6 people's cold and handsome expressions made people know that they were very resolute. It seemed that no difficulty could beat them. "Big brother, can I join the Vigorous Sprout Protection Team? I want to be like you guys, rushing from so far and so fast to save people. You guys are wearing beautiful clothes." The boy asked with a look of yearning. The person from the protection team tied the wood and buckled it. He smiled at the boy and said, "It's not that easy to enter. First, you have to sign a death contract. Then you have to undergo training. That kind of pain is unimaginable. Sometimes you even want to die, but you can't. If you want to enter, you have to learn how to read first. Do you know how to read? Can't read?" The boy shook his head regretfully. He didn't expect that these people were not only good at swimming and looked good, but they were also literate. "Then you have to learn well. First, learn how to read and write. Then you can participate in the training. When you are used to the hardship, you will become better." This person encouraged the boy. At the same time, he thought of his own training. He still hadn't finished training. It was not a normal kind of hardship. "Then, big brother, are you the people who can bear the hardship the most?" Compared to those 2 people, we are still far behind. If those 2 people fell into the water at the place just now, there is no need for anyone to save them. They can easily go back. If they are willing, they can stay for a few more days. Their food can be taken care of. This guard thought of the young master and young lady. He was one of the people who accompanied the 2 people into the old man's house. Thinking of the two little ancestors' reaction and ruthlessness, he couldn't help but tremble. The boy nodded and didn't say anything. Chapter 27. The wooden raft can also contribute, corrected 5. The man lying on the raft spoke at this time. You are indeed worthy of being a good official's personal guard. You are really good. That small boat in front is yours, right? There's also a person on it holding something and looking around. You guys don't look tired at all after swimming so far. Big Brother is right, we are not tired. We are already used to it. This is nothing. Our usual training is much farther than this. Moreover, we have to carry weights. Big Brother, don't move. Let me take a look at your injuries. The person on the raft came over and said to the man. At this time, the sound of a whistle came from the other side. One long, one short, one long, two short. The 5 people around the raft immediately left the raft and swam in another direction. They were still switching between freestyle and butterfly swimming, and they were still as fast as before. Big Brother, don't worry about them. We found someone in danger again. Don't worry, they won't die. As long as they are still alive when the people on the boat see them, they can be saved. Even if they drown, they can be saved in time. As the man spoke, he took out things from the small bag at his waist one by one. Finally, he took out a piece of oilcloth and said to the boy, Come here and help me hold it. Hold it above my hand. Don't hold it blindly. It won't be easy to treat if it gets infected. The bodyguard first took out a needle and wiped the needle with an alcohol swab. He then wiped the place where the needle was to be inserted and gently inserted the needle into the wound. With a push from both sides, he opened up the extravasated blood and squeezed the extravasated blood out. Then he cleaned up the other wounds and bandaged the 3 fingernails that had fallen out. After all these were done, there was only one place left. There was a 2-inch long cut on the calf by the wood. The wound was so deep that the bone could almost be seen. The bodyguard dipped the cotton pad in alcohol and said to the man, This is my own first aid kit. In order to keep you awake at all times, there is no anesthetic in it. Bear with it and bite it. As he spoke, the guard broke off a piece of wood and stuffed it into the man's mouth for him to bite on. Then he rubbed the cotton wool dipped in alcohol on the wound. Even though the man was biting on the wood, he still cried out, tears flowing down his cheeks. It'll be over soon. What's this wound? You didn't see someone who dislocated his own shoulder and put it back with his own body. That person's expression didn't change at all. He was still attacking when his shoulder was dislocated. What's wrong with rubbing alcohol? I'm going to stitch it up later. Don't make a sound again. I'll treat you as a woman. You're not even a woman. The bodyguard listened to the man's shout and frowned. He carefully rubbed the dirty thing out of the wound and said, He remembered the short battle between the young master and the old man. The young master used the detoxification technique. The body connected to the young lady behind the iron bridge turned 180 degrees, and the sound made by the wrist bearing the force. Then he thought about how the 2 of them could still continue to attack at that time. How much pain did they have to endure? In the end, the 2 of them didn't have any additional expression at all. They could smile after a little recovery. The man didn't know who the bodyguard was talking about. He didn't expect that the bodyguard would be so respectful to the 2 children, not only because of their identity, but also because of their strength. But this man was still a man in front of his family. He held on. Even when the bodyguard sealed the needle for him, he didn't make a sound. He bit the piece of wood in his mouth, and his face was pale. He held on. After treating the man, the bodyguard didn't stay any longer. He said to the family, Continue forward. There will be a patrol boat in front to guide you. In less than 3 hours, you'll be safe. There are places to eat, drink, and sleep. There are also doctors. After saying that, the bodyguard sealed his bag again. His body tilted, and he fell into the water with a splash. Father, the good official is so amazing. The bodyguards can save us. Father, are you still in pain? This time my sister is finally safe. The boy was happy. He paddled and said to his father. The head of the family also breathed a sigh of relief. It was painful. It had always been painful, but he could hold on. There was hope. No matter how painful it was, he was not afraid. He looked at his son with relief and said, "Those people are not ordinary bodyguards. Did you see their bodies in the water? Their chests were above the water. It wasn't done deliberately. They just stepped on the water like that. These people should be the good official's elites. The good official sent them out, so there must be fewer bodyguards around him. It's all our fault. We clearly sent people to tell us. But when we were making the raft, we didn't think about what we would encounter." The boy didn't think too much. When he heard his father say that the good official sent out his elites, he began to worry about the good official. If someone was up to no good, who would protect him? Thinking of this, the boy paddled harder, forcing his mother to paddle harder as well. While paddling, the boy said, "When I get there, I will stand by the good official's side. If anyone dares to hurt him, I will fight to the death." 6 hours was not a long time, but after 4 hours, they discovered that the sky was already dark and the rain was still falling. The family of 4 was still rowing with all their might on the wooden raft. Fortunately, from time to time, a boat with a lantern would appear in front of them. When they reached another boat, the family rowed the raft over. The boy asked the people on the boat, "How much more time do we have? I'm so tired." "You'll need more than an hour to paddle. Are you hungry? Come, have some hot soup." There was only one person on the boat with a lantern pointing the way. She was looking at the charcoal stove. When she was talking to the boy, her eyes were looking at the man lying on the bed. 3 bowls of pork and ginger congee were served. A hook was released from the boat and hooked onto the raft. 3 bowls, one for each of the 2 adults. 1 bowl for each of the 2 children was enough. The 2 adults didn't care. The boy's bowl was given a spoon. "Little sister, it's time to eat." The boy carried his sister over and used the spoon to scoop up some congee. He blew on it for a while and licked it with his tongue. When he felt that it was not hot anymore, he brought it to his sister's mouth. The girl was very calm the whole way. She didn't cry or make a fuss. When she woke up, she opened her eyes and blinked. Now that there was something to eat, she smiled at her brother and put the spoon in her mouth. She took a sip and the spoon was clean. She waved her small arms and said, "It's delicious. Big brother, eat. This little one is very interesting. Come, give this candy to the little one." The person on the boat looked at the brother and sister and took out a piece of candy and put it in the boy's hand. The boy fed his sister a dozen spoons of candy before he started to eat. He put the candy in his sister's mouth. The girl seemed to know how to eat candy. She didn't swallow it, but kept it in her mouth. She moved it back and forth between her cheeks. She blinked her big eyes and was curious about everything. She didn't even notice that saliva was flowing out of the corner of her mouth. The wooden raft moved forward again. It was said that it would take more than an hour, but in fact, it only took half an hour. The family saw the scenery on the other side. The boy was like his sister. He opened his mouth and let the saliva flow out. After a while, he rubbed his arm and pointed to the other side and said, "That's the state capitol? It's full of lanterns." The 2 parents were also confused. There were countless lanterns in front of them, but that wasn't the most important thing. What made them stunned was that under the illumination of these lanterns, there was actually an endless stretch of flat land made of wooden rafts. There were wooden rafts next to each other, and people were walking back and forth on them. These connected wooden rafts moved with the waves, but they definitely wouldn't break. How many wooden rafts were needed to make such a flat land? In the middle of the wooden rafts was a big boat. The boat was also brightly lit. What made the family most shocked was that there were sheds on the wooden rafts. "Father, did we come to the wrong place? How could it be like this? Could it be that this is a piece of land made by the Sea Dragon King?" The boy finally wiped off his saliva and said to his father. The father was indeed dumbfounded. This scene was a bit too big. It made people look like a piece of undulating land. A big flag with cute seedlings painted on it was propped on the big boat. It made people know that this was the new good official's property. "Row over there. The good official is indeed not ordinary. He actually made a piece of land here. All right, don't worry. No matter how big the flood is, it won't be able to break the connected wooden rafts. The father said to his son and daughter-in-law. Finally, he was relieved and fainted. Father, what's wrong? Mother, hurry up and row. There will be a doctor when we get there. The boy looked at his father and rowed with all his might. Without waiting for them to row to the place, a patrol boat came over and pulled their wooden raft over. When the wooden raft was connected to the land, the doctor rushed over first and began to treat them. The boy carried his sister and mother and was brought to a stable place. This wooden raft was also connected and repaired by someone, making this piece of land a little bigger. At this time, there was no need for Zhang Zhong to appear. There were many people trying to redeem themselves by doing good deeds. Registrar Yin was one of them. When he saw people coming over, he quickly came forward and said to Luo's mother, "Madam, did you come here alone with 2 children?" "Ah, Registrar Yin, you are." The woman was so scared that she took 2 steps back and looked at the registrar in front of her in disbelief. "You know me? Then you must be from Ninghai County. Don't be afraid. With the provincial governor here, you will have a good life in the future. This time it's just a little water. The governor has already made preparations. Ninghai County, follow me. I will arrange a place for you to rest. Look at this little child. How nice, looking at me without blinking." Registrar Yin didn't dare to show off his power at this time. It would be easy for him to be shot dead. He smiled and said to the family. Chapter 431. Registrar Yin's expression changed. Just as he was about to speak, he didn't expect the boy's mother to help him. She slapped the boy's head and scolded. "Kid, you don't know any better. Why are you telling the truth?" Before the boy could do anything, his sister started crying. She called her brother and reached out her little hands to rub her brother's head. Registrar Yin wanted to jump into the water and suffocate to death, but he knew that as long as he jumped, he would be shot to death by the crossbow in the air. He couldn't get angry and redeem himself, who asked him to accept 45 strings of coins. He used to think that it was a lot and couldn't earn that much in a few years, but now he regretted it very much. 45 strings of coins was nothing. The provincial governor had already said that the first 100 people who did a good job in the disaster relief this time would be given 100 strings of cash each, provided that the people who had made contributions to atone for their crimes were excluded. People like them had no money at all. They could either do a good job or die. There was no third choice. Those who didn't believe that the provincial governor dared to do this had already been dyed in blood. The remaining people were those who believed that the provincial governor dared to kill their people. When people were killed, there was no trial, no evidence, and no one cared what time it was. It was very simple. You could move the crossbow and say that they were drowned. No one pursued and no one dared to. The girl cried and stopped. Then she giggled and opened her arms. Zhang Zhong, his son, and daughter-in-law were walking around. They looked around and happened to see this girl. Zhang Xiaobao liked children. When he saw that this girl was so cute when she cried, he opened his arms and welcomed her. The girl really gave him face. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao, she smiled and also opened her arms to let him hug her. "Aya, you're really heavy. What's your name? How old are you?" Zhang Xiaobao hugged the girl and asked happily. In the end, before the boy and mother could say anything, the girl stretched out 3 fingers and said, "Bebe, 3 years old. Brother, 8 years old." The first one was referring to herself, and the second one was pointing to the boy. This was nothing. At least, Zhang Zhong could accept that his son and daughter-in-law were better than this. But when the girl pointed at Registrar Yin, she could kill. "Bad, Wav." The girl only said one word and pointed at Registrar Yin. Then she burst into tears. Registrar Yin was stunned for a moment before he knelt down with a thud. "Little young master, I'm so resentful. I didn't do anything to them. I was laughing the whole time. Young master, don't kill me. I really didn't do anything. I was just picking up the people from our county. I already know that I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I only took 45 strings of coins. I really didn't do anything bad. Young master, please spare me. Registrar Yin was most afraid of Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was different from other people when he killed people. Other people were either cold, angry, or smiling. Zhang Xiaobao's expression when he killed people was pure and cute. When the deputy magistrate of Huaqing County was killed, it was Zhang Xiaobao who did it personally. That scene was unforgettable for many people. Zhang Xiaobao held a crossbow with great effort and pointed the arrow at one of the deputy magistrate's eyes. He said, "If you feel pain, tell me. It's my first time using it, so it's not very accurate. I'll be fine after practicing more in the future." There wasn't any killing intent in the deputy magistrate's eyes. He was just curious. In the end, the crossbow went in through the deputy magistrate's eyes and came out from the deputy magistrate's temple. The deputy magistrate didn't die. Zhang Xiaobao held another crossbow with great effort and pointed it at the deputy magistrate's other eye. He said innocently, "I moved just now." "It's a lie. This time I won't move. Tell me if you feel pain." In the end, this crossbow also missed. In the end, the deputy magistrate didn't know whether he bled to death or died of pain. Anyway, he didn't die a quick death. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a child? The deputy magistrate's death wasn't unjust at all. He once raped a woman in the county. This time, he met her and wanted to do something with her. In the end, the woman didn't agree, and he slapped her. With this one slap, everything was revealed. Because of this, Wang Wan was angry with Zhang Xiaobao for a long time. She said that he made the deputy magistrate die too quickly. Zhang Xiaobao sincerely apologized and said that the next time he met the deputy magistrate, it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. In the face of such a person, Registrar Yin would be lying if he said that he wasn't afraid. Zhang Xiaobao smiled innocently. He looked at the trembling Registrar Yin and asked, "Let this little girl give you 2 big slaps, okay?" Okay. Hit her with all your strength." "Thank you, little young master. I will remember your kindness for life." Registrar Yin didn't care about whether it was embarrassing or not. He was overjoyed, not to mention that the little girl had grown up. Even her mother would do. It was better than the little young master doing it himself. Bei hit him. He's a bad guy. Zhang Xiaobao carried Bei in front of Registrar Yin and taught him. Registrar Yin moved his face closer to Bei. "Bad guy hit." Bei waved her small hands and hit Registrar Yin's head twice. She didn't know how to hit the face at all. She stretched out her hands and smiled at Zhang Zhong, saying, "Hug." Zhang Zhong also liked children. He took Bei over and kissed her hard. Unexpectedly, Bei took the initiative to kiss Zhang Zhong again. She giggled. The surrounding commoners looked at Zhang Zhong with even more respect. Their thoughts were simple. The little girl didn't know anything, but they could tell who was good and who was bad from the little girl's attitude. The little girl's heart was the purest. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang didn't expect Bei to be like this. Zhang Xiaobao was actually more depressed. He said to Wang Wan, "I was hoping to have a little sister called Bei in the future. I'm Xiaobao and she's Wang Wan. Together, we're a treasure. There are many people with the same name. You're surnamed Zhang, so is everyone else surnamed Gongchang? I've never seen someone like you. Look, Bei is so cute." Wang didn't agree with Zhang Xiaobao this time. She strongly objected and pointed at Bei for Zhang Xiaobao to see. At this moment, Bei kissed Zhang Zhong again. She pouted and pointed in the direction she came from. It hurts. Daddy hurts." Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He suspected that Bei was someone who came from another place like him and Wang Wan. However, he felt that it wasn't the case. Unless this person was more powerful than him and Wang Wan and hid more deeply. What kind of person could she be? Wang Wan also stared at her carefully. In the end, she said, "No, she's just born intelligent. She'll gradually forget about it after she's 5 or 6 years old. Why would she gradually forget? Is it because of the development of her brain cells? Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of something very important. He still remembered when he was carried to the orphanage. Other people were different from him and would always forget. He could even remember every single one of his brothers and sisters in the orphanage. Wang Wan thought for a moment. She didn't walk in that direction with Zhang Zhong. He was just an injured person. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "That should be the case, right? According to scientific theory, human cells also undergo metabolism. Then why can a 100-year-old person remember things that happened when she was in her teens? Could it be that she didn't undergo metabolism at this time?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. "What are you trying to say? Theology?" Wang Wan's education made her reject this kind of theory. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said, "No, what I want to say is science. In the narrow sense of science, theology will appear, but in the broad sense of science, there is no such thing. We just don't understand. I think the process of searching for the truth is science, not after discovering something." "Then are you searching or discovering?" Wang Wan felt a little cold from Zhang Xiaobao's words. "You and I are both experiencing. We are neither searching nor discovering. Do you think our arrival is science or theology? If it's theology, where is God? If it's science, how can it be explained in the narrow sense of science? The simplest question is, where is the edge of the universe? You don't know, right? But we still exist and are still researching. After researching and researching, one by one, the people who invented the definition have all become religious and believe in God. What does this mean?" Zhang Xiaobao began to analyze things in this world for the first time. Wang Wan was also confused and muttered, "What does this mean? What does this mean? Could it be the existence of God?" Wrong. It shows that our science is not advanced enough. Some people deliberately limited science. What our science couldn't understand back then, some people attributed it to superstition. According to me, there is no materialism, nor is there idealism. There is only selfishness. Or it can be said that materialism should not be separated from idealism. Idealism is also a material. In the process of idealism, there is the transmission of electricity and the metabolism of brain cells. As long as there is this, how can it be idealism? When materialism separated idealism, it was no longer materialistic. Zhang Xiaobao thought deeper and deeper. He put all his attention on this. He really wanted to know how he had come here. At this time, Wang Wan said, "Since everything is real, we have to cherish the real things. Since everything is fake, let's treat the dream as reality. At least there's you and me. Whether it's science or superstition, I pinch you and you hurt. In this material world, what should you do now?" Wrong positioning. I don't want to position science and superstition. I want to position why babies don't have a sense of height, just like sleepwalkers. Why babies forget some things when they grow up. Why can babies be preserved for a period of time after leaving the mother's body? Why can a placenta be used as medicine? Why can umbilical cord blood help treat leukemia? What exactly happened to us when we came out of the mother's body? Don't be afraid. What I want to say is that children have a very strong memory before they are sensible. Take vocabulary, for example. I don't know how good you are when you learn it. I think I am a genius, but I have to memorize it at least 4 or 5 times before I can remember it. It is even more difficult to correct pronunciation. However, this was not the case for children. For some children, as long as you taught them how to call their mother once, they would be able to remember it. What was taught to the child at the age of 1? When the child grew up, was it because of the infinite repetition or the hidden memory of the child that played a role? I have been thinking about it for a few years. Our joy and fear are more from when we are babies before the age of 6. So I want to set up a baby class, but I don't know if the parents will be willing. Zhang Xiaobao finally said his idea. He wanted to set up a nursery that was different from other places. Do you want to train people who can be used or who can promote the development of science? Actually, I understand what you are saying. Take hypnosis, for example. It is a joke to ordinary people, but we live in a hypnotic environment all the time. As long as people's metabolism can't be separated from the chloride ion, they will be affected by the flow of electrons. Put a normal person in a group of mentally ill people and listen to the screams of the mentally ill people every day. Very few people are unaffected. Of course, people like you are an exception. Wang Wan understood what Zhang Xiaobao meant. He wanted to bring out the essence of a baby as much as possible. He didn't want this essence to be deliberately destroyed later on, but to promote his development. Let's start with Huaiyuan County. I only thought of this when I saw Bei Bei. Bei Bei's mental waves should be greater than ordinary people's, and he should be able to feel everyone's attitude towards him. I feel that it would be a waste to form a system for him, but it would be a pity to give up on him. Zhang Xiaobao was in a tough spot. He was quite proficient in this aspect. The simplest example was when he had personally gone for an interview in the past. He had purposely made the room big. The place where he sat was like the throne of a palace, while the person being interviewed was surrounded by empty space. Especially behind them, when a door was opened, it was actually an open window, and it was at a place above the 10th floor. There were some sophisticated instruments on the chair. Some of the interviewees were afraid, some were empty, some were angry, some were calm, and some even turned around and left. Then you should do as you say, right? You made it so mysterious and scary. Wang Wan actually didn't want to get involved with things that were too realistic. You also feel afraid, right? I actually feel cold all over when I think about it. The more I think about the origin of a person, the more I feel insignificant, especially when it comes to the creation of the universe. Therefore, I decided that in order to not let those 4 people mess with me, I will let them know some things that we can't understand. Zhang Xiaobao didn't mention the child. He talked about the influence of spirit and thinking, and specifically targeted the 4 people. What about the child? Wang Wan asked at this moment. Children are divided into different age groups, and we use building blocks and drawings to cultivate them. It's a pity that technology can't keep up. Find a few people to talk about their own things next to the child, and it's all the basics. Where the child is willing to climb to listen, we can analyze according to probability. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the black and white water outside and felt that some things were really hard to grasp. Chapter 432. Zhang Zhong carried Bei Bei in his arms. Since he did not have time to open an umbrella, he could only stuff Bei Bei into his clothes. Then he went to check on Bei Bei's father. This man was usually an honest man, so honest that it made people feel that he was a little cowardly. However, this time he stood up straight. After receiving treatment from the doctor, he ignored his injuries and busied himself with the others to collect the fallen trees. These trees were used to build sheds, and now the sheds were leaking. On the land formed by countless wooden rafts, the people who could not do anything tied themselves to the rafts. The wind and rain did not stop, and the waves were surging. With each wave, the land formed by the wooden rafts would rise and fall. There were many ropes that could be used, and they were firmly tied. The safety island in the hearts of the people was not broken. From time to time, the boats released would pick up the people who were washed into the water. Those who had their own rafts or boats would point out the way. The people of Luzhou were not the only people who were rescued. The mountain people and the people from other provinces were also rescued. When dawn came, only 200 to 300 people of Luzhou's 7,000 people had not arrived. It was unknown whether they were dead or not. Many mountain people were washed into the water and were also arranged on the land. They were vigilant against the people around them, and they did not refuse the food they were given. When Zhang Xiaobao, who had not slept all night, received the data of the missing people of Luzhou, he closed his eyes in pain. Wang Wan, who was beside him, also had a heavy heart. Although the 2 of them killed without batting an eyelid, they only killed bad people. They could not bear to kill these people. They knew too much about the darkness, and they always wanted to leave a pure land where the people could live like a family. Xiao Bao expand the search area. Maybe some of the people ran to the mountains, and maybe some are still floating in the water. The 4 guys who are gloating are also here. What should we do? Wang Wan said as she massaged Zhang Xiaobao's head. After a day and a night, she finally saw the planning and calculation ability of an international swindler. The people of the inner court were sent out to collect information. All kinds of requests and information were reported. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge, and he arranged everything just right, no matter how big or small. He was able to take care of everything from the search area of the fleet to the injured and sick people. After arranging the search method, he would occasionally ask if someone's fever had subsided. What method did he use? All he had to do was ask a child whose mouth was injured if he could eat, and everything would be under his control. He would even ask about what the officials were doing to atone for their crimes. All the messy information would be sorted out in front of him. This was what it meant to have no empty seats under a great reputation. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed exhausted. He had not done this for a long time. Even though he knew he was tired, he could not stop. At this time, it would be a sin to not use his ability. Perhaps what he saw was just data, but in reality they were living people. One less person would be an unbearable pain for a family. Hearing Wang Wan's suggestion, he nodded and said, "No need. Continue with your work. We'll just need to take a nap for 1.5 hours. Let our 56 people expand the search area. At this time, we can only use them. We've trained them for 1,000 days to use them for 1 day. Let's see how their training has turned out." Those 4 people also came? Good. Tell the cook not to give them food. Aren't you just waiting to see a joke? Even if they starve to death, don't let them build a shelter. Let them stay on their own wooden raft. They are not allowed to come close to this land. If they have the ability, they can row elsewhere. Zhang Xiaobao said it casually, but Wang Wan knew that if they did so, it would be equivalent to giving the 4 people and their families a death sentence. The gale had only come once, and it was because of the geography of the bay. There were still other gale after that. If they were not connected, the small wooden raft could be overturned at any time. Wang Wan picked up the whistle and blew it rhythmically. At this time, the sound of the whistle traveled the furthest. Once it was passed down, the 56 people would know the new order. "Xiao Bao, are you really going to let the 4 people and their families die? There are still some servants." Wang Wan asked as she squatted on the wooden raft, where water flowed out and down from time to time. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "Who said we're going to let them die? They still have land and money at home. This time, they will connect the wooden rafts by themselves. But food will be a problem. I don't believe that they are as well prepared as we are. When the time comes, we will sell them food. Do you think it's expensive to sell a steamed bun for 50 copper coins? It's too cheap. Vegetable steamed buns cost 100 copper coins each, and meat steamed buns cost 300 copper coins each. Let's get them to pay first. When they run out of money, we will write a written agreement. They have a salary and land at home. They can slowly pay us back later." Wang Wan did not have any intention of showing mercy. If she did not take this opportunity to teach the 4 people a lesson, they would not know how powerful she was. As for their families, Wang Wan did not think that they were innocent. If their families could persuade them normally, the 4 people would do the same. After receiving the order, the 56 people began to regroup. The original group of 6 or 7 people became a group of 2 people. They rowed the boats and used the clairvoyance to expand the search area. They also did not rest for the whole night. Most of the time they were soaking in the water and did not eat anything. They were always ready to save people. Fortunately, this was part of their daily training, allowing them to work at high efficiency for 24 hours straight. One by one, they took out the black poppy ointment from their bags and took a small bite. The reaction was very fast when it entered their stomachs. It did not take long for them to feel that their stomachs were warm and they were energetic. They also knew that this was called overdrafting their physical strength, but they had to do it. Their lives were as heavy as a mountain. Even if they died, they had to complete the mission first. Needless to say, after expanding the search area, they really did find some people in need of help. Some people even climbed up the trees with their whole families. They were shivering from the cold and did not dare to jump into the turbulence. After being rescued and put on the boats, they knelt on the boats and kowtowed to the people who saved them. It was not only the people from Benzhou, but also the people from Qinzhou, Shaanxizhou, and Fengzhou. These places seemed to have experienced the flood earlier. Some people carried logs and floated over. Some people were even able to persevere and swim. The rescue guards were shocked. These people were really good at swimming. On a large log that floated out from the mountains of Qinzhou, a simple and honest-looking man kept talking to the 5 people on the log who had almost lost the confidence to survive. Don't worry. I, Zhang Dashin, will never be wrong. Don't be fooled by the flood everywhere. If we continue to float forward, we will reach my master's territory. My master is not like the other officials who wait foolishly and do nothing in the face of the flood. My master is definitely prepared. Dashin, don't lie to us. If what you said is true, your master is the provincial governor in Luzhou. He is being bullied miserably now. If you have a master who is the provincial governor, why would you be here? You just bought a shop and you lost all your money, right? Now that the shop is flooded, how are you going to live in the future? If you are washed away by the water, you will be washed into the sea in the end. If, and I say if, we can survive, you can come to my place and be an assistant. I think you are a good person, so you should be good. A man in a Sioux-embroidered robe who was sitting on the log said to Zhang Dashin. He liked this guy very much. Zhang Dashin shook his head vigorously and said, I am not going to your place. When I find my master, I will ask him what to do. If the shop is gone, then so be it. Look at me. I am carrying a big bag with me. Inside are the things that will keep me alive. Before I came out, I brought 10 smoked chickens for my master. You must be hungry, right? You are lucky. 3 people can eat one, and we can eat 2 first. This smoked chicken is not afraid of getting cold. It can be eaten even after it has been watered by the rain. I came here by land on the Zhang family's cargo ship. I wanted to open a shop here, and if I had the chance in the future, I would look for my master and give him some smoked chickens to eat. But as soon as I opened the shop, I was hit by the flood. Now I have to look for my master and ask for his help. I am so stupid, don't you think? When I find my master, he will give me money to open the shop. I have received a favor from him once, so I am embarrassed. The 5 people on the log didn't believe what Zhang Dashin said at all. It was full of loopholes. But at this time, it was really good to listen to it. At least they didn't feel so lonely. Zhang Dashin really took out 2 smoked chickens from the big bag. He first tore off 2 chicken claws, 2 chicken wings, and 1 chicken head. He gave the rest to the 2 people next to him and let them divide it among themselves. The other whole chicken was given to the other 3 people. People who didn't know how to eat would eat the chicken breast and the chicken thigh meat. Zhang Dashin, who dealt with chickens all day, was naturally not so stupid. He tore off the best part of the chicken and kept it for himself. He didn't feel anything when he took a bite. He was used to the taste, but it was the first time for the other 5 people to eat chicken. They had never tasted smoked chicken before, so they ate very quickly. The person who said that he wanted to ask Zhang Dashin to be his shop assistant had an idea and said to Zhang Dashin, Dashin, if you can really survive, I will give you money to open a shop. When the time comes, we will split it 50-50. You tell me the recipe, and I will give you 30% of the shares of the branch I open. How about that? I already said that I am not short of money when I come to find my master. I don't even know what the recipe is. I just brought a lot of seasonings and carried them all on my back. Why do I want to open a shop here? I just want to wait until I see my master and get the seasonings from his house. Otherwise, there will be a day when I run out, and it will take a lot of effort to go back. Zhang Dashin wasn't lying, but the others didn't believe him. He patted the big bag on his back and emphasized again that he was a person of an organization. As they were talking, a sharp-eyed person suddenly pointed to the front and said, "Look, someone is swimming over. Save him." Zhang Dashan also looked over and said happily, "What save? He is here to save us. Our Zhang family's most powerful guard is here. The master is really powerful." Chapter 433. While the other 5 people still thought that Zhang Dashan was talking nonsense, Zhang Dashan waved at the person swimming over and shouted, Pang, come here and tell me how the master is. I'll give you a chicken. I just smoked it when I came here. I put more salt, so it's refreshing. Pang, good job, you swim fast." Seeing the main house's guards, Zhang Dashan was no longer worried. It was as if he had met someone from his hometown on a trip. He talked to them very easily. As expected, the person in the water sped up. When he swam closer, he wiped his face with his hand and glanced at the person on the log. He said to Zhang Dashan, "Dashan, who else came with you? Where is he? Can't find him, right? Tell us the place, and we'll go and rescue him immediately." "It's just me. Come here and hold the log. It's big and can't be heavy. How's the master? Where's the madam? How's the master and madam? Our young master and young lady are doing well, right? Here, this chicken wing is for you. It's salty. I made it like this on purpose. I was afraid that it would float for too long." Zhang Dashan waved his hand and asked Pang to come over. He stuffed a chicken wing into his mouth and asked happily. Pang held the chicken wing in one hand and the log in the other. He ate 2 mouthfuls and praised, "Not bad, Dashan. You've trained your skills. It's delicious, even salty. It's been 2 days and 1 night, and I've only eaten hardtack. I've been vomiting acid. Finally, I've eaten something decent. How much do you have? Take it all out and share it with the brothers. The master is fine. The young master and young lady are exhausted. They didn't sleep the whole night and only ate hardtack. You'll know when you get there. Why are you here? Do you have water? Give me a sip. I don't want to drink the rainwater in the river." Zhang Dashan took out the water and gave Pang a few sips. He only gave him a chicken claw and didn't give him any more. "I still want to let the master taste it. You guys eat hardtack. I don't believe that those hardtack will make you vomit acid. There's meat and vegetables in it, and it doesn't lack salt. Does our Lu Zhou have a lot of water?" "What do you mean, our Lu Zhou? You're from Sanshui County, okay? The water is huge and everything is washed away. Master has brought the people of the province to build a platform with wooden rafts. It's not bad. Do you want to continue on your own, or do you want us to carry you? If you can walk on your own, then walk on your own. In another 2 hours, you will be able to drink the hot soup provided by the temporary supply ship. We still have to continue patrolling. Give me that chicken claw of yours." Now that Pang had something to hold on to, he felt much more relaxed. He extended his hand as he spoke. Zhang Dashan handed over the chicken claw in his hand and said, "I told you that my master would definitely be prepared. Sure enough, wherever my master is our home. We will go there ourselves. You continue to save people. There are still people being washed over. All right, let's go." Pang let go of his hand. With a chicken claw in each hand and a chicken wing in his mouth, he walked forward in a relaxed manner. "How is it? Did you see that? These are the most powerful bodyguards of our main house, the members of Team 0 of the Vigorous Protection Team. In the water, they are just like on the ground. What is this called? Yes, it's like walking on flat ground. Seeing them means that we have entered the coverage area of their patrol, so we don't have to worry anymore." Zhang Dashan only had a chicken wing and a chicken head left in his hand. As he ate them in small bites, he puffed out his chest, looking very proud. It was impossible for the 5 of them not to believe him this time. The way they looked at Zhang Dashan changed. The person who had been waiting for things to settle down to recruit Zhang Dashan also sighed at this time. He already knew that with the power of that official's family, it was impossible for Zhang Dashan to be roped in by others. At this time, the old man of the father and daughter pair asked Zhang Dashin, Dashin, you are a farmer. How did you have the money to open a shop? Now that the money is gone, will your master really give you the money? Of course, my master is good to us. I borrowed money from him first, and I will return it when the time comes. In fact, as long as I can go home, I won't be short of money. We are different from other farmers. We have 40 pigs, more than 300 ducks, and 200 chickens, so we don't lack money. Although we are farmers, we live in a 2-story building and we have dozens of strings of cash at home. Last year's bumper harvest, our family earned a lot. We have people in Zhuangzi who are sick, and we don't need money for treatment. We also have people who make clothes for us. When we earn more money, we will go back and find a wife. When we have children, we will send them to the school in Zhuangzi. When Zhang Dashin talked about Zhuangzi and the main house, he became even more proud. He told the story of his family bit by bit, making people feel that he was not a farmer, but the main house in Zhuangzi. He lived in a 2-story building and raised so many things. His family was not short of money at all. No wonder he was not worried at all about the house that he had just bought being washed away. The old man was satisfied. He held his daughter's hand and said to Zhang Dashin, Dashin, what do you think of my daughter? She said she would be your wife. As long as you are good to my daughter, she will marry you after she settles down. Father, I won't marry, so I will accompany you, the girl said shyly. Her words showed that she did not agree, but her eyes kept glancing at Zhang Dashin. She was very satisfied with this simple and honest man, especially the chicken that had not been eaten yet. It tasted so good. Zhang Dashin looked at the girl and said to the old man, My Zhuangzi is different from other places. If she marries me, she will have to sign a death contract. I don't know if your daughter is willing to study. If she is not, I will not agree no matter what. We farmers need to be literate. Dashin, you can read too? The 5 people were surprised. They did not expect a farmer to be literate. How can I open a shop if I can't read? I can do accounting and I'm not slow. The accounting books I use are taught by the main house. If there is a loan, there is a loan. And if there is a loan, there must be an equal return. It took me a lot of effort to learn, but in the end I learned it. Zhang Dashin felt that knowing how to do accounting was also a skill. Ordinary girls were not good enough for him. The woman couldn't take her eyes off Zhang Dashin. This man was simple, honest, and knew how to cook delicious smoked chicken. He was literate, and his family background was not bad. He even knew how to calculate. His body was strong. Thinking of this, the woman squeezed her father's hand. The old man immediately understood what his daughter meant. She had taken a fancy to him. Unfortunately, he was very capable and had high requirements. He even wanted to sign a death contract. Dashin, no one in my family has ever learned to read. If I give my daughter to you, can you teach her? Why do you have to sign a death contract? The old man did not want to give up such a good son-in-law, so he asked Zhang Dashin. Zhang Dashin smiled honestly and said, I don't need to teach her. There is a special night school in Zhuangzi, and there is an invited teacher to teach her. The death contract must be signed. Otherwise, there are many secrets in Zhuangzi, and if you learn them and tell others, how can you do it without a death contract? The old man did not know what secrets Zhang Dashin had in Zhuangzi, but he could not bear to let his daughter sign a death contract. He hesitated. His daughter next to him did not care about the death contract. She felt that Zhang Dashin was not as flustered as others during the flood. Moreover, he was very casual when talking to the main house's guards, which made her feel very safe. His family was not bad. He could read and do accounting. He was honest and responsible, and the main house was so powerful. If she followed such a person, she would not have to be afraid of a hard life in the future. Her father was old and needed someone to take care of him. All these factors made the girl feel tempted. She squeezed her father's hand again, but when her father looked over, she turned her head away. The old man knew what his daughter was thinking. He looked at Zhang Dashin, who was eating the chicken head, and said, Dashin, I can agree to what you said. What do you think of my daughter? Me? I don't know. I have to go back and ask my mother. Why don't we go and ask my master? If he says yes, then yes. If he says no, then no. Zhang Dashin had not come into contact with women outside, so he was also very shy. He chewed the chicken head until it was crushed, but he still could not make up his mind. The old man really did not understand. Zhang Dashin looked simple and honest, but he was actually quite clever. Why did he have to ask the main house about this kind of thing? Why would the main house care about such small things? He asked, "What if your master is wrong?" Master will not be wrong. You don't know how powerful the main house is. The main house never does anything wrong. There is a boat in front with the main house's flag. Let's go and see. As Zhang Dashin spoke, he saw a flag with rice seedlings in front of them. It made him feel very familiar. With rice seedlings, there was no need to worry. The 6 of them paddled the water with their hands, slightly changing the direction of the log, and headed towards the boat. As soon as they got close, the people on the boat were preparing hot soup, which was actually hot porridge. When they saw Zhang Dashin, they said in surprise, "Dashin, is that you? What are you doing here? Come here and drink some hot soup." The person guarding the boat was Su Si, who is now also a member of the inner courtyard. The matters of the market had been handed over to Ergo, so he had other uses. When he saw Zhang Dashin, he was a little surprised. "Su Si, you're here. Let me see what soup you made. The soup you made is really hard to compliment. How is this soup? There's so much minced meat. It's almost like meat porridge. Add more chopped green onions. If you don't want any, then add some ginger. You've really tortured me these past 2 days." Zhang Dashin saw another relative. He took the soup and gave it to the other 5 people first. When it was his turn, he put in more ginger. "Brother Dashin, my father and I also want some ginger," the woman said softly. At this time, she had already decided to marry Zhang Dashin. Not to mention other things, the power of the Zhang family made her think so. In front of them, there were guards patrolling the water, and on the way, there was a boat of the Zhang family providing hot porridge. From Zhang Dashin's 2 interactions with people, she knew how capable the Zhang family was. She would have a good life with such a person. Zhang Dashin scratched his head and said to Su Si, "Add some ginger for them too. If it doesn't work out, put it on my tab. Give them 1 egg too. These eggs are mine. Others don't have them. Since I met you, the Zhang family has to treat our own people differently from others. That's why I took them out. There are only 2 of them. You decide for yourself." Chapter 31. Some are happy. Some are sad. When Su Si added ginger to the other 5 people's bowls, he also put a tea egg in Zhang Dashin's bowl. He thought that the Zhang family's treatment must be better than others. He didn't expect that Zhang Dashin would take a fancy to the woman and ask for one too. Seeing that another herbal tea egg had been placed in the bowl, Zhang Dashin used a spoon to scoop it into the old man's and the woman's bowls. He didn't have any for himself, so he said to the old man, "Uncle, you eat it. This herbal tea egg can't be eaten by most people. The real herbal tea egg smells like Xinyang Maojian." After saying this to the old man, Zhang Dashin said to the woman, "You try it too. The food cooked by the Zhang family is definitely not bad. Brother Dashin, I'll share half with you." The woman bit off half of the egg in 1 bite, spat it into the bowl, and brought the other half back with a spoon. No, you eat it," Zhang Dashin said as he took the other half of the egg. Su Si was such a smart person, so of course he didn't make a mistake. He smiled at Zhang Dashin and said, "Dashin, you have the ability, but you have to think carefully. You have to sign a death contract. Otherwise, not only the main family won't agree, but we also won't agree. You know how valuable the things produced by the Zhang family are." No, Brother Su, you're wrong. Not yet. We have to wait until we go back and ask the master. Zhang Dashin didn't dare to look Su Si in the eye and lowered his head. The woman dared to love and hate. She said, "Brother Dashin, don't worry. I'm willing to sign a death contract. I can see that being a farmer in the Zhang family is better than being a rich person outside. At least when there's a flood, the rich people won't have the ability to send people to help. They also won't have hot soup and eggs on the way. The Zhang family's farmers can do it. What's there to be dissatisfied with? Brother Dashin, you can still come out. The Zhuangzi's management is not strict. Isn't it just that they don't tell outsiders what they see and hear? I can do it. Su Si looked at the woman and was very surprised. She was really unusual. He nodded and said, "Well, at least I agree." Just like what the young master and the young lady said. It's better to be a dog in peace than to cause trouble. But even in troubled times, the Zhang family and the Wang family are still people. The Zhang family and the Wang family are different. Here, sister, this is for you as a brother. Eat it quickly. You may not have it when you go to the next place. It's beef. You can't eat it normally. As he spoke, Su Si handed over a beef bun. It was a palm-sized bun with a lot of beef, coriander, chopped green onions, chili sauce, and sesame oil. The woman took it graciously. She knew the value of beef. It wasn't something that could be bought with money. The Zhang family was really good. They were rich and generous to make such food for the people they sent. Holding the beef bun, the woman first said to Zhang Dashin, "Brother Dashin, you take a big bite. I'll give the rest to my father." Zhang Dashin shook his head. "You guys eat. If I want to eat, I just have to go there and tell the master personally. If the master has beef, he will give it to me. The master treats the farmers very well. Brother Dashin, take a bite. Otherwise, we won't eat." The woman handed the bun forward again. Zhang Dashin had no choice. He took a small bite, chewed it in his mouth, and tasted it. He asked, "Who made this? Is the meat not boiled?" "Why are you so nosy? Boiled? Is there so much wood? The young lady made it. What are you trying to say?" Su Si glared at him and asked. "It's delicious. So it was the young lady who made it. It's good that it's not boiled. It has a special taste. It's fresh. No wonder I drooled so much. I won't be able to eat anything better in my life." Zhang Dashin immediately followed the conversation. Even if the food was hard to swallow, he wouldn't dare say no to the young lady's cooking, let alone the fact that it tasted good. The woman next to him let her father take a bite first. Then she took a small bite and tasted it. She said to Zhang Dashin, "Brother Dashin, I think it's delicious." "Well, it's delicious, but it's not boiled. The taste of this beef, it's really delicious." Zhang Dashin really didn't know what to say. Su Si laughed and patted Zhang Dashin on the shoulder. He said, "This is made by the locals. How could the young lady make such beef? If it was really made by the young lady, you won't be able to eat anything else in the future. How could the young lady forget to boil it once? Not only does the young lady know how to boil it, but she also knows how to braise it once. Drink the soup and leave quickly. Leave the bowl for me." Zhang Dashin looked at Su Si gloomily. He had just tasted it and found the taste of laxative. That was why he said that the meat was not boiled. Now that he heard Su Si's words, he couldn't say that it was bad. He could only say to the woman, "This meat is really bad. When we get there, I'll cook it for you personally." The person who cooked it didn't put in any effort at all. Zhang Dashin's mouth was picky, but others weren't like him. The old man took a bite, the woman took a bite, and the other 3 people each took a bite. The woman slowly ate the rest by herself. Although it was just a single beef bun, it was very precious to the 5 of them. The soup was also good. After drinking a bowl, they were basically full. The 6 of them said goodbye to Su Si and continued to paddle to their destination. However, they were in a different state from before. Previously, the 5 of them were prepared to wait for death. Now, they were full of hope for the future. At this time, a person who had been silent all this time spoke. "Zhang Dashin, is your master really Lu Zhou's provincial governor? I really envy the people here. I think many of them will be saved. I wonder if your master will agree to people from other provinces coming to live here?" "Yes, he will definitely agree. Master is not afraid of too many people. As long as you want to live here, Master may even give you some land. You don't have to worry about the rent. This year there was a flood here. Not to mention the rent. Even the tribute will be exempted. When the water recedes, at least you can plant some crops. The Master won't collect rent this year. If he collects rent next year, when everyone is done planting, it will be much easier. You don't have to worry about the Master charging more. The Zhang family is not short of money. The Master won't care about that little thing. Zhang Dashan knew the Master's family very well. The more people, the better. When the time came, they could arrange for people to work. Otherwise, if there were not enough people, many things could not be done. The person who asked the question was relieved. He just wanted to take root in Luzhou. With such an official, his life in the future would be easy. At this time, the person who wanted to rope in Zhang Dashan also asked, Zhang Dashan, do you think your master will do some business with me after the water recedes? Zhang Dashan turned his head and looked at him. How much capital do you have? If it's too little, don't think about it. You have to have at least 1,000 strings of coins. All right, 1,000 strings of cash it is. I can still raise the money. When we reach the place, you have to put in a good word for me. When the person heard the offer of 1,000 strings of cash, he did not hesitate at all and directly agreed. Although he did not have that much money, he could borrow it. As a businessman, he felt that this was an opportunity, a great opportunity. If he missed it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The 6 people relaxed and began to chat. Most of the time it was Zhang Dashan talking. He talked about Zhuangzi between the clouds and the water, and the situation in the county back then, and how it was now. The 5 of them listened attentively. They were very eager to go there and take a look. The woman put all her heart on Zhang Dashan. She listened and watched there, imagining her life in the future. As she thought about it, her face turned red again. The 6 of them were happy, but 4 of them were unhappy. Fan Jianxi and the other judges worked together and built many wooden rafts. Their family members and servants were on these wooden rafts. More than 30 wooden rafts were used to load all the things and people in the family, who knew that after they arrived, the people here did not allow their rafts to get close. The wind was strong, so more than 30 wooden rafts had to be connected to each other. When it was almost night time, they found an important problem. They did not prepare ready-made food. There were raw things, but how are they going to eat raw rice and noodles? In order not to starve, Fan Jianxi personally negotiated with the people on land. In the end, they came to a conclusion. A steamed bun was 200 coins. A bowl of egg drop soup was 100 coins. 2 spoons of soy sauce was 50 coins, and 1 head was 100 coins. The price was dozens or even hundreds of times higher than usual. The 4 of them were dumbfounded. This is too expensive. How can they ask for so much money? They must be doing it on purpose. They are deliberately tricking us. Fan Jianxi stomped her feet and said to the 3 of them. The 3 of them also knew that the price was very unreasonable, but there was nothing they could do. They had already thought that Zhang Zhong was deliberately tricking them. If they went to Zhang Zhong now, it would not end well. Lu Shaoqing said with a gloomy face, then Bai more, when we have enough, we will not stay here. We will go directly to Qinzhou. With his instructions, the servants ran over to buy. When they came back, the 4 of them found that the things they bought were only enough for everyone in the 4 families to eat 1 meal. Just this meal alone cost more than 100 strings of coins. What about the next meal? Lu Shaoqing asked the servant who bought the things. In reply to Master, there is nothing for the next meal, only this meal. They said that they would wait for the price to come out before they can continue to sell. It seems that the amount of money for each meal is different. The servant respectfully replied, On purpose, they are doing it on purpose. Damn that Zhang Zhong. He must be afraid that we will leave, so he only sold us a few things. How about this? We can let the others eat less, or starve for a few meals and save up. When we get to Qinzhou, we will be fine. Chapter 434. "Provincial Governor, I would like to discuss something with you. Can you allow me and the other 3 families' raft teams to join this large group? The wind is too strong. It's easy for something to happen with the rafts together." Lu Shaoqing really had no other choice. They could save some food, but they couldn't guarantee their safety. Compared to their small piece of land, the big piece of land was like a small island and the big land. Nothing would happen to the big land in the storm, but the small island could be submerged at any time. After hesitating for a while, he found Zhang Zhong, who was still busy looking around, and wanted to cooperate with him. His attitude and the way he addressed Zhang Zhong had changed, as if Zhang Zhong was really a provincial governor in his heart. Zhang Zhong no longer had any expectations for this person, especially after knowing that the 4 of them were gloating in the heavy rain. He couldn't wait to push the 4 of them into the water and drown them. Seeing Lu Shaoqing come over to join them, he thought for a moment and nodded. "That's fine. I'll arrange for people to join your rafts together in a moment. You don't have to worry." "Thank you, Your Excellency. There's one more thing, and that is to eat. We came out in a hurry and didn't bring anything cooked. If we eat too much uncooked rice and noodles, it will hurt our stomachs. Why don't Your Excellency get someone to collect our food and then give us something cooked according to the same amount?" Lu Shaoqing asked. His idea wasn't bad, but Zhang Zhong wasn't a fool. He looked at him with a smile and said, "Why don't you send the rice, noodles, and other oil over, as well as some wood that can be used to burn the fire? Our people will do it for you. You just need to pay the processing fee." "How about that?" "Ah, dry wood that can be used to burn the fire? Sir, we don't have that kind of thing. It's all wet and can't be lit at all. The fire here is strong. Even if it's wet, it can be dried out. Why don't we send you some wet ones and give you 10 strings of money as the processing fee? What do you think?" Lu Shaoqing sounded aggrieved, but in fact he was cursing Zhang Zhong in his heart. If there was fire, would he still need to look for you? Zhang Zhong simply didn't want to think about how the 4 of them would scold him. In any case, he didn't plan on letting them have a good time. After hearing Lu Shaoqing's words, he regretfully shook his head and said, "It's not that this official doesn't want to help. It's just that the smoke from burning the wet wood is too big. How about this? You bring the wet wood and all the food and money here. Every day when you have your meals, come here to collect a portion of it. I guarantee that you won't starve to death. The 4 of you are quite united, even eating together. Not bad. This is how the officials should do their jobs for the common people. This matter is settled. In a moment, this official will arrange for people to go to your place to collect the things. You must prepare everything well. Otherwise, even if this official agrees, so many people may not agree." Lu Shaoqing was a bit dizzy. The wood and food were sent over, but he still had to give money. Especially that sentence, if they didn't starve to death, wouldn't they be able to eat their fill? Thinking of this, Lu Shaoqing could only thicken his skin and continue to plead with Zhang Zhong. "Sir, we don't need the money, so there's no need to take it out. Also, our families are used to eating their fill. If there's a time when they don't eat their fill, it won't be good if they cause trouble. Don't you think so, sir? Lu Shaoqing, are you threatening me? The 4 of you added up to less than 200 people. Don't worry, if one of you causes trouble, I'll kill one. If 2, I'll kill a pair. Even if the 4 of you cause trouble, this official won't show any mercy. If you don't believe me, you can try. You can leave now. If you want to eat cooked food, do as this official says. If you want to cause trouble, be careful of your own head. Also, this official doesn't want to hear the same words coming out of your mouth in the future. Otherwise, this official will tie you to a stone and sink you into the water. Take it as your loyalty to the country." Humph. Zhang Zhong didn't care about the 4 people's bad habits. It was good that they caused trouble. He was just worried that he couldn't find a reason to kill them. After saying this to Lu Shaoqing, he snorted coldly and walked in another direction. Sir, you can't do this. This humble one said something wrong. This humble one will change. Sir, what are you doing?" Lu Shaoqing wanted to chase after them and shouted. Suddenly, 2 knives were placed on his neck. He stopped there and didn't dare to move. He asked the 2 hostages. The 2 hostages were guards of the prince's residence. They didn't care about a magistrate at all. One of them moved his knife forward and stared at Lu Shaoqing. He said, "Hurry up and stay away, otherwise you will die." As he said this person even gave Lu Shaoqing a sinister smile. Only then did the 2 hostages put away their knives and left behind Zhang Zhong. Lu Shaoqing stood there and didn't dare to continue following. He turned around and looked in the direction of the 3 hostages. He didn't know how to explain it. It was all his fault for saying the wrong thing. Of all things, why did he mention the matter of causing trouble? He had angered Zhang Zhong. Now, if he wanted to eat hot food, he had to send over everything, including money. Otherwise, he would have to eat raw food. Causing trouble was just an excuse. He didn't dare to cause trouble. Zhang Zhong killed people without blinking an eye. Whoever jumped out would die. With a sigh, Lu Shaoqing returned to the 3 expectant people and said to them, "Zhang Zhong doesn't agree to do things for us for free. He wants us to hand over everything, and someone will do it for us. But at the same time, he wants us to send all our money over. What do you think we should do?" I tried my best to get Zhang Zhong to agree to connect our wooden rafts to that place. I can't do anything else. You see who's better. Let's talk about it. Don't think about causing trouble. Zhang Zhong already said that if anyone dares to cause trouble, they will be killed. Lu Shaoqing first talked about the food. Naturally, he didn't mention that he had accidentally offended Zhang Zhong. Instead, he brought up the matter of connecting the rafts. This made the 3 people think that he had done his best. The 3 people didn't think that Lu Shaoqing was lying. They thought that it was true. After all, Zhang Zhong had always been at odds with them. How could they miss this opportunity? Chao Hui angrily slapped his thigh and cursed, "Damn Zhang Zhong. He better not fall into our hands. He actually wants us to send over all our money. His family suffered a loss this time. Do they want us to help them make up for their losses? Dream on. I've decided. Let the servants eat raw food. What's there to be afraid of? They won't go bad if they eat it. Don't tell me that people who live in the mountains can eat cooked food for every meal. Let's connect the rafts first. What do you think?" "I think so too. We can't send the money over. Our 4 families have a total of 10,000 strings of cash. Why should we give it to Zhang Zhong? Let's eat raw food. Don't we still have some fruits? The 4 of us and our families will eat some fruits. Let the servants eat raw food. We have to tell the servants that it was Zhang Zhong who harmed them." Jiang Huanshi was also very angry. She shouted and didn't agree to give the money away no matter what. One of the other 2 said something wrong and didn't dare to say anything else. The others saw that the other 2 didn't agree and could only agree. The 4 of them advanced and retreated together. The matter of the grain was like that. The 4 of them ordered the servants to move the wooden rafts to the side of the larger area. Who would have thought that as soon as they reached the side, the guard standing there would shout at them, "Who allowed you to come here? Move quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." At this time, Fan Jianqi stood up. He went to the front and said with a smile, "This is Lord Zhang. Governor Zhang asked us to move the rafts to this side. We waited for Governor Zhang's order to return them. Lord Zhang asked you to move here. He didn't ask you to move here. Follow me. There's already a place. There's no one around. It's quiet." As the guard spoke, he walked to the side of the rafts. The big rafts here also moved. As they walked, they came to the side facing the outside. There was no one on the rafts here, only some stones. In addition to the stones on the rafts, there were also stones tied to the rafts with ropes. In this way, if the waves came from the other side, they would have to pass through here first. The waves were originally big, but after passing through here, they would become much weaker. This way, the people on the rafts wouldn't have to bump very much. However, this place wasn't what the 4 wanted. After seeing this place, Fan Jianqi couldn't help but ask, Why here? Isn't this just making us wait to suffer? No, not here. Let's go to the place we just went. The guard sneered and said to Fan Jinshi, You said no, so we can't? Like before, you float your rafts and we float ours. Or, listen to the order and move the rafts here. Hurry up. What do you want to do? We don't have time to waste on you. I'm going to ask, sir. It's impossible. Lu Shaoqing didn't want to be moved by the waves at the outermost side. After saying this, he quickly ran away. After looking around, he finally found Zhang Zhong, who was talking to an old man. Zhang Zhong was already very sleepy. After saying a few words, he yawned twice and forced his eyes to stay open. The one who talked to Zhang Zhong quickly said his opinion on the weather so that Zhang Zhong could sleep early. Sir, you have to help us. Your guard really didn't listen to the order. He actually arranged our rafts to the place closest to the sea. Lu Shaoqing found Zhang Zhong to complain. Zhang Zhong yawned again and said to Lu Shaoqing, No one disobeyed the order. It was this official who arranged it for you. Go over there and tie your rafts securely. Then you can change those rocks to your rafts. That way, you won't be at the outermost side. Chapter 33. Love sometimes is too sudden, Is that so? Thank you very much, sir. This little one will do it right away. Lu Shaoqing understood this time. He lowered his head and walked back. As he walked, he cursed in a low voice, Damn Zhang Zhong. He actually arranged for us to be at this place. If a storm really comes, won't those rocks flip over and smash our heads? Thinking this, Lu Shaoqing also said this to the 3 people when he returned. The 3 people thought about it, but none of them agreed. After some discussion, the 4 people decided to move the rafts to the front of the large wooden array. If they were there, they wouldn't have to worry even if there was water rushing down from upstream. If a storm really came from behind, they would let Zhang Zhong and the commoners endure it first. The small rafts began to move forward again. Zhang Xiaobao stood beside the large wooden array and watched the rafts move. He smiled and didn't say anything. Wang Wan frowned and asked, Xiaobao, are we just going to let them go like this? It's still raining. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky and said. Wang Wan understood this time. She smiled and pulled Zhang Xiaobao over to rest. The 2 of them were a little tired. Even if they slept for an hour, they would recover a lot. Zhang Zhong was also tired at this time and couldn't stand. He had to find a stool to sit down and talk to others. As he talked, he fell asleep. No one next to him complained. They just felt that the adults were working too hard. When it was almost night time, Zhang Dashan and the others also came over. A thick piece of wood directly hit Lu Shaoqing's group of more than 30 wooden rafts. Immediately, 3 of the rafts fell apart. Lu Shaoqing stood up and scolded Zhang Dashan. Zhang Dashan didn't care about others at all. He said to Lu Shaoqing, Shut up first. Tell me, where is my master? My master is the provincial governor here. I'm here to find him. Lu Shaoqing was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he laughed again and said to Zhang Dashan, You're from the Zhang family? Okay, come with me. I'll take you to find the Lord. But you broke our raft. Shouldn't you pay for it first? What broke it? Zhang Dashan asked. Of course it's this piece of wood, Lu Shaoqing replied. Then you go find the wood to pay for it. Don't look for us. We were also hit by a piece of wood. We were staying there fine, but the wood hit us and we came here. I'll let you clean up this piece of wood first. After you're done, I'll clean it up. I'll use it as firewood to chop it up, Zhang Dashan said to Lu Shaoqing with a look of hatred. He even kicked the wood a few times. Lu Shaoqing smacked his lips and nodded as if he had accepted his fate. He said, Lord Zhang is over there. You find a way to get there. Lord Zhang won't let us get close to him. Oh, that's good. Is there anyone from the Zhang family? I'm Zhang Dashan, a farmer from the Zhang family. Someone come and take us over. Zhang Dashan looked simple and honest, but he wasn't stupid at all. He knew that this person was trying to make things difficult for him, so he shouted in that direction. Soon a boat rowed over. Zhang Dashan and the other 5 boarded the boat and looked back at Lu Shaoqing. The expressions on their faces made Lu Shaoqing feel that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Master, master, we finally found you. Zhang Dashan led the 5 people around and found Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong had just woken up. He looked at Zhang Dashan with sleepy eyes, shook his head vigorously, and asked curiously, "Are you Zhang Dashan?" Yes, master, it's me. I'm here to see you. I was going to Qingzhou to sell smoked chicken. I didn't expect a heavy rain, so I came over. Master, how are you? How are old master and old madam, and young master and young lady?" Zhang Dashan said excitedly. The 5 people standing next to him immediately knelt down. This was a high-ranking official, a very high-ranking one. "Get up, there's no need to kneel. There's water on the wood. Dashan, who came with you?" This was what Zhang Zhong was most concerned about. "Don't worry, master, I came alone. There's no one else." "Master, these people are new to me. They came here together on a big log, and they even broke a few of the wooden rafts in front. Master, there's someone who wants to join Zhuangzi. It's this woman. Master, what do you think?" Zhang Dashan knew what Master was worried about. After he finished speaking, he pointed to the 5 people who came with him and emphasized that there was someone who wanted to join Zhuangzi. Zhang Zhong understood immediately. He looked the woman up and down. At first, she was a little shy, but later she went all out. She stood up straight and let Zhang Zhong look at her. Zhang Zhong looked at her for a while and didn't see anything. He ordered someone next to him, "Go and call Xiao Bao and Cuckoo here." After the man left, Zhang Zhong said to Zhang Dashan, "In a while, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will be here. If they say it's okay, then it's okay." "Yes, master." Zhang Dashan was a little nervous. He stood next to the woman and said to her, "Don't be afraid. Master's family is good, especially the young master and young lady. They will definitely do it. How much betrothal gift is your family preparing this time? I need to prepare in advance." The woman was also nervous and nodded. When she heard Zhang Dashan mention the betrothal gift, she said a little shyly, "We're all poor people. A few 100 coins, a few bolts of cloth, and some odds and ends will be enough." "That won't do. How can you add so little things? Let me think about it. No matter what, I have to make your family look decent. Otherwise, the neighbors will look down on you." Zhang Dashan also had some feelings in this regard. In the past, he had seen Zhuangzi farmers marrying off their daughters. In the end, the betrothal gift was very little. The girl didn't pick anything, but the people around her felt that it was too shabby. Now, Zhuangzi's daughters were no longer marrying outside. The daughter who had been married off had begun to be bullied by her in-laws. Ever since Zhuangzi had risen, she was like an ancestor. When she returned to her mother's house, her in-laws would send people over to protect her carefully. She didn't have to be bullied anymore. The woman was the most hopeful in this regard. When she heard Zhang Zhong say this, she was even more satisfied. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over. After listening to Zhang Zhong, the 2 of them looked up at the woman. Seeing the woman's heroic spirit, the 2 of them looked at each other and nodded. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Zhang Dashan, are you here to do business this time? Then do it. After the new year, when you go back next year, the family will prepare a betrothal gift for you. Since you're here, you can help out a little. The people in Zhuangzi can rest assured." Zhang Dashan was happy when he heard this. He smiled at the woman next to him and ran off to help out. When the woman saw that everyone was looking at her again, she blushed and ran off with Zhang Dashan. "Xiao Bao, do you think this is love? Isn't it a little too fast?" Wang Wan looked at Zhang Dashan and the woman's reactions and was very puzzled. This should be considered love, right? At least both of them are willing, and it looks good. Love, as some people say, always comes too fast and too sudden. Don't think about them. Doing business together here first is also a test. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't understand. He also hadn't experienced love. He shook his head, turned around, and walked away. The rain was a little scary. If it continued like this, there would be a bigger flood. Wang Wan followed next to him, still thinking about love. Later, she was confused and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, how many people do you think the 10 ships can take this time? Are those people willing to stay in the state?" "I don't know. It depends on the situation of the 2 states. If the officials of the 2 states respond in time, not too many people will be washed away. Otherwise, there will be a lot of people." The 10 ships that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were talking about were the 10 ships that left out of the 18 ships. 7 ships went to the coast of Lianzhou, and the other 3 went to the coast of Sumaozhou. Sumaozhou's coastal area was smaller and didn't need so many ships. Chapter 435. The citizens of Lianzhou rejoiced as they sat in the cabin. It felt good to be alive. The people on the ship were also happy for them. They had personally rescued the people, so the rescuers were satisfied. An old man who had just been fished out of the water vomited half of his stomach. After he could speak again, he kowtowed to the people who had tied him up and fished him out. Then he asked, "Are you people from the state capital? You look like you are wearing the same clothes." "We are from the Luzhou mansion. We knew that there was going to be a flood, so we came here in advance to wait. We can't do anything inside, but we can save as many people as we can." The rescuer helped the old man up. Then someone placed a bowl of steaming hot soup on the table in the cabin. In fact, it was the simplest egg soup. There were a few egg blossoms, a few pieces of vegetable leaves, some ginger foam, and oil. That was all. However, even a soup like this was extremely precious at a time like this. Most importantly, it was hot. The old man blew on it and drank a mouthful. As he chewed on the ginger in his mouth, he asked the person who had rescued him, "How are things in your state? You sent ships to save us. Aren't you afraid of people dying?" "I don't know how it is now. When we came out, there was no flood. However, there is no need to worry. There are 8 big ships like this. Our provincial governor has made preparations in advance. I don't think many people will die." "Old man, don't you know that it is going to flood?" The rescuers explained. Actually, they were also worried. However, the order was given, so they had to leave and wait here. The old man nodded and then shook his head. He said, "Your provincial governor is good. He can think ahead. This is not good. There is no one here. I know it is going to flood, and I know the Sea Dragon King is angry. However, what can an old man like me do? I can't run even if I want to. How far can I run in a few days? What's more, it was raining heavily outside. I could only make a wooden raft in advance and move some things onto it. When the flood came, I called a few people from my neighbor's house to get on the raft. In the end, a wave came and I was knocked down. I don't know what happened to the people on the raft. Usually I fish in the sea, and the fishing boat is used by another neighbor. In fact, the boat in this era is not as good as the raft. If I had known earlier, I would have tied myself with a rope. At that time, I was afraid that the raft would overturn, so I just sat on it. You must look carefully here. There are still people alive." As the old man said, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and lowered his head to drink the soup. The one who saved people also felt very sad. At the same time, he felt very helpless. He knew that he was not good at swimming. If he could compete with the dozens of guards in the provincial governor's residence, he might be able to save more people. Seeing that the old man drank the soup, he stood up and said to the old man, "Old man, stay here first. I will continue to go out and see if there are people who don't have the strength to climb up. Old man, don't worry. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Go. When the time comes, send people to this cabin. Even if they don't have any breath, send them to me. Maybe I can save them." The old man's face that was full of vicissitudes of life forced a smile. On Su Maozhou's side, it seemed to be the same situation. Many people were washed over and then saved. Although these 10 boats were not many, they saved many people's lives. When the heavy rain reached midnight, an even bigger mountain torrent rushed down. This time it wasn't just water, but also some mud and a large number of uprooted trees. They swirled in the water as they moved towards the defensive line formed by the wooden rafts. When Zhang Zhong, who was already prepared, saw that the water was getting bigger, he immediately asked the people in front to retreat to the middle of the position. He left the wooden rafts in front empty and waited for the trees to hit them. The big boat also moved to the two wings in front of the position. If the wooden rafts in front could not withstand the water, they would need to use the boat to block them. Lu Shaoqing and the other 3 people still did not know what was going on. They were eating fruits and letting the servants eat raw rice and noodles. These things were hard to swallow, but the servants did not dare to say anything. If they did not eat, they would be hungry. They could only bear with it and eat little by little. When the first big tree hit this small area of wooden rafts, Lu Shaoqing and the others finally understood why the 6 people had that kind of smile in the evening. It was not safe in front. Previously, 3 wooden rafts were damaged by the wooden rafts. Now, not long after they were repaired, 5 more were damaged. This small area of the position was also pushed back by the trees to the big position behind. After a while, Lu Shaoqing shouted to the servants, "Don't eat first. Quickly repair the rafts. Quickly." Fan Jinshi also shouted, "Quickly, row to the back of the big wooden rafts. You can't row in front. Quickly." The servant paddled a few times and shook his head helplessly. He said to Fan Jinshi, "We can't paddle anymore. It's stuck. Our wooden raft is stuck in their wooden raft. Unless we can push it out first." "Then hurry up. What are you waiting for?" Jiang Huanshi shouted anxiously. "It's too late." As soon as the servant said these 4 words, the raft shook again. 2 more trees hit the rafts. 3 people jumped down from one of the trees. The 3 people jumped onto the rafts. They looked around and thanked Jiang Huanshi and the others. Then they ran towards more wooden rafts where there were more lights. Seeing the 3 people running away, Chao Hui spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and cursed. "They must have known about this, but they didn't tell us. All of you, retreat to the back and leave the front open. Bring me some clean water. Do you have any medicine? I bit my tongue." The 3 people jumped down from the trees and ran all the way to Zhang Zhong's side. Seeing that many people were here, they laughed happily. They hid in the shed and asked, "Who is the good official?" "We kowtow to the good official first. You are so awesome. You have a piece of land here. The 3 of us thought we would ride the trees and rush into the sea. The good official doesn't have time to wait for you to kowtow. Drink the soup first. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if you get sick." A local citizen came over and placed the wooden bowl in front of the 3 people. There was only one bowl, a big bowl. It could hold 5 small bowls. The 3 people were indeed hungry, tired, scared, and cold. They lowered their heads and drank a mouthful. When their stomachs were warm, one of them pointed at the road they came from and asked, "The good official can't be there, right? Just now, the 3 of us came from there." That's where the bad official is. They thought that if they ran in front, they wouldn't be overturned by the waves. In the end, they hit the trees. They have food and money, but they don't want to take them out. Let's see if they hit the trees again. If they do, the things won't belong to them. This commoner hated Lu Shaoqing and the others to the core. Even their family members and servants hated them. In the past, the family members and servants of these 4 families often went out to buy things without paying. They even hit people when they walked. Now that they saw them suffer, it was needless to say how happy they were. The 3 people were stunned. The one who had just spoken said regretfully, "If I had known, I wouldn't have thanked them." Anyway, they hit the trees. "Brothers, drink quickly. We can't just wait to be saved. The 3 of us still have strength. In a while, we will help the good official do some work." The 2 brothers nodded at the same time and drank without caring about the heat. The 3 people looked very optimistic. They were washed away by the flood, but they rode the trees and could run and jump. Once they had stabilized, Lu Shaoqing's side could not hold on any longer. The servants were repairing it as fast as they could, but there was a large number of people rushing down one after another. making it impossible for people to stay in the front. Occasionally, people would come down from the trees, some riding on them, some carrying them. Everyone who came up was very happy. Under the light, they looked at the land in front of them that was connected by wooden rafts and ran to the side where there were more people. Chow Harue sat on the wooden raft and saw that there seemed to be a black shadow in front of him rushing over. He was in no mood to avoid it. After a while, he said to the 3 people next to him, "Why don't we go over too? If this continues, we will lose our lives. Why would we want money? If they want it, we will give it to them." The other 3 people didn't have the mood to care about money. They had wanted to go for a long time, but they were afraid of losing face. Since someone suggested it, it was easy to talk about. Lu Shaoqing gritted his teeth and said, "Then let's go and discuss with Zhang Zhong. Give it to him, give it all to him. He is sucking blood." The 4 people all agreed. They brought their family members and servants, as well as the supplies and money, and went to the large array of wooden rafts. Hearing the continuous crashing behind them, they felt a lingering fear. When the 4 people found Zhang Zhong had just slept for an hour. His eyes were red and swollen, and his face was haggard. This was because he usually ate a good combination of food. Otherwise, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. "Sir, we thought about it and decided to do as you said. Sir, the things are here. Please take them all." Lu Shaoqing said to Zhang Zhong very unwillingly. Zhang Zhong glared at him and said, "Who let you come up? You have your own wooden rafts, and you still want to squeeze in. Everyone is counted. Every person who comes up has to pay 50 strings of coins. Your things and money are just for you to use." "Ah, 10 strings of coins per person? My family of more than 60 people is more than 3,000 strings of coins? Sir, we don't have money." Lu Shaoqing didn't expect Zhang Zhong to be so ruthless. He said there, feeling wronged, "If you don't have money, then write a promissory note. Owe it first and pay it back later. Do you want to write it?" Zhang Zhong asked with a sullen face. "Yes, sir. If you want to write it, then we'll write it." Chow Harue said on the side as if he had accepted his fate. Owing money was better than being kicked out. Staying alive was more important. The other 3 people didn't want to resist. They followed Zhang Zhong to a shed. Someone had already prepared the ink, pen, and paper, waiting for them to write. The 4 people's hearts were bleeding. Their hands trembled as they wrote the promissory note. After writing it, Chow Harue asked Zhang Zhong, "Sir, the things are here. Can we eat?" Chapter 436. The heavy rain stopped after 3 days, but the flood raged for another 5 days. Zhang Zhong finally collapsed from exhaustion. Fortunately, there was no life-threatening situation. He lay there snoring, and no one would disturb him. Everyone looked at Zhang Zhong with special expressions. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had also lost weight. The 2 of them had just woken up and were eating and drinking. They put the roasted meat into their mouths and chewed. There was also wine beside them, which they would occasionally take small sips of. There were now more than 20,000 people living on this piece of land made up of wooden rafts. Other than the people from their own province, there were also people from other provinces who had rushed over, as well as the mountain residents. The mountain residents were not so xenophobic now. They knew who had saved them, so they helped out a little these days. The sun came out, and the dark clouds finally dispersed. When the first ray of sunlight shone down, some of the people who had lost their loved ones cried softly. Some were silent, and some were sitting there looking at the surrounding scenery in a daze. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were full. They stood on the wooden raft and looked up at the sun. Zhang Xiaobao shouted, "We made it through. When the water recedes, we will begin to build our new home. The Zhang family will pay for it. Those who are willing to stay can get a piece of land here." With his shout, the local people were happy. Those who had been saved temporarily put down their grief. After all, they were still alive, so they could not beg others to give them happiness. After the flood passed, there was still a new life. Most people were willing to stay. Some people even wanted to go home and see if there was anyone. If there was, they would come here. If there was no one, they would pack up their things and come back. At this time, the mountain residents did not know how to choose. They did not speak the language here, and there were only a few people in each tribe who could speak the local language. Seeing that the people here were preparing to rebuild and thinking about the days on the mountain, some mountain residents also wanted to stay, but they were afraid that the people here would not agree. According to the tribe, these mountain people gathered together and began to discuss. In the past few days, they already knew that the mountain people who went down the mountain for the first time would receive a lot of things. After some discussion, someone who was good at talking found Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was still asleep when he was woken up by the mountain people. He rubbed his eyes and looked puzzled. "My lord, we're going to stay behind. We'll also send people to look for those who haven't been washed down the mountain. Will my lord go back on his word and give us those things? Also, we don't know how to farm. Can you send someone to teach us?" The mountain man asked Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong came to his senses. When he heard that the mountain man was willing to leave the mountain, he nodded. "Of course, but I can't give you those now. Wait for them to be delivered from elsewhere. As you can see, there's nothing left here. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Don't worry about farming. This province has a lot of empty land. Not only will I send people to teach you how to farm, I'll also teach you how to speak the local language and recognize the words here. You don't have to pay any rent this year, so just live a good life here." "Thank you, my lord. I'll go talk to them now. It's fine if they give us fewer things first. As long as we can eat, we won't ask for so much." "My lord, can you really teach us how to read and write?" Others looked down on us. The mountain people were very happy. "You're not mountain people. You're all citizens under my rule. Go and talk to them quickly. It'll be fine when the time comes. At this time next year, I guarantee that you'll all have new houses to live in, new clothes to wear, and meat to eat every day. 1 year. Just give me 1 year, and I'll be able to do it." Zhang Zhong promised. He had the confidence that others couldn't do it. If his family wanted the money and goods, it would be very easy for them to build a new place. The mountain people happily left and returned to their tribe to tell others. The other mountain people also came over one after another. Zhang Zhong repeated what he had just said and answered each and every one of them correctly. Only then did he eat the food that was brought over. It was very simple. It was braised pork with rice and some salted vegetables. Zhang Zhong ate very happily. He had solved a big problem. He then looked at the higher ground and saw the traces left behind by the receding water. He said to the people beside him, "Now there's fertility. Let's first plant the rice that my family brought and see how it grows here. Then we'll plant the white fold seeds. As long as the white fold seeds grow, we won't have to worry about money anymore." Master is right. The things made from the white fold seeds will definitely be bought by people who are willing to pay a high price. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Also, the sea fish here can be made into salted fish and shipped over by ship. We can sell them for a good price. Not only can we eat the fish, but we can also use it as salt. Zhang Zhong and the people around him echoed. They were full of yearning for the future of this place. They had settled down and were only waiting for the water to recede. When the time came, they could start the construction. The surrounding provinces were not in such a good mood. One by one, the provincial governors wrote down the disaster that had happened to their province and sent a memorial to ask for forgiveness. The military couriers and horses were fast. It wouldn't take too long for the documents to be sent back. Whether they lived or died would depend on the emperor's decision. Zhang Zhong also wrote a memorial, but he didn't ask for forgiveness. He didn't think that he was guilty. He had just arrived and didn't have time to do anything before the flood came. If he was given half a year, he would definitely be able to fix the irrigation works. He only wrote down the disaster situation here. At the same time, he also wrote down the preparation work this time in the memorial. In the whole province after the flood, the statistics showed that only 121 people died. Those who went missing were considered dead. His subordinates searched a large area, but they still couldn't find them. Basically, there was no possibility of survival. When they were washed into the sea, even if they didn't drown, they would die of dehydration or even be eaten by some fish. This loss made him very sad, but there was no other way. He had done what he had to do. His family also suffered a lot of losses. 12 of the 18 ships were damaged. Fortunately, they didn't sink. They were all stranded. A lot of water entered some of them, which was because they hit the reef. Some were stranded on the beach. This was easy to deal with. He just had to ask someone to get them into the water. The money borrowed and the materials paid for in installments couldn't be recovered. A lot of the things on the ships were also consumed. Including the repair of the ships, in half a month, his family lost more than 50,000 strings of coins. If it were an ordinary rich person, they would have gone crazy. However, the Zhang family and Wang family were indifferent. The loss was bad, but it didn't affect the foundation of the family. The profitable business was in the capital. The reaction of the two families made Lu Shaoqing and the other 3 very depressed. They hoped that more people would die, but only 100 or so died. They hoped that the Zhang family and Wang family would be sad about the loss of money, but the two families didn't have any reaction. It was as if the loss wasn't tens of thousands of strings of coins, but just a few copper coins. What made them even more uncomfortable was that the family's money was all gone, and they still owed a lot of debts. The least owed was 3,000 strings of coins, and the most was more than 4,000 strings of coins. How were they going to pay it back? It seemed that they could only slowly pay it back from the Yongya field. There was also the salary that should be given. Zhang Zhong said that only enough money was left for their family to eat and wear clothes. The rest was to be collected in debt. As for the servants in the family, they could be sent out to do some work outside to support themselves. They wanted to see if they could still be as arrogant as before. The 4 of them didn't dare to say anything. Now was not the time when they threatened the provincial governor's life. Now that their lives were in danger, no matter what Zhang Zhong said, they nodded and agreed. After another 2 days, the water receded, and all the wooden rafts fell to the ground. Zhang Zhong began to get busy. He had people dismantle the wooden rafts and some trees that had washed down. He began to build houses. The ground only needed to be plowed a little. He planted the rice seedlings and cotton seedlings that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent out. Li Sun also got busy. He first wrote a letter to his father to report that he was safe. He also sent 150 guards to help, leaving only 50 people to be responsible for the safety of Zhang family and his family. After a few days of work, the second batch of 10 ships sent out from the capital arrived. When they arrived, they didn't know about the situation here. They didn't carry any food. They only carried some handmade products, cloth, and some frozen mutton. There was still some food in the local area. The ships that could move had already sailed along the sea to Zhujiang and Hangzhou, preparing to buy food there. The mutton from the new ships became good food here. The handmade products could also be used, and the cloth could be used to build tents. The flood had caused the other provinces to suffer heavy losses. It had increased Lu Zhou's population to more than 20,000 people. Some of them were sent to the seaside to dry the salt. This was the first time the people in charge of drying the salt had seen such a method. All they had to do was dig some ponds, and they would be able to produce a large amount of salt if there were any crystals in them. When they found out that they could produce a large amount of salt quickly, they became more confident about the future. With salt, there was money. This matter couldn't be kept a secret. Lianzhou, Sumaozhou, and Exen province, which was further west, also found out about this matter. They were surprised and sent people to inquire about it. Zhang Zhong received the people from several provinces and told them the method of drying the salt in detail. He had already written the method in a booklet and sent it to his superiors. Xiao Bao, it seems that many of the plans have to be postponed. At this time, there was a flood. Wait for us for a few months. By then, everything will be stable. Seriously, Wang Wan said sullenly as she put the plan she and Zhang Xiaobao had prepared on the table. The flood had disrupted the rhythm of the two of them, and people had died. This kind of thing was very difficult to accept. Zhang Xiaobao was also depressed. Although it was only a few months, the overall delay was much more, especially the construction of the docks. They had to start from scratch. Naturally, it was the same for the docks. Everyone was building houses and farming. How could they have time to build docks? I can accept the delay. However, when several provinces are affected at the same time, it will be difficult to sell our goods. How can we have spare money to buy goods from the capital? In a while, I will ask people to form a large number of caravans. If we can't sell them, we will buy as much as we can. After buying the goods here, we will ship them to the capital to sell. We can also sell some in Kaifeng. When the surrounding provinces have money, won't they develop faster? Chapter 437. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, spreading the news between the clouds and the water. Free. Once Zhang Xiaobao made up his mind, the Zhang family's money was spent like flowing water. The people in the province finally knew how wealthy the great governor was. He spent a shocking amount of money. He bought marine products and local specialties from the mountains from their own province, bought them from other provinces, and had the other provinces form their own caravans to send the goods over. The road was not easy to travel on. The roads in their own province were repaired first, and the roads in other provinces were repaired by others. Otherwise, they would not be able to buy anything. Merchants were indeed different. Even though they had encountered a flood, there were still many capable merchants who were willing to spend money to buy local specialties. Then they would pay to repair the roads and send people to deliver the goods. The Zhang family spent thousands of strings of coins every day. They spent a month, but nothing happened to the Zhang family. The new fleet transported 30,000 strings of coins. Together with the original fleet, they could still spend another month and a half. Countless people were shocked. Countless merchants who came over were jealous. They began to send people to the capital to find out who this new provincial Governor Zhang was. The people, on the other hand, were happy. They could fish in the sea and sell their goods. They were paid for their work, and they could use the money to buy the goods unloaded from the ships. The main reason was that the people were not worried that the great governor would be greedy and increase their taxes. With the great governor's wealth, he would not care about the small amount of taxes they paid. More than 20,000 people were tied into a rope. They had fought side by side in the flood, and now they were building together. No one was lazy. Each of them exerted all their strength, hoping to see a new Luzhou. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to get busy again. Every day, data was sent to them from various places. Wang Wan was in charge of the manpower, while Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of the accounts. Then, the two of them combined the new plans and details and sent them to Zhang Zhong. Then, Zhang Zhong would issue orders one after another. No one questioned Zhang Zhong's orders, and every plan was firmly carried out. Everyone was united in building their new home. Such a situation was rare elsewhere, but miraculously it happened in Luzhou. The people in the surrounding provinces who were also affected by the disaster were envious and jealous. They did not have many talents. The disasters in other provinces were not as light as Luzhou's. Moreover, they had made preparations in advance. There was a loss of population. In some provinces, even the county magistrate and the others had drowned. Most of Lu Zhou's people were still around. There were also those from the inner court who learned from the Zhang family and the Wang family. Although there were too many of them, it was not a problem for each of them to command hundreds of people to complete a project. Under such circumstances, Lu Zhou's construction progress changed day by day. Every 3 days, Zhang Zhong would write a report on the construction progress in the province according to his son's instructions and submit it to the military station. It kept the military station very busy. Between the clouds and the water, Sanshui County, in the pavilion in the water, 2 people were sitting opposite each other, drinking tea. There were a few letters on the table. The old man was reading a letter in his hand. Lu Jiro slowly drank her tea. After the old man finished reading the letter, she said to the old man, "Brother Zhang, you've been reading the letter for a long time. Old minister, what do you think? Do you see it? This is the ability of the Zhang family." So many provinces were affected together, but Lu Zhou was the one who suffered the most. All the water flowed to him. What's the result? In the end, only 100 or so of them died. He had just arrived at that place and didn't even have the time to do anything when he encountered such a huge disaster. If it were someone else, Lu Zhou would have to go to 9 out of 10 households. It seems like it was the right decision to send him there. Otherwise, that place would be in danger. The old man said with emotion. He knew when Zhang Zhong had arrived. He had just arrived. In just a few days, the government affairs had not been sorted out yet, and a great disaster had fallen on his head. However, it was such an unbelievable young provincial governor who had withstood the sudden great disaster and reduced the losses to a minimum. Lu Jiro had the same idea. She patted the letter and said, "Amazing! The emperor is very happy. He said that Zhang Zhong can be in charge of a province, so he has no worries." However, LV Yenzhou was angry. He didn't know that Zhang Zhong wanted to go there himself. He thought it was him who sent him there. He didn't expect that not only did Zhang Zhong not suffer any losses there, but he also shocked the whole court. Many people asked the emperor to transfer Zhang Zhong back, saying that it was a pity to leave him there and that Zhang Zhong should be given a higher official position. Fortunately, the emperor knew the Zhang family's thoughts. He didn't listen to them. Instead, he said that only Zhang Zhong could build that place, and he would talk about it later. So, he suppressed the matter of transferring him back. Haha, what do you think? Do you miss those 2 kids? Hearing Lu Jiro's words, the old man was also happy. He didn't expect that the expert behind the Zhang family was so powerful. He nodded and said, "Yes, the 2 kids wrote me a letter a few days ago asking me to take care of myself and wait for Lu Zhou to finish the construction. They said that they would take my family there to play. Unfortunately, it's too far away, so I can't see them. I even dreamed of them at night." The old man thought of Xiaobao and Cuckoo. As he spoke, tears flowed down his face. In fact, Lu Jiro also thought about it. She didn't think about the 2 kids, but the things of the Zhang family. Now that they were there, no one was watching them. She didn't know how many good things they could make. It was a pity that she couldn't leave the past. Otherwise, if she really wanted to follow them, she would be able to get something good. "Old minister, why don't you go and have a look now? Take your family there and meet Zhang Jiling along the way. Zhang Jiling is raising pigeons to play with. Send people to learn from the 2 little guys." Lu Jiro began to persuade the old man. The old man thought for a while, gritted his teeth, and said, "Okay, then I'll go and have a look. I can help." Chapter 438. See, I ask you, why are you so blue? The sea answers with a smile. I hold the blue sky in my arms. Xiao Bao, we have to have a heart like the sea. We have to understand tolerance and forgiveness. I don't know if Huzi has forgotten that today is the day we collect money from Lu Shaoqing and the others. We collect every half a month. They don't have anything to do usually, so they help copy books and do some embroidery for their families. Slowly they pay back the money. Wang Wan stood on the boat, moving up and down with the waves. She opened her arms, looking for feelings like the sea. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. He also felt that his heart had broadened, like the sea, like the blue sky, letting the seagulls fly freely. When he heard Wang Wan's last words, he said, "The 4 of them actually signed a death contract with their servants. You don't say, when there are so many of them, they can do some small business together. This is the 4th time they've paid back their debt, right? Last time, Lu Shaoqing's family paid back 30 strings of cash. That's quite a lot. I reckon that his family can keep some for themselves and wait until they feel that it's about time to pay back the money. According to this, it should be about a few years. There's also the salary and the Yongya field. The rice we brought here is growing well, and the output should be higher than the original one here. The sunshine here is long, and our seed species grows slowly. It's estimated that the local species can only grow 3 times a year, but we can only grow 2 times a year. I don't know if this species can adapt. The taste of the rice is better, and the price is higher. The 4 of them have also planted it in their fields. What should we do? Zhang Xiaobao was worried. He knew that the 4 of them had done a lot of bad things, but he couldn't find any evidence. Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to use the original method. As long as he believed that the person had committed a crime, and the person himself knew it, then he would convict him. However, if he did so, it would gradually breed a kind of desire when judging people, and it would be easy for him to lose himself. He and Wang didn't want to do that. They wanted to enjoy life and not always struggle in the struggle for power. Therefore, when they couldn't find any evidence, the 2 of them adopted a method to collect debts. They wanted to let the 4 people who had once caused harm to the local people and their families have a taste of the feeling of not being able to live in peace. Wang was also clear on this matter. If this continued, the 4 of them would be able to pay off their debt in a few years. Then they could continue to be carefree. She thought about it and said, "This won't do. We have to think of a way." Dahai should have many ideas in his mind, such as strong winds, torrential rain, and tsunamis. All right, let's not talk about how vile the sea is. I was too busy back then and actually forgot to write down the interest rate when I was writing down the agreement. If I had written down the interest rate, it would have been 90% to 13%. Month by month, the interest would have accumulated and they would never be able to pay it back in their lifetime. Let's not think about it for now and slowly pay it back. Let's fish. Zhang Xiaobao put the bait on the fishing rod and threw it into the water, letting the boat float on the sea. Wang used the clairvoyance to look at the scenery in the sea again. She also wanted to see if there were any strange fish jumping out of the sea at this time. While looking, Wang suddenly said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, let's go back quickly. Next time, get someone to bring a bigger boat. Each of us has an oar. Quickly row." Wang sat next to Zhang Xiaobao, grabbed the oar, and started rowing with all her might. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about the fishing rod and followed suit. Fortunately, it's not far from the shore. Otherwise, it would be a contribution to the marine life. The 2 of them rowed to a place in shallow water and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. There was a shark that turned around and went back. Damn shark. Tomorrow, get someone to catch 2 more. Keep the shark fins. We'll eat the meat first. The shark skin can be eaten too. Don't swimmers wear imitation shark skin clothes? Let's do it for real. The bones are delicious too. In short, the whole body is good stuff, especially good seasonings. It can even be used to make decorations. Zhang Xiaobao said with lingering fear. He didn't think that he and Wang could deal with a shark in the sea with only a fishing rod. If they were really caught, only one of them could escape. Looking at the shark leisurely moving away, he was angry and scared. Wang was also very angry. She didn't care about protection anymore and said, "We must kill more. Prepare 2 sets of clothes for each member of our Team 0. We're not an animal protection association. There are so many sharks. Why don't we kill them? Also, get a big boat to kill whales in the future. With our technology, we won't be able to kill enough even if we kill for 10,000 years. Sea creatures are all treasures. It would be a pity if we don't get some. Forget about dolphins, I can't do that. But we can think of a way to raise some in our bay. Do you know how to do that?" "No, this knowledge is too profound, but we can give it a try. For example, we can find someone to play the piano in the bay, forbid fishing in the bay, and make some fun balls that can float on the water. Maybe we can attract dolphins. Who knows?" Zhang Xiaobao also had a good impression of dolphins. He used to let people raise them at home. Now that he was here, he also wanted to make a big pond and connect it to the sea to attract dolphins. Just like the swallows at home. After the dolphins were familiar, they would swim over to take a look when they had nothing to do. They would play with people for a while and eat some small fish. Wang shook her head regretfully. She also didn't know how to do it. She could only try according to Zhang Xiaobao's words. She didn't know whether it would succeed or not. But when she thought that people here also knew how to catch dolphins, she suggested, "When we go back, let your father make an announcement that dolphins are not to be caught anymore." "Okay, that's easy. The locals are more obedient. Whatever my father says is what it is. Let's go home and do something." Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to take any more risks, not only for himself, but also for his family. If something happened to him and Wang Wan, what would happen to the two families? "What are you going to do?" Wang Wan jumped off the boat. Naturally, there were people in charge of setting up the boat. She asked curiously, "You will know when we go back. It's about making money. It's very profitable." Zhang Xiaobao said happily and walked to the car waiting for the two people in front. Selling cakes. Who wants to buy cakes? Selling them at a cheap price. There was a marketplace beside the road that had just been repaired in the state capital. 4 or 5 people were standing there. They were using wooden hammers to hit the cooked, glutinous rice back and forth while shouting to the people passing by. "How much?" A little boy and a little girl were attracted when they passed by. Looking at the cakes with bean flour, they were a little greedy. The little boy touched the 2 copper coins that he had just earned and raised his head to ask. 2 copper coins for 3. The seller stretched out 2 fingers and then changed it to 3. He gestured with his fingers. "What is this?" "It's too expensive. I don't want to buy it." 2 copper coins can buy 2 big sugar figurines. Without waiting for the boy to speak, the girl pulled the boy to another place. 1 copper coin for 2. The seller helplessly lowered the price. The girl stopped and pulled the boy back. Looking at the cakes, she said to the seller, "Give us more bean flour, or we won't buy it. We will buy 2. If you don't want to buy, then get out of here." The seller finally couldn't bear it and shouted at the girl. The girl wasn't afraid at all. She pointed at the seller and said, "Are you trying to scare me? I know who you are. You are Lu Shaoqing's servants. I will go to the government office to report you. Now is not the time for Lu Shaoqing to be arrogant. Come, let's go to the government office." The girl pulled the boy and walked away. The seller was shocked and quickly ran to stop them. "Let's talk nicely. 1 copper coin for 3. Give more face to the bean, okay? We don't have money. We want to eat more. 2 each." The girl was insatiable. The seller pulled a long face and said, "Aren't you bullying me? Why don't you pay for things?" "Yes, who doesn't pay for things? My family used to have a bun shop. You went there a few times, but did you pay? It's not enough for you to eat, and you want to take a whole tray with you. Are you going to give it to me?" The girl's eyes were red and tears were rolling in her eyes. Yes, it's karma. I admit it. 2 for each. Put more bean flour, right? Come, I'll give it to you." The seller couldn't say anything else. He knew what he had done. "Brother Mu, give him 1 copper coin. We're not like him. We're good people. Bargaining is one thing, but you can't rob us. 2, put more bean noodles." The girl wiped her eyes with her sleeve and still chose to buy 2 for 1 copper coin. Seeing the 2 children each take a piece of lamb and leave, the seller stood there speechless for a long time. The 2 children ate the cakes in small mouthfuls. The boy said to the girl, "Tomorrow continue to help deliver water. You help to light the fire. Then you can earn 2 more copper coins. Buy some cakes for our 2 families to try. Well, this just started today. I'm late. The other children can only earn 3 copper coins at most. Actually, we can help for free. I don't know why they have to give us money." The girl licked the bean flour and said happily, "I know. The good official said that we can't go to school because we don't have a school now. We can go to school when the school is built. Now, we help deliver water and light the fire. They give us money to let us know that we will be rewarded if we work hard. Heaven rewards the diligent." The boy went a little earlier and heard this. The girl didn't know what heaven rewards the diligent meant. She nodded and said regretfully, "Then when we go to school in the future, will we have to spend a lot of money?" Can we not go? You can't not go. You don't need to spend money to go to school. As long as you are a child from our province, you don't need to spend a single copper coin. If you are from a far place, you can live and eat. Asked around today, let's go to school together. The boy was very happy when he talked about this. Even a girl needs to go? Yes, as long as you are a child from our province. I heard that even the stupid ones need to go. The good official paid for it himself. The boy told the girl what he had heard. Chapter 439. When night fell, a bright moon rose from the sea. Some people fell asleep while others were still working with torches. It had been 2 months since the flood, and all the residential areas had been repaired. Rice, vegetables, and cotton had been planted, and some of the vegetables had grown and were ready to be eaten. The roads in the residential areas were repaired, and people were working at the docks. Some roads leading to the surrounding provinces were also being repaired. The laborers only rested for 8 hours a day, including the time they had to eat. They worked in shifts to build their own homes. While the other provinces were still waiting for the relief food to arrive, Lu Zhou had already sold a lot of goods. He directly traveled from Zhujiang to Hangzhou to Shandong. Zhang Xiaobao was not stupid enough to sell fish and prawns there. He sold some specialties from the mountains that were not available there, so he bought a lot of food from there. Part of it was reserved for the people, and the rest was sent to the surrounding provinces. He used the food to hire people to build roads and bridges. The other 5 provinces were not as kind as the Zhang family. Even though the provincial governor of Qin province was from a big family and had always been in Qin province, his family would not fork out so much money to build roads or buy food. They were all waiting for the imperial court to come to their rescue. Even Xian and province, which was slightly further away, was also affected by the disaster. The provincial governor did not fork out his own money either. Since the imperial court did not fork out money, the people had to find their own way. They could not starve to death. Without food, they ate some tree bark, wild vegetables, and other things to get by. The 3 provinces next to the sea were eating fish. They worked while eating. When they had collected enough specialties from the mountains and caught enough fish, they would form a caravan and come to Luzhou to trade for food and daily necessities. Zhang Zhong did not deliberately lower the price. He traded at the usual market price. It had been 2 months. Now, the Zhang family had gotten rid of the situation where they could not make ends meet. They began to sell the goods they collected. They also sent ships to deliver the dried, salted fish to the capital. In another month, the dried, salted fish would be profitable. It could be said that Lu Zhou had relied on the strength of Zhang Xiaobao's family to prop up the 6 provinces. He had given the people in the 6 provinces a way to survive. Once the food was replenished, the other 5 provinces could take a breather. For a time, Zhang Zhong's reputation was second to none in the 6 prefectures. Almost every family had set up a longevity shrine for him. The people of the 5 prefectures had recovered slightly and were able to eat their fill. The mountain products, fish that were salvaged, and the tributes that were offered increased. Only then did the merchants outside and the local merchants begin to purchase them. They offered the same price as Zhang Zhong. They had considered the cost of transportation and thought the people would sell the goods to them. However, the people had already approved of Lu Zhou's deal. When they had the goods, they formed a caravan and came to trade with the Zhang family. Zhang Xiaobao checked the accounts. Then he looked at Wang Wan and said, "This is great. The 6 provinces are affected by the disaster. All the taxes and taxes this year are waived. The provincial capitals can't collect the goods at all. The people are working harder than before, and the goods are flowing to our province. All the good goods here will be stopped from now on. Now the price of goods in the capital and other places should be doubled. The east of Lingnan Circuit is Guangzhou. The east of Jiangnan Circuit is Jiangnan Circuit, which is Zhujiang and Fujian Circuit. When our fleet came and went, we also bought a lot of coastal specialties. Fortunately, we sold some of the goods. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a single copper coin. Let's see how many times the goods will increase this winter. You said that my family is stupid. Let's see who's the fool when the time comes. As long as the family has money, we'll stock up on the goods. If we don't earn 5 times the money, it'll be intolerable. Wang Wan knew Zhang Xiaobao had been waiting for this day ever since the flood. After losing so much money, it was not Zhang Xiaobao's character to not think of a way to earn it back. When she thought about the things in the warehouse that were about to become very valuable, she was very happy. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Should we ship them to more remote places like the Turks and Tufan?" "No, those places aren't suitable for us. We'll sell them to some people and let them sell the goods there. The price will be higher and we can't sell too much. We'll just sell them a portion of the goods. We'll spread the news that there's a lot of goods here. We'll ask the people from those 2 places to bring their local specialties to trade. When they come, we'll do our best to push down the price of their goods. We'll raise the price to a level that is slightly lower than the price that those people sold to the Turks and Tufan. This way, the people from those 2 places will be able to earn money, but they won't be able to earn much. In order to get more benefits, they will continue to raise the price when they return. We can use a higher price to sell to those people who sold the goods from the Turks and Tufan. We'll bring the goods from the Turks and Tufan to the coastal area to sell. This way, we won't have to bear the risks when we go to those places. Others won't scold us for the high price of the goods. After all, the price will follow the market." Zhang Xiaobao explained the plan as if he was talking about a tongue twister. Wang Wan was not stupid. She understood. It was to use a small amount of precious goods to increase their own value. It would give people the impression that the goods they sold would follow the market price, but in reality it was them who pushed the price up. When others were risking their lives to sell back and forth, the ones who earned the most were the suppliers and not the middlemen. They used the selling price in other places to increase the price of the local goods, especially when there were many tribes competing with each other. This reminded Wang Wan of the time when they bought iron mines in China. Zhang Xiaobao knew that such a thing would happen. Therefore, he gathered all the goods in Zhuangzi and negotiated with the merchants outside at the same price. The reason was that it was a transaction. If they weren't willing to do it, then forget it. They could just look for merchants themselves. Wang Wan felt that this method was indeed good. Just as she was about to say something else, she suddenly reacted. She turned Zhang Xiaobao's face around and looked into his eyes. She asked, "Xiaobao, is this your entire plan?" Zhang Xiaobao blinked his eyes. "Of course not. It's not like you don't understand me. How can it be so simple? Our goods and the 2 places are not a transaction of money, but a transaction of goods. When the goods are shipped here, we can try to make it popular. You don't have to ask anymore. I will continue. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that after the value of the goods by the sea increases, the goods here will also increase. I plan to tell this news to the people in the surrounding prefectures. At the same time, I will increase the purchasing price and force the merchants in the surrounding areas to increase their prices. This way, the local people can earn more money. Those merchants who didn't help us in the past hate us, so let them hate us. What do you think will happen in the end? The result will be that our purchasing price will offend many merchants, and the people will earn money." Wang Wan added. At the same time, she also felt that this was the case. This was the Zhang Xiaobao she knew. As long as he had a plan, it would never be as simple as it seemed. It's not that simple. Think about it in the future. We are not afraid of offending people, but some merchants. We are also merchants. Why should we be afraid of them? When the people have money in their hands, they will naturally want to buy things. The goods shipped from Tubo and Tujue can be sold at a higher price. Zhang Xiaobao did not hide anything this time and told them about his plan. "You can do that? Then, Xiaobao, tell me more. What's next? There must be more. Just like when you pushed Sanshui County to become a Shang County and joined the 7 counties to become a prefecture. Tell me quickly. How else are you going to calculate? I like to see you here, plotting against others. Wang Wan's biggest hobby was to find out Zhang Xiaobao's plan. Compared to Zhang Xiaobao's plan, other people's plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone was too simple. Zhang Xiaobao always made a move when others were confused. As long as he made a move, it would be the end. Zhang Xiaobao did not do this on purpose. It was mainly because when he was thinking about things, he would unnaturally combine things that could easily cause problems and things that were related to each other. It was just a habit. After hearing Wang Wan's question, he could only say, "There is one more thing. Being enemies is not our goal. Instead of making enemies, it is better to make friends. When the time comes, I will reduce the amount of goods we buy and give a portion of the profits to other merchants. We will cooperate with them to do business in Tubo and Tujue. We have common interests outside, so we can reduce our conflicts here. As long as the profits from these 2 places are sufficient, they will definitely compromise and give in to us. My father's development will be much smoother, and we can even get them to invest. They have money, for example. The Ning clan of Ginkgo is only stronger than us, not weaker than us. It's just that their foresight for investment is lacking." Zhang Xiaobao wrote a few names on the paper. Wang Wan understood. These were all merchants in the form of clans. Any one of them could compete with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family in terms of wealth and power. The difference was that they had developed for a long time, while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had just risen. These clans were seeking stability. They were not as good as Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao used cash flow. If Zhang Xiaobao was given 100 strings of cash, he would dare to use the money as leverage. If he grasped the slightest opportunity, it would be a fulcrum. He could leverage a few hundred strings of cash. At this time, he was already restrained enough. He still knew how to develop his business. If it was in the past, he would have cheated all the way. No, he would have invested all the way. Wang didn't want to admit it, but she had no choice but to admit that when Zhang Xiaobao came up with a plan, the way he moved the world with a wave of his hand and the light smile on his face was very charming. Perhaps the best thing that Li Longji did was to send Zhang Zhong here, so that when disaster struck, 6 provinces were saved. Perhaps the worst thing that Li Longji did was to send Zhang Zhong here. The main reason was that Zhang Xiaobao came along. The sky was high and the emperor was far away. The sea was vast. Who would look after Zhang Xiaobao? Wherever he pointed, the sea and sky would change. Thinking of this, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, you are a good person, right? You have extreme nationalistic thoughts, right? Cuckoo, do you think that I will betray the country? Don't worry, I won't. I am indeed a little nationalistic, but my people are not a single race. Just like our leaders' guards, they are a big family. Actually, I really have a backup plan. I will let these merchants be roped in and become spies for the Turks and Tibetans." Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Chapter 440. Wang Wan didn't understand what Zhang Xiaobao meant. She stared blankly at Zhang Xiaobao, waiting for Zhang Xiaobao's explanation. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and said, "Cuckoo, you know that I've never been worried about money. What I'm really worried about is the hearts of the people. Look at the villagers. They also have selfish motives, but they have signed an irrevocable contract. The master is good to them, so they have to be grateful and respectful. What really makes them not dare to rebel is not these 2 points, but my father's official position. Especially now, my father is a 4th-rank official. Most of the villagers of the Zhang family and Wang family are actually very good, but you can't make everyone like that. Only a small portion of them will be obedient under this kind of fear and gratitude. Is what you said true? There are really people who have other thoughts when they're living a good life?" Wang Wan asked. "It's not like you don't know what I used to do. It's such a big business. Do you think that everyone will obediently listen to me? I don't want to talk about it. I just want to keep that familial affection and warmth. But I can't not be on guard. Today, I'm telling you, but I don't want you to participate. I alone am enough. It's easy to deal with those with unstable thoughts, not to mention that they don't have much ability. Back then, I had many capable people under me. Who would dare to betray me? Benefits and fear are enough. These kinds of small matters can be left to me. I don't need to worry about others. What I want to say is that the villagers are so simple, but there will be people who have other thoughts. Do you think that these businessmen will be so patriotic? When others say that it won't affect the interests of the country, they will comfort themselves. As long as they take a small step, they won't be able to turn back. I want them to be bought. This kind of person is easier to control after being bought. It's better than those foppish people. You forget how much effort the two of us put in to get him to tell the truth. And that was when he was injured, drunk, and at his weakest. Zhang Xiaobao finally said something that many people didn't know. Wang Wan exhaled. You've been controlling it all by yourself all these years? She still had to think about how to make money, how to provide for her family's basic necessities, and how to deal with various schemes. Xiaobao, I don't want to be friends with you anymore. You are too selfish. You don't need a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. It would be a waste for a peerless talent like you to participate in such a small matter. Leave it to me, and I'll clean it up as I play. How about this? I'll leave the matter of scheming to you in the future. You know how to do it too. There are only a few methods, and they're always the same. If you feel that it's boring, just reject it directly. Zhang Xiaobao didn't feel tired at all. In the past, he was in charge of such a large fraud group, and he also had to manage some secret investments in the country. He was also able to avoid capture. Now, this small matter was nothing. Wang Wan thought about it, and finally agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words. Tell me about your difficulties in the future, and I'll share them with you. This family doesn't belong to you alone. Okay, but this isn't a problem. I'll leave the matter of spying to you. The second bureau should have the ability to do so, Zhang Xiaobao promised. You're saying that we should send people to infiltrate? Then the people that we can trust the most are the people in the inner court, Wang Wan said after thinking about it. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head helplessly. Is your second bureau that poor? Must you put your own people in such a dangerous place? Just spend money. Bribe the subordinates of these businessmen. Some of them might take the money to send false information. But with enough people, there will always be real information in front of us. Then I'll go arrange it. First, let those businessmen come over, then give them some benefits. I'll make your father appear very strong. Only then will he not be suspected. Wang Wan understood and said happily, under such beautiful moonlight, many people had no intention of sleeping. Some people were working hard, and some people were telling their children about the past and the present. There were also people who gathered together to think of bad ideas. In a renovated house, Chow Hurue was in front of a bowl of tea brewed from an unknown leaf. There was salt, sugar, vinegar, chopped green onions, ginger, and even a few pieces of garlic that were cut into slices and boiled together. When the tea was almost done, Chow Hurue poured a bowl for the other 3 people sitting next to him. He picked up a bit of coriander and put it in the bowl. He took a sip and said to the other 3 people, according to the situation, if we want to pay off the debt, it will take at least 10 years. Zhang Zhong's lousy seeds grow so slowly, but someone actually listened to him and planted a lot of white rice. Could it be that they want to sell flowers? Fortunately, we were careful and didn't plant those flowers. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to pay it back in 20 years. I've already thought about it. After planting the rice this time, I'll plant the rice next year. At that time, I'll say that I planted the wrong one. Zhang Zhong can't make me pluck it, right? The other 3 people nodded. They were also almost unable to bear the pressure of being forced to pay off the debt. Everyone in their family had gone out to do business, and they still had to copy books or write some simple annotations of the Analects of Confucius. Their family members were not idle and were all working. They had never thought about this kind of thing before, but now it had fallen on them, especially Lu Shaoqing. He had found the method of making cakes in the book with great difficulty. He thought that with this he could get more money and pay off the debt first. Who knew that after a day of selling, he only earned about 100 coins. Everyone could bargain. The people sent out were used to bullying people. How could they bargain? As long as they felt that they were not losing money, they would agree to sell. This kind of income was beyond Lu Shaoqing's imagination. He thought that with the things that had just come out, he could earn a few coins in a day and even more in the future. After all, this thing was not supposed to appear here. He had looked up a lot of books before he found it. Thinking of this, Lu Shaoqing said sullenly, "We still have to find Governor Ning and tell him the situation here." Beside him, Fan Jianqi, who was also drinking tea, said, "You can find him, but we don't need to talk about the things here. I think the surrounding places all know about the things here, especially Zhang Zhong's original place. They must know more than us. It is useless for us to talk about it. It is better to go directly and surrender. There is one more thing I want to say. Brother Lu's family has a new thing, cakes. I later looked it up and knew that it was made on the other side of the sea. Since there is such a thing, why don't you discuss it with the three of us? How much can you sell by just setting up a stall? Look at what Zhang Zhong's family does. They always set up many stalls at the same time. Brother Lu, don't hide it. Tell the three of us the detailed method. Tomorrow, each family will set up 10 stalls. In this way, as long as the price is fixed, you don't have to worry about the less money." After Fan Jianqi said this, the other two also looked at Lu Shaoqing and waited for his reply. Lu Shaoqing actually didn't want to hand over the recipe. He thought that it was very difficult to find this recipe. If he gave it to others, it would be a loss. However, looking at the three people's attitude, if he didn't hand it over, he would be isolated in the future. He had to nod and say, "This is actually very simple. Just use steamed or boiled glutinous rice and use a wooden hammer to beat it back and forth repeatedly. Finally, just sprinkle some bean flour. Since the three of you all want to do it tomorrow morning, each of our 4 families will take up 4 places." The other 3 were satisfied. They all smiled and drank the tea. However, as they drank, Jiang Huancher was not satisfied again. She said to the 3 of them, "Do you know where Zhang Zhong got the money these days? I have sent someone to inquire. It is from selling tea. His tea is different from ours. The people I sent out have tasted it. They said that the taste is lighter than ours, but also stronger than ours. The lighter taste is due to some salt and ginger, while the stronger taste is due to the tea leaves. Our tea is gone after one taste. His tea is not directly drunk, but continuously soaked with water. The best tea can be soaked 7 or 8 times and still have the taste. The worst tea can only be soaked 3 or 4 times. Do you know how much it costs to buy the worst tea? It is not calculated by caddy or tael. It is calculated by money. 1 tael costs 2 strings of coins. He only sells half a caddy every day. People are crazy about it. It can be said that there is a price but no market." The 3 of them really didn't know about this. When they heard Jiang Huancher's words, they all became excited. They usually drank a lot of tea. If it was expensive, of course, they also drank a lot of tea. However, they definitely couldn't sell it at such a price. What kind of tea could be so expensive? Even if they didn't want to believe it, they still looked at Jiang Huancher curiously. Jiang Huancher liked this feeling very much. She smiled, took another sip of tea, spat it out deliberately, and said to the 3 of them, "This is what I want to say. I heard that their tea is also picked in Kaifeng, Chuzhou, Zhejiang, and Hangzhou, but the way to make it is different. Our tea is made into a tea ball. The quality of the tea depends on the timing of making the tea ball and picking the tea. On the other hand, they directly sent someone to buy the tender tea and made it after they came back. I don't know how they made it, but it is better than the one we drink. The taste is also different. It is light but with a strong taste. What do you think will happen if we tell this to Tang, governor of Ning? Tang, governor of Ning, must be very angry about this flood. Usually it would be fine. Everyone is the same. However, Zhang Zhong did something he shouldn't have done. He saved the people of Luzhou. As long as we tell him about this, we can help to plan." Jiang Huancher laughed heartily at the end of her words. The other 3 people were stunned for a moment, but they also laughed. Chapter 441. As the sea breeze blew, the canals were dug to create flowing water. The 100,000 mountains gave birth to many things, and the rain gathered. Luzhou was in danger. Zhang Zhong planned to stay in Luzhou for another 2 years. He was worried that there would be another heavy rain next year or in a few days, so he ordered people to dig the canals in advance. There were some small rivers in the province, but they were too small. Behind them was the 100,000 mountains. Usually, they provided the people with many trees, fruits, meat, and furs. The flood this time also provided the province with a lot of water. If there was a big river there, it would not have been washed away so thoroughly. Zhang Zhong planned to build 2 big rivers to connect to the mountains. There he could get the spring water and rainwater from the mountains. When there was another heavy rain, the water would not be saturated before it rushed out. Instead, it would flow directly into the sea through the 2 rivers. Then he would build a few tributaries that connected the 2 rivers to the mountains. When the time came, all he had to do was to protect the banks of the 2 rivers. Even if he was no longer an official here in the future, as long as the new official was not a fool, he would understand the function of the 2 rivers. In addition to reducing losses during floods, the 2 rivers also served another purpose, which was to allow the mountain dwellers, or those who hadn't come out of the mountains, to transport things out of the mountains faster. When Zhang Zhong's order was passed down, the people did not object or question it. They immediately threw themselves into the project. The children helped with the fire, water, and food. In order to save time, the people did not need so many dishes. The more convenient, the better. Zhang Zhong initially wanted to provide meat, vegetables, and rice for every meal. However, for the first time, the people were disobedient. They refused to do anything and did not have time to stop and eat. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao came up with an idea. They would spread pancakes, stir-fry shredded meat, stir-fry shredded vegetables, smear sauce on them, put some pickles and a green onion in them. If there were people who wanted to eat seafood, he would put some crabs and sea hares. The people liked to eat such things. In this way, they would not waste too much time. When they were thirsty, they could drink water. When they were hungry, they could grab one and eat it. If it was not because it was difficult to steam the dough, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to give these people steamed buns. Later on, he realized that it didn't work. The rolls could be eaten when they were cold, but the oil inside the buns would coagulate when they were cold. There was no fixed time for food like the burrito. The children ran back and forth between the various places where the burrito was made and the sections where they were working. When the workers were hungry, they would eat 1 burrito at a time. The good thing was that they didn't have to worry about not being able to work when they were full. With this method, everyone found that they could eat more. At the same time, they also had more energy to work. It wouldn't take too much time. A well-rolled pancake could be eaten in a few mouthfuls. The commoners were very happy that such a good official was considerate of them in this regard. When some people were happy, there would definitely be others who were unhappy. Lu Shaoqing and the other 3 were in a good mood in the morning, especially the other 3 who had obtained the recipe for making cakes. Each of them formed a small team and went outside to make cakes. In the end, only an hour later, bad news came. As soon as they arrived at the place where they sold cakes, they heard the sound of people hawking cakes. When they went over to take a look, they were all dumbfounded. There were already people selling cakes here. 1 copper coin for 3 cakes, and they were measured by weight. Not only were there glutinous rice cakes that they wanted to make, but there were also millet cakes. At the same time, there were also cakes with fillings, bean paste, white sugar, and jujubes. It could be said that there was a dazzling lineup and a variety of things, especially the sellers. Their clothes were very clean and tidy. Many people took out money to buy some cakes to try. The money was all from the various transactions with the Zhang family over the past 2 months, and a part of it was the wages. The people who were sent by Lu Shaoqing and the others to sell cakes did a little calculation and found that if they sold at this price, they would need to sell 30 copper coins in order to make 1 copper coin. They couldn't make much money in a day. These people had no choice but to come back and tell Lu Shaoqing and the others about the matter. I can't stand it anymore. Zhang Zhong's family is too much of a bully. I found the method of making cakes in a book with great difficulty, but they secretly learned it and even sent people to sell it. They clearly don't want us to pay back the money. Lu Shaoqing didn't need to ask to know that it was the Zhang family's doing. Only, the Zhang family had the ability to find a recipe and spend a lot of effort. Besides the Zhang family, who else had the ability to make more cakes? Chao Hurui sighed and said, "The reaction is too fast. They can make more cakes in one day." This shows that they already knew about it, but they didn't take it out. Everyone, think about it again. What else can we do to make money? I don't believe that they can learn to make everything. How could there be a good prescription? They don't want to give us a way out. Let's go, we'll leave in a while. We'll go to Qinzhou and tell Zhang Zhong there that he has a good recipe for making tea. Then we'll watch the two of them fight. Jiang Huanshe whispered to the three people. If they wanted to leave, they had to sneak away. There were people patrolling outside, so they were afraid that they would run away. However, there was a tunnel here that was dug a few years ago that led to the outside. After it was washed away by the flood, even if there was something blocking it, they could still dig it out. The four of them didn't have anyone to build a house for them, so they found a place to build it themselves. It turned out that this tunnel was Zhang Yi's outer residence, which was at the edge of Zhou Mansion. When the four of them came back, they didn't want to build a house for them, so they moved here. With Jiang Huanshe's suggestion, the other three also made up their minds. At worst, their families would help them out. They thought that Zhang Zhong wouldn't do anything to their families. They could only leave as the four of them. If all of them left together, it would be easy to be discovered. Just as the four of them made their decision, the guard of the large courtyard hurriedly ran in and said to Lu Shaoqing, "Master, the Zhang family has sent a steward. He says that he wants to see Master and discuss a business deal with Master." Discuss a business deal? What business deal? I don't have anything here. What does he want to discuss with me? When Lu Shaoqing heard the servant's words, his first thought was that Zhang Zhong had come to cause trouble again. After hesitating for a moment, he saw that the other three people also didn't understand. He said to the servant waiting there, "Let him in." Following the sound of footsteps, the four people looked over and saw that there were only 2 circles on the person's chest. Their expressions immediately turned ugly. The Zhang family actually sent a 2-star steward over. They knew this 2-star steward. 5 stars were the highest, according to their status. Even if they didn't send a 5-star, they should at least send a 4-star steward. This steward was only a 2-star steward. He was clearly looking down on them. "Master Lu, I am here to discuss a business deal with Master Lu. I wonder if there is anyone in Master Lu's family who is free?" The steward didn't show any flattering expression to Lu Shaoqing, nor did he look arrogant. It was just like 2 ordinary people who met on the street and talked to each other. Lu Shaoqing snorted coldly. "Do you think that a 2-star steward like you can make the decision? Bring your master here, then we can talk about it." The steward smiled. "Master Lu, you have misunderstood. This is my own business deal. It has nothing to do with my master." "You do business with me? Ha 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 ha. Good, that's great. Did you hear that? A servant from the Zhang family came to do business with me. Tell me, what gives you the right?" "Ah, what gives you the right? Let's hear it. How can a servant do business with a judge?" When Lu Shaoqing heard the steward's words, he couldn't hold it in any more. He laughed out loud and pointed at the steward for the other 3 to see. The other 3 also laughed. Chao Hurui looked at the steward and said, "You better go back and do your work. Otherwise, if your master finds out about this, he will break your leg. This business deal isn't something you can do. You can't lie to us either. Listen to me and go back." After he finished speaking, the 4 of them also laughed. Only then did the person speak. "I have 200 strings of coins myself. I can also borrow 200 strings of coins from my family. That's a total of 400 strings of coins. "How much money do the four of you have?" "400 strings of coins. As long as I do this business, I will earn more in the future. At that time, Master Lu will also earn more. Since Master Lu feels that I can't do business with you, then I will leave now." The steward turned around and left after saying that. The four of them were stunned. Lu Shaoqing quickly shouted, "Wait, where did you get the money from? What kind of business do you want to do? Tell us." "The servants from the Zhang family are different from the servants in your family. Other than the monthly salary, they also get extra money. They don't need to spend their own money on food. The business I want to do with Master Lu is very simple. Master Lu will make prawn sauce for you. You will catch the prawns and get the salt yourself. If you have enough servants, you can catch a lot of prawns a day and put them in the jars. I will come back to collect them 1 month later and pay all the money. This time, I want to buy 200 jars of 20 jars. Each jar is 500 strings of coins. I will pay you 20 strings of coins first. If I do well this time, I will increase the number of jars next month. I will make money, and you will also make money. Master Lu, think about it. Do you want to do this business or not? If you want to do this business, you must produce 200 jars a month. Some of the prawn sauce can't be done when you deliver the goods." The steward stopped and told Lu Shaoqing about the matter. He looked at Lu Shaoqing and waited for his reply. Lu Shaoqing thought about it and looked at the other 3 people. He asked, "Can you tell me why you want to buy so much prawn sauce?" "What I do has nothing to do with Master. If Master agrees, I can do it. I don't have much capital. The 20 strings of coins is enough to buy the jars. Even if I don't come back to collect them 1 month later, Master will not compensate." The steward straightforwardly refused to ask what he wanted to do with the prawn sauce. Lu Shaoqing thought about it and gritted his teeth. He said, "Do it. What about the money? Let's write the agreement." He had thought it through. Even if the steward didn't come back to collect them in the end, he could sell the 200 jars of prawn sauce slowly. He wouldn't lose money. Seeing that Lu Shaoqing agreed, the steward turned around and walked out of the door. He and another person carried a box in. When the box was opened, there were exactly 20 strings of coins inside. It was more than 120 jars. One person couldn't carry it. Lu Shaoqing was also straightforward. He wrote the agreement and signed it on both sides. The deal was done. Chapter 442. Do you think that the servants of the Zhang family are doing this? Does Zhang Zhong know or not? After the people of the Zhang family left, Lu Shaoqing looked at the box of copper coins and asked the other 3 people. Although this deal was signed by him, when he really wanted to do it, he naturally had to bring the other 3 families along. In order to pay off the debt, the 4 people had now put down their dignity. As long as it was something that made money, they would do it. After a month, they would make at least half of the money with 300 strings of coins. If they counted the free work of the servants in the family, they could make even more. No matter how they looked at it, this deal was not a loss. It was hard to figure out for a while. They were a little happy, but at the same time they were uncertain. Chao Hurue walked around the box containing the money twice and said, "He probably doesn't know. Otherwise, why would he ask people to look for us? Even if they have fewer people, it's not too difficult to get some people. I always feel that something is going on here. The deposit has been given and the receipt has been written. Even if they don't accept it, it's the same if we sell it ourselves. We have to quickly get people to buy the jars and catch the prawns. Otherwise, if we can't send them out, we will have to compensate them." Lu Shaoqing really couldn't think of anything that could go wrong. Seeing that there was money to be made, he turned around and asked people to do the work. He didn't even sell the cakes and kept them for his family to eat. The other 3 people also made the same arrangements. The servants in the family dispersed to do their work. After an hour, the people who went to buy the jars came back first. There were no carts behind them with many jars. They only had 2 jars in their hands, which added up to more than 30 jars. "Master, we couldn't buy the jars. When we went to the place where the jars were sold, they were all sold out. We bought the jars from some people's homes. These jars, which usually cost about 10 copper coins, actually cost 50 copper coins. Some even cost 100 copper coins. We thought it was expensive, so we didn't buy them. After the servant came back, he carefully put the jars on the ground and reported to Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing was stunned for a moment. He looked at the jars on the ground and asked, "Then you didn't ask where the jars went? When will they have the next batch? Didn't you take a look at the place where we burn jars?" "Yes, they went to the kiln where the jars were burned. Right now, they don't allow the outside to burn jars separately. They are currently burning the Dahuagwan, no, Zhangzhong's request, so there are no jars. The place that sells the jars also brought in the jars from there. Now that there are no more jars, it will probably be half a month before there are more." As for where the jars were sold, I also asked. They said that the young master and young lady of the Zhang family wanted to grow flowers, so they bought the jars to store soil. "Why don't we go to the Zhang family and ask?" The servant replied carefully. He knew that the master's temper was not very good these days. "Bullshit. What kind of flowers are you raising? Why would you use a jar instead of a flower pot? They're doing this on purpose. They bought the jars on purpose. Half a month. Then there's still half a month before the shrimp paste can't be made. Quick, go and buy them. Buy them for 100 copper coins each. Otherwise, how are we going to compensate them?" Lu Shaoqing finally understood. No wonder the servants of the Zhang family came here to talk about a deal, and even gave a deposit. It turned out that they were waiting for them here. Sure enough, they don't have good intentions. A jar costs 100 copper coins, and 20 strings of coins can buy 200 jars. But we have to pay for the salt first. It's not easy for the family to save some money, and we have to take it out again. Hurry up and make the jars. Otherwise, it's too late. There's still no shrimp. Chow Harue finally knew why he felt that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late to react. The people in the family bought the jars and caught the shrimps. All their energy was used on this. The jars were bought at a high price. In the evening, the people who caught the shrimps came back empty-handed. There was no boat out to sea and no net. Even if they wanted to catch the shrimps at the seaside, they would not be able to catch them even if they were exhausted. It was possible to fish for shrimps, but the problem was, how many shrimps could they catch in one night? Who would be willing to make shrimp paste with the shrimps that could be caught? The real place to catch shrimps was Qinzhou Bay, but fishing was not allowed there. It was said that the shrimps were reserved for the dolphins to eat. The 4 people were dumbfounded. The stupidest was Lu Shaoqing. He was the one who wrote the receipt. If he could not hand in the things when the time came, he would have to pay. He did not have the money to begin with, and if he had to pay again, it would be even worse. Thinking of this, Lu Shaoqing looked at the other 3 and said, "Think of a way. It's best to get a few boats and some nets. Otherwise, we will have to take out all the money this time. The money owed to Zhangzhong and this receipt are 2 different things. Zhangzhong's money can be paid back slowly. If this is not done well, we will have to become the servants of others. This matter needs to be considered at length. After all, Brother Lu wrote the receipt in a hurry. Otherwise, it would not be like this. We still have to catch the shrimps, but in terms of money, I can only take out 10 strings of coins to buy some salt. It should be enough for dozens of jars." Chow Harue found that the matter was not easy to handle. His eyes flickered. He proposed to take out 10 strings of coins. This money was a lot for ordinary people, but for catching shrimps and making shrimp paste, it was still far from enough. Perhaps he knew that he was being a little disloyal, so Chow Harue added, "I will leave the servants in my house to Brother Lu. I will think about it later. If I come up with a solution, I will tell Brother Lu." After he said that, the other 2 people also took out 10 strings of coins each and handed the servants in their house to Lu Shaoqing. Since they said that they would make arrangements, it was naturally Lu Shaoqing who was responsible for the meals. Lu Shaoqing looked at the faces of the 3 people. The expressions of the three people were very natural, and he could not see anything. Lu Shaoqing understood that they were all the same. If he were in the position of the three people, he would also do the same. But he was really bitterly disappointed. It was not good to say anything else. Lu Shaoqing nodded and said, "Thank you very much. When I make money, I will definitely not forget the three of you. At that time, everyone will be more relaxed." Well said, well said. Brother Lu, don't worry. If you don't have a boat, you can make a raft out of wood and go to the sea to catch shrimps. There are usually a lot of shrimps at night. Fan Jianxi comforted him. The other two people also agreed. They said comforting words and did comforting things. Lu Shaoqing no longer had the energy to deal with the three people. He casually said a few words and returned to his room to think of a solution. In the manner, Wang Wan looked at the jars piled up there and asked Zhang Xiaobao with a smile, "Xiaobao, there's so many jars. What are we going to do?" Wang Wan was really happy. Zhang Xiaobao could still find time to scheme against Lu Shaoqing and the other three people when he was handling the overall plan of a province. This time he only managed to scheme against one person, but things were not so simple. To make shrimp paste, the vegetables here grow quickly. The grown vegetables are directly made into pickles. When the time comes, we will send them to places with less salt and sell them at a cheaper price. There are edible vegetables and salt. I believe there will be a lot of people who will buy them. Then we will start to pick the smaller vegetables to make pickles and use shrimp paste. This is how the jinzhou vegetables are made. To be honest, I think it is ordinary, but many people like to eat it, just like the kimchi. I am not talking about the kimchi from Japan. It is the most authentic one, from Sichuan. Many people buy it. I don't care about eating such things. I just want to find more work for the locals. The baskets that the locals use to weave the jinzhou vegetables are not the plastic ones that will be used in the future. They are made of rattan. In such a place, there is so much shrimp paste. How can we not make good use of it? As long as a brand is formed, this place will be controlled by our Chamber of Commerce. We will be able to provide long-term work for the locals. Zhang Xiaobao had already started to arrange things in advance after his father left. To build a place, he had to provide something that could sustain the development of the place. He was not the kind of person who would leave after taking advantage and making money. He had wanted to take on some responsibilities in the past, but he did not have the time. Now that he had the opportunity, he had to take on the responsibilities of society. He could not live his life in vain. Wang Wan admired Zhang Xiaobao the most for this. A person who specialized in playing with money was willing to develop an industry. This was a great sublimation of thinking. Otherwise, with Zhang Xiaobao's ability, it would be easy for him to make money. However, without productivity, the more money he made, the more people would suffer. Wang Wan's evaluation of Zhang Xiaobao was that he was not a bad person. If she said that he was a good person, many good people would not be willing. If she said that he was a saint, she would be punished by the heavens. "Xiaobao, do you have the heart of a bodhisattva? At least that's how the people see your father. Unfortunately, they don't know that everything was done by you." "I'm not a bodhisattva. Some people can run to hell and guard it. I don't have that ability. Since I'm going to hell, then I'll repent myself." My Buddha said, "Amen." Zhang Xiaobao casually thought of a way to scheme against others. He was also very happy. There were really stupid people. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she was happy and said, "Xiaobao, you are the bodhisattva in the journey to the West. You are full of evil tricks. You made them go through so many hardships to obtain the scriptures. You even found a decent excuse to push them down the mountain and then use them. You are clearly playing with them like monkeys. I know your arrangement this time. Don't look at it as a small scheme. It's not simple at all. Dividing people and creating conflict between the four of them. This is called having ulcers on the top of your head and pus on the soles of your feet." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "Don't worry. Take it slow. I will make the conflicts between them grow bigger and bigger. Tomorrow, I will find someone to talk to Chow Hurue about the business. You are still like a child. You always play pranks. Forget it. They deserve to be unlucky. When your father came here, they did not directly surrender. Wang Wan did not doubt Zhang Xiaobao's ability at all. Today he deceived one. Tomorrow he would deceive another. The 4 people would be finished. Zhang Xiaobao had not deceived people for a long time. He took it as a relaxation. Sometimes he was addicted to deceiving people. Thinking of the 4 people's plan, he said, "There are 2 more. Let them go. If they can really cause some trouble for my father, that would be great." Chapter 443. Lu Shaoqing couldn't think of any other way, so he could only send out the servants of the 4 families. When he sent them out, he had his servants and the servants of the other 3 families split into 3 groups. His servants' main job was to supervise the servants of the other 3 families. Lu Shaoqing was afraid. He was afraid that the servants of the 3 families would eat the food he provided and not work for him seriously. So he could only use this method. He had already thought it through. If any of the servants of the 3 families dared to delay and not work, then he would directly send them back the next morning. At that time, the servants who didn't work would lose a layer of skin, even if they didn't die. It was just right to use this as a deterrent to the other servants. These servants added up to a total of 130 to 140 people. Each family had to leave a few to do work, so naturally, not all of them were sent out. They were divided into 3 groups and went to find prawns at night. Lu Shaoqing didn't listen to other people's suggestions. What was the point of making a wooden raft? Releasing a wooden raft at night? Was it looking for prawns or looking for death? During the day, who would dare to release a wooden raft into the sea? Lu Shaoqing arranged for people to be busy, but the people elsewhere were also busy. Zhang didn't go home these 2 days and had been guarding the construction site. He didn't know that his family had already made a move on Lu Shaoqing and the other 3. One by one, torches were lit. The people digging the river had already been replaced by well-rested people. They worked hard there. It was easy to get sleepy working at night, but everyone wanted to take their turn at night. The main thing was that the people working here at night could drink some wine. Although it wasn't far, it was very humid. In addition to the damp soil when digging the river, normal people couldn't bear it. After sweating, it was easy to catch a cold. Therefore, the people working at night could not only drink some wine, but the children who also took turns to deliver things didn't send water anymore. Instead, they sent soup. No matter how bad the soup was, it was better than boiling water. Especially the ginger in it. It could be used as a side dish with wine. The vegetable leaves and minced meat in the soup became the favorite things of those who worked at night. It was soothing and comfortable, and they worked even harder. Originally, they should have been more efficient during the day than at night, but now they were back to work. What made some people feel regretful was that they couldn't work at night just because they wanted to. The high-intensity work of 3 shifts would not be at night the next day, but in the afternoon. "Master, are you hungry? Why don't you eat something?" While Zhang Zhong was still walking around, a person from the inner court beside him spoke up. Zhang Zhong's stomach was already growling. He stopped and said, "Then eat some, not too much, or else I will be sleepy." "Master, what do you want to eat?" "There are fried fish wrapped in flour and stir-fried vegetables here." The servant asked again, "What do they eat?" Zhang pointed the working people. "Others are eating pancakes." "Master, that dish is specially made for you." "Oh, then I'll eat the pancakes too. Put more chopped green onions and less meat if it's too fatty." Zhang didn't want to eat on his own side. If that was the case, the prestige that he had built up with great difficulty would be weakened. But he didn't know that although his choice was simple, the other side had already prepared something not simple. At least, it was better than what the common people ate. The bread was cut open, and the cooked meat was chopped into half fat and half lean. Then they put more chopped green onion and coriander and stuffed them into the bread. After making 5 in a row, they stopped and brought it to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong didn't think too much. He took it and ate it, but after one bite he was stunned. He turned his head to look at the person who brought the bread and asked, "Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are also here?" "Master, how did you know?" The person asked in surprise. He was a member of the Zhang family. If it were another servant who dared to say that, he would have been beaten to death. "How do I know?" "The meat in the rujiamo I just ate was processed in 9 ways. There was one to remove the smell, one to make it more delicious, one to add flavor, and one to stop vomiting. There were 16 kinds of spices in it, so it tasted very light, except for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, who has the ability to make it, especially the coriander and chopped green onion. The coriander was all used in the small area in the front. The chopped green onion was white, and the few drops of oil were made with sesame oil to make the pepper. You can't find another place in the Tang Empire that can make it. Why aren't you two sleeping yet?" As soon as Zhang Zhong tasted it, he found that the taste was not right. It was too familiar. It was exactly the kind of food that he liked very much. The choice of ingredients was very particular, and it was even more difficult to make it. He had never tasted this taste anywhere else. His son and daughter-in-law were carefree and never told others how to cook it. They couldn't eat it in the restaurant between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County, so they could only eat it at home. A little bit of heat and seasoning would change the taste, not to mention that other people didn't have the chance to taste it. Even if they did, they couldn't learn it. This simple rujiamo required 2 people to make at the same time, each with their own division of labor. The servant didn't dare to lie anymore. He said with a smile, "Master, you're really amazing. You can tell that this was made by the young master and the young lady at one bite. They deliberately made the bread more alkaline. Master likes to eat this kind of food the most. That's why the young lady and the young master can be so meticulous. Master, here's a salted goose egg." The young master said that if you taste it, he should give it to you. The young master also said that you can tell who made this rujiamo after one bite and ask, "Master, here you are. I've already opened it." As the servant spoke, he handed a salted goose egg that had been deliberately marinated and smelled bad to Zhang Zhong. It didn't smell good, but Zhang Zhong liked to eat it. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could make an egg that was not salty and oily, not to mention a stinky salted egg. Zhang Zhong didn't want to give himself special treatment. The menu was fixed every day, and he couldn't eat like that when he came here. But when he saw what his son and daughter-in-law had prepared for him, he couldn't refuse. There happened to be a person who had just been pulled up from the river. He was eating a roll and drinking a mouthful of wine. Zhang Zhong went over and said to him, "My son and daughter-in-law prepared something for me. The 2 kids are good at it. Have a taste." The servant was very reluctant to hand over a rujiamo, but when he saw that person take it with trembling hands, he could only pretend that nothing had happened. He knew that the young master and the young lady didn't cook casually and only cooked for some important people or family members. However, as long as it was something made by the 2 little brats, the taste would definitely be different from what they usually ate. Everyone in the inner courtyard like them had eaten it before, but the most they had eaten was 3 times and the least they had eaten was 1 time. Who wouldn't feel distressed when they saw such a good thing being given to an ordinary person by the master? Everyone in the inner courtyard knew that when it came to cooking, the food made by the young master and the young lady was the most delicious. No matter how good the chef between the clouds and the water was, the food made was the same. The servant didn't stand on ceremony. He took the rujiamo with a smile and said to Zhang Zhong, "Great official, I'm willing to eat the food made by my children, no matter how bad it is. Let me try it." "Here, great official, this is the most expensive thing in the capital, right? Why does it taste better than what I ate when I went to celebrate County Magistrate Zhang's birthday?" The servant only took 1 bite to find the difference. He had eaten many rolls, and they tasted good. Compared to the meat in the rujiamo, it was much worse. The meat in the rujiamo was fat, but not greasy, thin, but not dry. It was so fragrant that he couldn't wait to eat it every day. Of course, the young master and the young lady are very capable. If the master can't eat it, it's mine. You snatched it, and you still have the nerve to praise it? What capital? You can't eat this kind of thing in the capital. It's very particular when it's made, and you can't buy it with money. Can the food made by the young master and the young lady be measured by money? The servant in the inner courtyard could only think about this in his heart, and didn't dare to say it out loud. If he really said it out loud, he would be demoted from a 3-star chore to a 1-star chore. Zhang Zhong didn't know that the servant in the inner courtyard had so many thoughts. He waited for the rest of the Rujiamo to be praised. He laughed happily and handed another Rujiamo to the servant in the inner courtyard, who was reluctant to part with it. Eat more if it's delicious. I made 5 in total. 2 for you. 3 for me, 1 more than you. I can't help it. If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo know that I eat less, they won't be happy. The eyes of the commoners who were working lit up, and they took the food without any hesitation. The one who had taken a bite began to eat vigorously, smacking his lips as he ate. The people in the inner courtyard could only pretend that they did not hear anything. When the servant finished 1 Rujiamo, he handed the other one to the servant in the inner courtyard and said, "Lord Zhang is really extraordinary. When I took the Rujiamo, I deliberately touched your hand with my dirty hand, but you didn't have any reaction at all. You seem to be very normal. Your servant in the inner courtyard also wanted to eat, but he let me have it without saying anything. You have the final say in the whole Luzhou. The master of the main family is amiable, and the servants in the inner courtyard strictly follow the rules. No wonder the master kept praising Lord Zhang before we came out. Lord Zhang really cares about the people, and his servants are great too. They won't make trouble for the master." When Zhang Zhong heard this, he understood many things. This servant shouldn't be a local. Then how did he come here? The servant in the inner courtyard didn't take the Rujiamo, but he was not that greedy. When he heard the servant's words, he leaned over to the master and whispered a few words. Zhang Zhong understood now. He nodded with a smile and said, "You are the servant sent here by old Master Zhang, the second steward of Zhang Jiling? Good, a steward can do this kind of work. Zhang Jiling's family is not bad at all. Maybe in the future, you can be a minister of His Majesty. Go back and tell your master that the road is expensive and you don't have enough money. Just let me know, and I will send the money immediately. In half a month, my family's fleet in the capital will come here, and there will be another 30,000 to 40,000 strings of coins. You can take out another 10,000 strings of coins and continue to send them. If you have a chance to make a better life for the people in your hometown, don't miss it. You don't have so many chances in life." Chapter 444. Zhang Zhong didn't have his own intelligence department. To be precise, he didn't have anyone who was qualified to be an intelligence officer. Usually, he would only send the news when something happened. Usually, his intelligence was provided by his son and daughter-in-law. His son had wanted to give him the intelligence department several times, but he refused. He knew that he wasn't good enough. His son and daughter-in-law's intelligence officers were indeed good, but they were only intelligence officers, not people who could summarize the information. When there was too much information, there were both useful and useless ones. The truly powerful ones were the summarization. Zhang Zhong himself knew that he would be confused when he saw too much information. It was better to leave it to his son and daughter-in-law. The information sent by the two of them was sorted out, and it was very comfortable to read. The second steward of Zhang Jiling's family didn't expect that Zhang Zhong already knew something as soon as he said something. He didn't look at Zhang Zhong, but looked at the person from the inner courtyard next to Zhang Zhong. At this time, 2 children, a boy and a girl, came jumping from a distance. They held hands and jumped over. As soon as the 2 of them arrived, the girl pointed at the second steward of Zhang Jiling's family and said with a surprised look, "Wow! Xiao Bao, look, this person looks so much like the second steward of Zhang Jiling's family that Grandpa Zhang mentioned. It's a pity that he is a person who usually works." Zhang Xiaobao also looked over, nodded, and said, Yes, if Grandpa Zhang knew, he would be very surprised that there is someone who looks so similar. I heard that Zhang Jiling is also a high-ranking official. If we didn't know, we would have thought that such a good official deliberately sent someone to investigate the situation. We almost thought wrong. This person really looks like the second steward that Grandpa Zhang mentioned. Those who know will understand, but those who don't know will think that Zhang Jiling, that high-ranking official, didn't discipline his family well and sent someone who didn't get in touch with my father. Instead, he deliberately came here to investigate, secretly. If that's the case, Zhang Jiling is not a good person. He didn't discipline his family well. If his family steward could be like this, then he himself can be imagined. Don't the children in Zhuangzi often say that if the son doesn't teach, the father is to blame? If the teacher is not strict, the teacher is lazy. Based on this, one could guess. Did Zhang Jiling's family not teach their children well, or were they not strict enough? Was it Master's fault, or did Master not teach his servants well? It's too scary. I'll ask Grandpa Zhang later to see if the second steward he mentioned is here. Where is he? Don't you think so, Cuckoo? A few simple words from the two of them immediately stunned the second steward. The two little kids, every word they said could be said to be sharp, and immediately took the initiative. If he didn't admit it, then he would be like a coward. In the future, when others spread the news, not only would he be finished, but the Master's face would also be lost. If he admitted it, then he would be even more finished. The two little kids said that Zhang Jiling would not do this, because Zhang Jiling was also an upright person. If it was an adult, it would not be a big deal. The Master would just laugh and let it go. But if two little kids suddenly appeared one day and questioned him, wouldn't the Master die of shame? Just when the second steward was asking questions, Zhang Zhong played the good guy and helped him out. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, aren't you sleepy? Go to sleep." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the second steward, who was relieved of Zhang Jiling, and said to his father, "Father, Cuckoo and I are not sleepy. Father, you are really too kind. They sent people to secretly collect information, but you still protect them. In a while, Cuckoo and I will ask Grandpa Zhang. Let's see what Grandpa Zhang says. If Grandpa Zhang says that he knows about this, then we don't need to send money to them anymore. This is not helping each other. No matter how much meat we have, we can't feed an untrained wolf." As soon as Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, the second steward immediately knelt down in front of Zhang Zhong. He kowtowed and explained, "Lord Zhang, I know I was wrong. Please punish me. I made the decision to come here. That's not what the Master ordered." Zhang Jiling's second steward did not think highly of Zhang Zhong just now. After all, the Master was also an aristocratic family, and Zhang Zhong was just a newcomer. So when he spoke just now, he used a condescending attitude to evaluate Zhang Zhong. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he did not dare to do it again. As long as this matter was spread out, the Master would be finished. If a servant in the family could do this, no one would believe that it was the servant's idea. They would definitely think that the servant's master did not teach him well. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to let go of the servant, who looked down on his father so easily. He said to the servant, "This should be what Zhang Jiling taught you, right? Once you're found out, just say that it's your own matter and get the main family out of it. Wan Wan, come with me. First, we'll ask the commoners if they believe this. Then, we'll ask Grandpa Zhang and see what he has to say. I don't believe that any random person can get involved." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pulled Wang Wan and was about to go somewhere else. At this time, a voice that was not loud but very penetrating came from the opposite side. "Xiaobao, do you have to force the second steward and me to death before you are willing to give up? This old man arranged for this person to come in. Go ahead, 40 whips. First the second steward, then me. Grandpa Zhang, you are here? How can Grandpa Zhang be beaten? If someone really dares to beat Grandpa Zhang, Xiaobao and I will do our best to protect Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Zhang is a good person. He will not hide things from me and Xiaobao. Grandpa Zhang must be deliberately helping this person. Wang Wan also shouted to the opposite side. The penetrating power of a child's voice was very clear. There was no need to practice at all. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao also asked the second steward, "You said that Grandpa Zhang arranged for you to come in, right? You must have come in by yourself. There is no reason to offend your superiors. You should be beheaded. For Zhang Jiling's sake, go back and get 20 whips yourself. When the time comes, tell Uncle Zhang Jiling that there are 2 children who are not sensible and dare to say anything. They're not clear about the rules and will offend people. Tell Uncle Zhang Jiling not to lower himself to the same level as these children. In the future, my father will definitely learn more from them and teach them well to avoid causing trouble." Zhang Xiaobao said this deliberately, not only because of the second steward's arrogance, but also because he was targeting Zhang Jiling. In the future, Zhang Jiling would be the prime minister. If he boasted about being a gentleman, then it would be a good opportunity to bully him. In this way, Zhang Jiling would owe his father 2 favors. One was to give him money to fix the road, and the other was to help this second steward. The old man also heard this from the opposite side, but he could not say a word. Who told his master to be this kind of person? The second steward was so embarrassed that his expression changed again and again. He lowered his head and let others speak. This time, he finally knew how powerful the Zhang family was. He secretly regretted saying too many things that he should not have said just now. Seeing his son being so aggressive, Zhang Zhong could only smooth things over. He said, "Who cares who he is? He helped a lot. Xiao Bao, you only prepared a little of the rujiamo for me to eat? Father, if you say you don't care, then you don't care. Father, how can you only make so little? You used a lot of precious things, so naturally you have to make more. Father, do you still want to eat?" Zhang Xiaobao asked knowingly. He really did not want his father to give away the rujiamos, which had used a lot of materials. Nobody knew a son better than his father. Even though Zhang Zhong could not keep up with his son's thoughts, he knew what kind of person his son was. He touched his son's head and said, "Is it enough to give one to each person? If it's enough, take it out. It's not easy for the people. It's not enough. There are more than 3,000 people here, and I only have more than 300. It's enough to give 1 to 10 people. I still want to go back and give it to Grandpa, Grandma, and Mother." Zhang Xiaobao missed out on a few dozen. He knew that his father would not keep the 300 portions. Sure enough, as soon as he finished, Zhang Zhong said, "Then give these 300 portions to the people who cook. Let them be more serious when they cook and try to make good food for others." "Oh, I'll arrange it," Zhang Xiaobao said and winked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan quietly gave him a thumbs up. When she and Zhang Xiaobao heard what had happened here, Zhang Xiaobao had thought of everything. That was why he had kept some for his family. She could not help but admire his grasp of human nature. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left. Zhang Zhong looked at the second steward, who was still kneeling there, and said, "My son was just joking. Don't worry about it. Get up quickly. Lord Zhang, this lowly one knows that he was wrong. I underestimated you just now. Your son must be unhappy. This lowly one will not dare to do it again. This lowly one will go and work. Since this lowly one came in, this lowly one must finish the work. Otherwise, it will be even more difficult to say if I will go back." The second steward was not stupid. He finally understood why his attitude was not good just now. Even if Zhang Zhong did not come from a good family, he was still a level 4 steward. He could not be suppressed by others. While they were talking, the second steward jumped down and continued to work. Zhang Zhong did not stop him. One more person meant one more job. The old man on the other side shook his head, helplessly. He was not surprised at all. Bai Go had said in the letter that the 2 children valued family the most, especially Xiao Bao. It was not a big deal to offend him. He would forgive them. But if they offended his family, it would be big trouble. With the Zhang family's ability here, It was impossible that the two children did not know what had happened to the second steward. The old man secretly cursed the second steward. He jumped over and chased after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He knew the two children's ability. No one could resist their naivety, especially when they questioned you naively. It was worse than being cut by a knife. The old man jumped over. He first bowed to Zhang Zhong and then chased after them. At the same time he shouted, "Xiao Bao Cuckoo, leave some for me. I want to eat too." Chapter 445. When the sun rose, it rained and a beautiful rainbow appeared in the sky. The beautiful scenery made many people happy, but it also made many people unhappy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan belonged to the unhappy kind, not because the rainbow was not beautiful, not because it was not fresh after the rain. The main reason was the sun rain. The cabbages they had planted were already 3 inches tall. They were preparing to pick some cabbages and plant them out today, leaving some for eating so that the cabbages would have enough space to grow. After the sun rain, the two were busy. They had to think of other ways to mix lime water. Lime water alone could not completely kill or prevent aphids. I heard that garlic juice is good. Why don't we mix some garlic with lime water and sprinkle it on the cabbages? Zhang Xiaobao suggested. He had not eaten the pickled cabbage he made last year. It tasted good to stir-fry it with fatty meat. The cabbages in the field could not be abandoned. The yield was large and there were many ways to eat them. Stir-frying them with carrots was also a good dish. Wang Wan waved her hand. No, garlic is too expensive. I heard that chives are also good. Why don't we sacrifice some of the chives and use the lime water mixed with the lime water to prevent the honey flush? Then sacrifice the chives. 1 portion of the field is enough. Let's dig up the roots. It is easy to rot the roots when cutting chives in the rain. Zhang Xiaobao could only give up some of the chives for the cabbages. What if the roots are not rotten? There must be some bacteria in the rain that entered the chives. Also sprinkle some lime water after cutting this portion. Use something to cover it and not let it see the light. Wang Wan was still hoping that the chives would grow out in batches. They could eat chives when they were covered. Like garlic sprouts, Wang Wan liked to eat them. While talking, she took 2 chives and 1 for each of them. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and ran outside to cut the chives. Lu Shaoqing was also in a bad mood. He was in a state of endless regret. How could he have been so obsessed with writing the agreement? Why didn't he think carefully when he wrote it? It was all because he wanted to leave and thought that someone had found out. Where could he get 200 jars of prawn sauce? Last night, the people he sent out came back and said that the Zhang family was also asking people to catch prawns. It seemed that the Zhang family wanted to make prawn sauce and had come over to trick him. After buying the jars at a high price, they still had to buy salt. Otherwise, they would have to arrange for people to boil seawater and dry the salt like they did in the saltworks. In the past, they could have as much salt as they wanted. As soon as Zhang Zhong came, he immediately controlled the supply of salt. The people of the state were given salt on a monthly basis. Other than food, if he wanted more, he would have to spend money to buy it. Otherwise, he would have to find seawater to boil it himself. He didn't care as long as he didn't cook it in the salt pan. Men, Lu Shaoqing finally decided to cook the salt himself. He sent out some people to cook the salt. He wanted to save as much as possible. Someone had been waiting outside the door for a long time. When he heard Lu Shaoqing shout, he quickly ran in. His footsteps were very light. He was afraid that he would make the master unhappy and let the master vent his anger on him. How is the matter of catching prawns going? Send some people to cook the salt. Lu Shaoqing didn't like anyone now. He sat there and looked up at the servant who came in and said. The servant tried his best to not be so afraid and replied, "Master, the people who are catching prawns are still doing it." The wooden raft didn't dare to go too far, so they didn't catch too many prawns. They can probably make 5 jars. According to this calculation, they will be able to catch 200 jars of prawns in about 20 days. Master, you can rest assured. It's mainly the servants of the 3 families who didn't work hard. I will send someone to cook the salt in a while. Master, do you have any other orders? I can rest assured? How can I rest assured? 20 days? Then can they still make prawn sauce in the remaining 10 days? They didn't work hard, right? Good. Send people over quickly. I won't let them eat lunch today. As for the prawns, as long as they catch enough prawns to make a jar of prawn sauce before the evening, they will have food to eat. Lu Shaoqing shouted. The tea bowl in his hand had been raised and was ready to drop, but it stopped in the air. In the end, he didn't want to waste it. This kind of bowl cost 5 or 6 copper coins. He couldn't waste it. He looked at the servant who was standing there in fear and waved his hand. You can leave. Just do as I say. Yes, master. I will leave now. The servant was as if he had been pardoned. He agreed and quickly left. When he was out of the door, he let out a breath of relief. He was scared to death. Lu Shaoqing was angry. He was angry with Zhang Zhong, angry with himself, and angry with the other 3 people. There was no need to talk about Zhang Zhong, but he didn't take any precautions. Chao Hui and the other 2 people only took out a small amount of money at the crucial time. It seemed that they wanted to stay out of this. Chao Hui was in a good mood. He sat at home and didn't think about the 4 people gathered together. It was mainly because he didn't want to face Lu Shaoqing. After all, this time he and the others shrank back and didn't want to pay for it. It was fortunate that they didn't write a receipt together. The rainbow in the sky could be seen from the window. It was very beautiful. It was said that if you could find the head of the rainbow, you could reach the sky. However, no one had ever found it. Perhaps the person who found it was no longer in the mortal world. Master, there is a steward from the Zhang family outside. He said that he wants to talk to you about a business deal. Chao Hui was looking for joy in his misery when a servant quickly walked in and reported to him. Chao Hui immediately trembled. He looked at the servant and asked, Is there a 2-star chauffeur? He was frightened by Lu Shaoqing's matter and was extremely vigilant against people who came to find him. The servant Wei Wei shook her head and replied, It's not a 2-star chauffeur. It's a 5-star chauffeur. Master, do you not want to see him? Let him leave quickly. And let him come in. Let's see what he wants. I won't be fooled this time. Chao Hui hesitated for a moment, but still chose to meet and listen. The servant quickly led the Zhang family over. Chao Hui didn't greet them in the living room. Instead, he stood in the small courtyard outside. He was prepared to let them leave after listening to them. He didn't want to be fooled. Master Chao, my master asked me to come over and discuss something with Master Chao. The fishing company is a little understaffed. He wants Master Chao's servants to go over and help. Master Chao's servants will pay the same wages as normal people. They don't need to sign any documents. They can quit at any time. The 5-star chauffeur stood in front of Chao Hui and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Chao Hui didn't immediately agree. He had to think about this matter clearly. He didn't think that Zhang Zhong would be so kind, but this matter didn't seem to be scheming at all, especially since they didn't need to sign any documents. At most, they could quit. No, this matter couldn't be so simple. Otherwise, Lu Shaoqing wouldn't have been fooled. There must be something unexpected. Chao Hui thought. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He sneered and said to the chauffeur, My servants are all busy with important matters. I don't have enough manpower. Are you trying to sow discord between the 4 of us? If we take away the manpower, what about the prawns over there? Master Chao, you misunderstand. No one is trying to sow discord. We are indeed short of manpower. How about this? If Master Chao agrees, we won't give those who go over to help with the fishing. In the end, we will give them some prawns that are suitable for making gourd sauce. This way, Master Chao will have an easier time. The Zhang family chauffeur still had the same calm expression as he explained to Chao Hui. You're really willing to give them prawns? And provide food like others? Can they leave at any time? Chow Hui was finally tempted. With such conditions, he couldn't think of anything wrong. It should be impossible to be fooled. But why did he feel a little uncomfortable? The Zhang family chauffeur nodded and replied, Master Chow is right. Not only that, the Zhang family will also make new clothes for the people who go over. No other requests? Chow Hui asked again. No, absolutely not. If Master doesn't believe me, I will go and discuss with the others. We are short of 30 people. Let's see if they can give up. The Zhang family chauffeur didn't turn around and leave this time. Instead, he stood there and waited for a reply. Chow Hui had to think about it carefully. He stared at the Zhang family chauffeur and pondered. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I will transfer some people over. As we agreed, I want prawns, 3 meals a day, new clothes, and a receipt. The Zhang family chauffeur didn't refuse. The two of them finished the receipt and emphasized that they could leave at any time. Master, if it's possible, I hope your people can arrive by this afternoon. I will take my leave first. The Zhang family chauffeur put away his receipt and said to Chow Hui, then turned around and left. When the chauffeur was gone, Chow Hui still stood there and pondered. He couldn't think of anything, so he turned his head and asked the servant standing next to him, Do you think there is a conspiracy in this matter? How could his family's servants understand these things? In his heart, he was envious of the 30 people who were able to pass. He was unable to pass and needed to wait on this side. He thought hard and said, Master, this lowly one also cannot think of anything. Could it be that Zhang Zhong suddenly became kind-hearted? I don't think so. Anyway, it's nothing. I can just quit. Well, that's the only way. Send someone to call our people back and let them go to the Zhang family to help. It's almost noon. Hurry up. Don't eat there. Go to the Zhang family to eat. I heard that the Zhang family's food has always been good. Let them eat as much as they want. The more they eat, the better. Chow Hui couldn't think of anything, so he just played along with the Zhang family. With the receipt in hand, he wasn't afraid of being schemed against. The servant immediately ran away. There weren't many people here, so he basically didn't have anyone to rely on. Usually he had to do it himself. Looking at the figure of the servant leaving, Chow Hui turned around and walked into the room. He muttered as he walked, What is going on? Are they really not here to scheme against me? They don't need to do business, and they don't need to worry about the servants not letting them go. Why is that? Chapter 446. That's good enough. If there are more honeyworms, we can only endure it. Zhang Xiaobao was relieved when he saw the servants help to water all the cabbages. The servants didn't know what was the use of doing that. Since the son of a good official asked them to do it, they just did it. They didn't work for nothing. When they left, they brought some chives and egg stuffing. They could eat whatever they wanted when they got home. They could stir-fry or wrap the stuffing. If they didn't have noodles, they could stir-fry it. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan cut so many chives, they felt that they didn't need to mash the chives and soak them in water. The water that flowed out when they were chopped into stuffing was enough. Therefore, they asked the servants to bring more than 100 scrambled eggs and mix them together. That was their pay. After that, the two of them made pies with 3 delicacies, stuffing at noon. While some people were full, others were hungry. In order to get as many shrimps as possible to make shrimp sauce, Lu Shaoqing adopted some methods that he thought were reasonable. Those who couldn't catch enough shrimps didn't get to eat. He told them to wait and see at night, but his servants started to carry out the plan at noon. Last night, and during the day today, these servants had just learned how to catch shrimps. To be precise, they cast the net. They couldn't judge where there were more shrimps and could only rely on their luck. Lu Shaoqing's servants were required to catch according to the total number of shrimps. Didn't he say that one person could catch a jar of shrimps at night? Then he should have half a jar at noon. Even some things that Lu Shaoqing didn't consider were thought out by his servants. A jar of fresh shrimps couldn't make a jar of shrimp sauce. After mashing the shrimps, it would probably take 3 times as many shrimps to fill a jar. That was to say, these servants had to catch at least half a jar of fresh shrimps in the morning. It was indeed a bit too much. In the past, these servants relied on the master's family to bully the common people outside. Now that they couldn't bully the common people, they began to bully the people around them. The servants of the 3 families were under the control of one family. Lu Shaoqing's servants naturally did what they did in the past. When the others were working, they would watch from the side. If anyone didn't do a good job, they would go over and scold them. They didn't go to the point of beating them. However, when the master's words came, these people found a way. When they were scolded, if they didn't listen, they wouldn't give them anything to eat at noon. The servants of the 3 families were already dissatisfied with Lu Shaoqing's family. At first, they thought it was a joke to scare them. Who knew that at noon, Lu Shaoqing's family really only prepared food for them, and no one cared about them. When the servants of Lu Shaoqing's family began to eat, the servants of the 3 families knew that this matter was true. Immediately, they could not accept it. They were here to help, and their masters did not write any receipts. Not only did they give money, but they also sent them over. In the end, the people who should be in a hurry to do things were given food to eat, while the people who helped were given nothing and were even reprimanded. This was not treating them as humans at all. I'm not doing this anymore. You guys can catch your own prawns. Take a rest and look at the sea. A servant of Fan Jianqi's family threw away the net in his hand and sat on the wooden raft. Looking at the sky and the sea in the distance, he stopped moving. The others followed him. They threw away the things in their hands and waited there. Let's see who could outlast the other. When the people eating on the shore saw others stop, they were not willing to continue. Their thoughts were simple. You guys came here because your master promised our master. Since you are here, you should be obedient. How dare you stop? Hurry up and eat. Teach them a lesson after you finish eating. Our master is so anxious. How dare they not work? Not to mention lunch. They won't even have dinner. Let's see how long they can endure. Hurry up and eat. A servant of Lu Shaoqing's family glanced at the sea. He took another mouthful of rice in his mouth and swallowed it. When the conflict was about to break out, Chao Hurui's family came over. He asked his family members to go to the Zhang family's place to catch shrimps so that they could help Lu Shaoqing get through the crisis. When he arrived, he saw that there were only about 30 people eating and about 90 people sitting on the raft doing nothing. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Before he could ask the person who was eating, a wooden raft on the surface of the sea quickly moved towards this side. On it were several servants of Chao Hurui's family. This person just stood there and waited. As soon as the raft reached the shore, the people on the raft jumped down and ran to this person and said, "They don't do anything. They just look at us and say that we must catch at least 1.5 jars of prawns in the morning. Otherwise, they won't give us any food. Go back and tell our master that we quit. We're here to help, but we still have to endure this." After one of them spoke, the others began to speak as well. The more Chao Hurui's family member heard, the uglier his expression became. He had been discussing with his master how to help, but now it seemed that there was no need for that. They didn't give them food, they didn't work, and they made the helpers work. Were the people of the Chao family so easy to bully? He was angry. He was going to go there and complain. He didn't need to complain. He could just take them away. The people of the Chao family didn't need to be controlled by the Lu family. He wanted to leave, but some people came to the seaside. Some people of the Zhang family rushed over. As soon as they arrived, they set up a pot and prepared firewood. Under everyone's curiosity, a person came over and said to Chao Hurui's people, "Our master said that since the written agreement is written, we should start working. It's noon. According to the custom of the Zhang family, the food of the people who work will be provided by the Zhang family. We came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything. Eat something." The person in charge of Chao Hurui's family was very surprised. He didn't expect the Zhang family to come. They really provided food according to the written agreement. It happened that his family members hadn't eaten yet. It was fine as long as they could eat. He quickly said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." "It's no trouble. It's no trouble at all. The Zhang family has always done things this way. Wait a moment. When the water boils, you can eat after a few scoops." The people of the Zhang family said politely and went back to work. "Brother Ziyu, are they people of the Zhang family? Do we have any business with them?" The servant of Chao Hurui's family who spoke first listened to the two people talking and looked at the busy work over there. "Yes, there is business. From now on, you will work in the fishing house of the Zhang family. They will provide you with 3 meals a day and make new clothes for each of you. They will also pay you. When we came here, Master wanted to change it into shrimp and give it to Lord Lu. I don't know now. I have to go back and ask Master. You can learn from him first. The more fish you catch, the more money you will get." The small steward of the Chao family didn't hide it. Although he didn't get along well with the Zhang family, he naturally had to put down some of his hatred for the time being if he could make money. The people of the Zhang family worked quickly and didn't have too many dishes to make. 1 dumpling, 2 cold dishes, 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and some wine. Usually, when other people worked at the beach, they didn't give wine at noon because it would affect their work in the afternoon. However, these people didn't care. Zhang Xiaobao didn't plan to let them do any work. Although there weren't many dishes, these dishes were like the new year for the servants of the Chao Hurui's family. They could only eat some salted vegetables these days to save money and repay their debts. The dumplings with 3 delicacies were very normal. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both ate this at noon. Naturally, others couldn't change it. The cold dish was cucumber mixed with tofu. The meat dish was pig head meat, which was cut and piled in a bowl. Beside it, there was a big bowl of garlic sauce and coriander. The wine was ordinary rice wine with some aged vinegar for people who were willing to drink. The people of the Chao Hurui's family were looking forward to it. The people of the Lu family were curious. The people of the other 2 families were also puzzled. They didn't know what was going on with the Zhang family and the Chao family. While they were thinking, the dumplings were ready. The people of the Zhang family called the people of the Chao family over. The servants of the Chao Hurui's family didn't refuse. Since they made the dumplings, they dared to eat. They didn't believe that there would be poison in the dumplings. There were no tables or stools, so they put the food in a bowl and placed it on the sand. The people of the Zhang family didn't eat the food cooked by them. Those who were not busy with work ate with the people of the Chao family. There were no plates, only a wooden bowl. He poured some soy sauce and vinegar into it, picked up a dumpling, dipped it in it, and stuffed it into his mouth. He chewed hard and breathed out hot air. He said to the people of the Chao family, "Eat, there are more dumplings over there. You have a good time today." Do you know who made the filling for these dumplings? Young master and young lady. In order to make dumplings for you, the young master and young lady went to the chive field early in the morning. This may be the only time you can eat dumplings in your life. The people of the Chao family didn't know how good the dumplings made by the young master and young lady were. They were relieved when they saw that the person who made the food was also eating. They all picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. When they ate, they found that the dumplings were indeed different. They tasted better than the best dumplings they had ever eaten before. In addition, there were 2 cold dishes and wine. They ate happily, which attracted the people of the Lu family. The people of the Lu family didn't know what was going on. When they arrived, they saw dumplings, 2 cold dishes, and wine. One person who was stupid thought that if the Chao family could eat, they could also eat. She looked around and saw that the chopsticks were on the table. She didn't pick them up and directly reached for the bowl of dumplings. She picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into her mouth. She chewed twice, but before she swallowed, she felt a pain in her stomach and her body flew backward. She couldn't hold the dumpling in her mouth anymore and spat it out. Who allowed you to eat? Are you from the Lu family? Don't you know the rules? The Zhang family didn't say that they would give you the food, but you dared to eat by yourselves. This is the first time. Spit out the dumplings. If there's another time, I'm telling you, it won't be just dumplings. I'll make you vomit blood. The guards of the Zhang family also came. When they came, they had been told to take action when there was an opportunity. They would let one side eat well and the other side couldn't. This was an opportunity. They kicked the people of the Zhang family away and threatened them. Their goal was achieved. Chapter 447. 2 hours later, a fast horse brought the news to the mansion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang were thinking about the weaving machine. Both of them knew that there was a weaving machine that was very useful and understood the general principle. But when they saw the weaving machine, they felt a little dizzy. This place is where the line goes. When there is an extra thing to let the line go through, the direction of the line changes. This place is where the shuttle is sent. The line goes around from there. Wang was thinking about it bit by bit while muttering. Zhang Xiaobao was even worse. He was trying hard to imagine a picture of a weaving machine. Xiaobao, it's better to find a few more people to think about it. When we see it, we will find that it is different from the picture. Tomorrow morning, there will be skilled craftsmen. It's not a difficult thing. We just need to give them more money. I don't know if the students from the engineering school can do it. Zhang Juling has connections there. Discuss with the old housekeeper here and help send a letter. What if they come up with something and don't know where to use it? Let's give them some advice. Wang was also confused. She could think of a human-powered propeller, but this weaving machine was a little difficult. The main reason was that she didn't know the weaving process, so she decided to give the idea to others and let them come up with a research project. 2 pigeons will fly back and forth. It's impossible for the pigeon to fly back. A long-distance letter can be said to be a life-saving thing at a critical moment. We have to give some benefits to the old housekeeper here. Zhang Xiaobao was a little worried that Zhang Jiling would not agree, so he prepared to take some benefits. Wang thought of the money donated and the time when Zhang Jiling's family looked down on Zhang Zhong. She suggested, he still owes us twice. Use this to pay. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly shook his head. Remember, he doesn't owe us anything. Don't mention it. This is a passive favor. Unless there's really a day when there is no other way, just wait for him to think about it himself. We haven't come up with the method of hatching chicks yet, so let's hatch more pigeons first. It shouldn't be difficult to use a pigeon to exchange for his help. He's not the prime minister yet. Once our pigeons are bred and the communication network is built, we'll be able to make a lot of money. We'll specialize in delivering urgent news to rich people. What about the commoners? Wang asked. Ordinary people. What urgent news did the ordinary citizens have? Even if there was a letter, it would be useless. For example, if there was a student from a humble family who was rushing to take the exam and left from here, the family here had urgent matters to attend to. They said that this person had left home for 5 months and wanted us to send a letter to them. How would we do that? We usually send letters to aristocratic families and merchants. It's less common for aristocratic families. Aristocratic families have their own means, but merchants are different. If they open a branch outside or have dealings with a merchant, we'll send letters to them. Zhang Xiaobao attached great importance to the matter of the carrier pigeon. If he knew some news in advance, he could make preparations in advance, especially when it came to making money. Wang felt a little regretful. Many good things were invented to serve the military. Then it was the rich's turn. When the rich had better things, it was the poor's turn. She felt that she should be considered rich now, so she should be more concerned about the poor. Xiaobao, do you know how to reduce the gap between the rich and the poor? I don't know. The simplest way is to play fight the landlord and fight the tycoons. But I'll tell you this, as long as the landlord and tycoon can still live like other people after they're done playing fight the landlord and the tycoon, no one will restrict them. Then, a large portion of them will still become rich and surpass others. Zhang Xiaobao had specially thought about how to make ordinary people earn more money. In the end, he realized that only those who were unwilling to accept the status quo and dared to take risks could become rich. Some took bigger risks, some took smaller ones. Some were not capable and had bad luck when taking risks. Some were done for. Some succeeded. It was too difficult for people who were content with the status quo to succeed. Wang Wan felt a little regretful. Then forget it. Let's live our lives well. If we can help others, we will. We are not saviors. The two of them stopped studying the loom and began to talk about some philosophical thoughts. At this time, the person who was investigating the situation came over and reported to the two of them in detail. After the person left, Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Xiaobao, what rotten idea did you come up with this time? Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's innocent smile and knew that someone was going to be unlucky. Tomorrow morning, I'll ask the kiln to sell the remaining jars. Then, we'll start to buy the shrimp paste. Each jar contains 20 caddies of shrimp paste. We'll buy all of them in cash. No deposit, no receipt. We'll just spread the news. I want to see if a person's heart can withstand the test of money. In 3 days, we'll buy all of them in cash. Zhang Xiaobao said as he walked out. The person who delivered the bill had come. He had to clear up the account. Wang Wan followed behind him. She could help as well. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao's back and shook her head. Zhang Xiaobao had been working too hard recently. He had to think about everything. He even talked in his sleep at night. If one listened carefully, they would hear him talking in his sleep. When the two of them arrived at the study, Wang Wan asked as she ground an ink stick, Xiaobao, do you hate those 4 people so much that you want to teach them a lesson? It's not that I hate them. I don't have concrete evidence, but they did what they did. I mainly treated them as chickens and killed them as a warning to the monkeys. When Lu Zhou's construction is done, someone will come to pick the fruits of their labor. It's time for my father to leave. Your father can't always stay in his position as a 7th grade official. This time, I'll give him some credit. Even if the court knows that he didn't do much, they still have to give him face. It's also good to give your mother a better title. A tree lives with skin, and a person lives with dignity. My mother won't have to worry about it. Even if my father doesn't fight for it, there'll be others who will. If they don't raise your family status, it'll be difficult when you marry me. Zhang Xiaobao flipped through the account book and said. Wang Wan pinched Zhang Xiaobao's face and asked, Who said I'm going to marry you, little brat? Tell me, who's the monkey? Zhang Xiaobao stared at the account book. He flipped through it again and said, I don't know who's the monkey, but I want those who can be the monkey in the future to be careful. Those who are capable, step forward. Those who aren't, step back. After we're done with Lu Zhou, my father still can't enter the capital. He's still young. What kind of place is this? Who's doing the accounts in Huaqing County? Are you trying to scare a fool? You were fine yesterday, and yet you dare to falsify the accounts for me today. It seems like some people didn't teach you a lesson last time, and they're tempted again. Are they getting restless after seeing summer? What's going on? When Wang Wan heard that something was up, she curiously leaned over to take a look. It's nothing. The river is connected to the bay, and there's a total of 1,200 people. We used 550 caddies of grain. It's normal to eat this every day. We should at least let them eat their fill, right? It's enough if we add vegetables. The vegetables are 600 caddies of spinach, and they'll shrink when they're stir-fried. We used 5 caddies of salt. This seems a little too much, but it's normal. After all, we made salted vegetables. The salt and water consumption of the people working is high. We also have salt water to replenish our bodies when we don't eat. It's normal to use 400 caddies of firewood. I'd believe him if he said he used 1,000 caddies. What if the wind is strong and the firewood isn't good? What do you see? Wang Wan knew how to check the accounts as well. She did not see anything else after looking through it. The accounts for water and wages were in another book, and it had nothing to do with this. Thinking that there was a problem with the other book, Wang Wan also found the account book. She carefully looked at this place, shook her head, and said, There's no problem with this. It's very clear. The difference with yesterday's account is within the usual range. Let me look at yesterday's account book. The only difference is that the place where they dug is different. Today they dug through the bay here. Yesterday they were still a little short, but the consumption is the same. Yesterday they used more firewood than today. That's the mistake. It's a rainy day today. Don't you think they used too little firewood? You also said that it's not a problem to use 1,000 caddies of firewood. I won't say anything if you use 5,000 caddies of firewood. Look at this account book for water. It's a separate account. Compared with yesterday's, it's actually less water than yesterday's. The wages of the workers are less. Zhang Xiaobao took out several accounts books and showed them to Wang Wan. Chapter 47. The calculation of the secular world, continues Wang. Wan took a look and still did not find any problems. She said to the worker who delivered water, "It's not as hot today as yesterday, so they drank less water." How can it be less? They eat so much salt and work so hard. Aren't they thirsty? Huaqing County's deputy county magistrate Qi Dong is in charge over there, right? This time, he will be able to get 2 strings of cash. 2 strings of cash is not a lot, but I can't let him be greedy. As long as he succeeds this time, who knows what will happen next time? Other people will also feel lucky when they see this. How can I have time to chat with them? We still have work to do. I don't know what they are thinking by making false accounts in front of me. Kill a chicken first and let others see. Back then, for the sake of the disaster relief, he organized better and gave him a chance. But he can't control himself anymore. Zhang Xiaobao was most annoyed by the petty tricks of his subordinates. For 2 strings of cash, they made the accounts so well that even Wang Wan, who was from the special second department, could not see through it. Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's certainty, but she still did not understand. How can he be greedy for so much money? Because of the amount of work. Look at the progress in the accounts. According to our estimates, the amount of soil and rocks dug out is about the same. But it rained today, so the soil is easy to dig. Also, the area near the bay is easier to dig. You have seen that area. It's not rocks, but sand. How much did the labor do? Just like what you said, the firewood is not valuable, but it can be used to cook salt. We paid for it, and he cooked the salt himself. In order to make up for this, he made salted vegetables. How many people here can calculate so clearly? Let him try it in San Shui County. The people can directly calculate how much salt he took. Zhang Xiaobao continued to explain to Wang Wan. At the same time, he really admired this county deputy, Qi Dong. It was not worth it to use his ability on 2 strings of cash. Then why didn't he increase the amount of water? Wouldn't that be easier to calculate the consumption of salt? Wang Wan asked again. He calculated the consumption of cold water for other people. If I'm not wrong, those water delivery boys earn more than other places. Boiling salt is hotter, so he took out 100 copper coins to make up for the water delivery boys. Then the money for the water and the water delivery workers was calculated separately. Go to another person's account. Isn't it enough to give some money to this person? The account is recorded by Huaqing County's knife brush officer. Give him half a string of cash, which is 500 copper coins, and I think he will agree. In this way, Qi Dong earned about half a string of cash in a day. This person is really not ordinary. He calculated according to the weather and was willing to spend money. If you don't believe me, you can find a worker there and ask him. Zhang Xiaobao hesitated. He was a talent. For such a small amount of money, he calculated so many steps. As long as he was given a wider sky, he would definitely be able to spread his wings and soar. However, if he did not stop this trend, others would follow suit. He could not spend too much energy on such a small matter, right? Wang Wan thought for a while, then gave Zhang Xiaobao a thumbs up and said, Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, as expected, you didn't diminish your reputation. So many people wanted to catch you, but couldn't. It wasn't luck. To be able to see so many calculations just by looking at the account books, I really want to say to that Qi Dong, it's not that you didn't do well enough, but that you met the person you should not have met in your life. Just like Song Jinggong back then, he calculated and tricked so many people. In the end, when he reached the small bridge, I don't know if he hesitated when he crossed the bridge, but I know that he walked very slowly. After that, there was one less liar in this world. I think in everyone's heart there is such a bridge, the bridge of helplessness between heaven and hell. How many people can turn back at that time? How many people can stay at that time and not drink that bowl of Granny Meng's soup? I still admire me Fan more. At the crucial moment, he knows how to compromise. Zhang Xiaobao listened for a while and finally understood. He said to Wang Wan, "You want me to let Qidong go?" Actually, it's fine to let him go, but there are many ways to do so. For example, if my father is an official here other than normal people who would take the initiative to come here. This is a place of exile. If it was Qidong, we could also use this method. It's good that he has the ability. I'm really not afraid of him causing trouble. I'm prepared to exile him to the capital. He can forget about being a deputy county magistrate. How about he go to Sanshui County to be an official? He can do whatever he wants there. Okay, then it's settled. Let's scare him first. Wang Wan also couldn't bear to part with a talent. There weren't many people who could avoid her checking the account books. Although she didn't have the patience to check bit by bit, she still checked. Zhang Xiaobao only glanced at it. Others didn't know that in the prefecture, there were 2 children talking about someone's life and death. The sun still rose and set, just like the tide. Those who were supposed to eat, those who were supposed to wear, and those who were supposed to wear were their clothes. Chao Hui could be said to be a drop of water in the vast sea of people. When he was thinking hard, he probably didn't think that there were many people who wouldn't care at all if they encountered such a thing. He also didn't think that there was someone who calculated every move he made. Chao Hui was also very angry when he heard about the incident at the seaside. He was angry at Lu Shaoqing. He felt that since he handed Lu Shaoqing over to him, he should treat him well. His own servants didn't work, but let others do it. He didn't even give them food. Who was helping who? Who wrote the note? Was it possible that he had to ask others to help him when he was helping others? If you, Lu Shaoqing, were a powerful provincial governor like Zhang Zhong, it would still make sense. But you, Lu Shaoqing, are the same as us. We're all judges. If we help you, it's out of friendship. If we don't, it's our duty. In the past, it was indeed beneficial for all 4 of them. They shared the benefits equally. But now, what about the debt? No one said that they would help others bear the debt. Those who had more servants also had more. After earning money, they had to pay their own debts. Since this was the case, how could Chao Hui's servants be worse than others? Those who helped were reprimanded and didn't have food to eat. The ones who were really anxious were the supervisors. There was no reason for this. Thinking of this, Chao Hui became even more angry. He shouted outside, "Someone prepare the carriage. We're going to visit Magistrate Lu's house. Bring a gift box." The servant hurriedly complied and ran out to prepare. He understood in his heart that the master was angry. The 4 families were close to each other, and there was even a connecting door between the courtyards. The master had even brought out a carriage. He said that there were official positions, and he even wanted to bring a calendar. This was clearly going according to the official position. Thinking about it, the servant didn't dare to be negligent. He prepared everything and came to greet them. Chao Hui went out and took the carriage. He made a circle and arrived at the Lu residence in less than half an hour. The purpose of making a circle was to let people know that he was going to pay a formal visit. The other party could prepare according to their status. As expected, Lu Shaoqing was prepared. The main door was wide open. In fact, it wasn't closed. 2 people just came and did this. Jiang Huanshi and Fan Jinxi also wanted to ask how they were going to cooperate. They couldn't just casually send people here to do manual labor and then not have food. That wasn't cooperation. Bullying the servants was bullying the master. Lu Shaoqing already knew what happened. He beat the servant who made the decision without permission half to death. But this didn't solve the problem. People would think that he deliberately made a scene for others to see. Wasn't it just the trick of injuring oneself to gain sympathy? Many years ago, there were people who used it again and again. Lu Shaoqing naturally knew what the third person meant. He personally went to the door to welcome him. As soon as Chao Hurui got out of the carriage, he hurried to the front and said with a smile, "Brother Chao, you must be here because of the servant in my family. Please come in. Brother Jiang and Brother Fan are also here. That servant of mine offended all 3 families at once, and I didn't mention how to beat him up. In the end, it was my mistake this time. I hope Brother Chao can understand. Brother Chao should also know that I can't even protect all 3 families, so how could I bully you? If you want to die, you can just find a rope. Why do you have to do this?" In fact, Chao Hurui didn't come here to make trouble. He mainly used this as an excuse to let his servant work with the Zhang family. He wanted to make more money and pay off the debt as soon as possible. Hearing Lu Shaoqing's words, he chuckled and said, "Brother Lu, I'm not here to denounce you. My servant was bullied and can't eat. These are all small matters. And small matters. I came here this time to discuss the matter of the shrimp paste with Brother Lu. I'm sure Brother Lu already knows about today's situation, so I won't hide it from you. Brother Lu, look, this is the contract written by the Zhang family. As long as I send 30 people to work there, their final wages will be exchanged for prawns that can be used to make prawn sauce. I think that in a few days, Brother Lu will have enough prawns. It usually takes a month to make shrimp sauce. Normally, there isn't enough time, but the Zhang family didn't say that if they can't make it in a month, they will immediately compensate. You said in the agreement that you will receive it in a month. You can just find some reason. Even if you don't have a reason, you don't have to be afraid. The length of the shrimp sauce depends on the temperature. If it's hot, the time will be shorter. You can let people light a fire around the jar and keep it hot. That way, it won't take a month. In the past, when the weather was good, it would only take 20 days. What do you think?" Lu Shaoqing did know about today's matter, but he didn't expect it to be like this. He heard a useful piece of news and said happily, "Brother Chao, I'm sorry. I'll kill that person later to give Brother Chao an explanation." "You're going to kill me? Let's do it like this. When Brother Lu makes money, don't forget that we are still in debt." Chao Hurui pointed out the most important thing. "Brother Chao, don't worry. When we sell the shrimp sauce, you get 60% and I get 40%. Lu Shaoqing happily divided the profits. Chapter 448. In the middle of summer, the old man between the clouds and the water finally could not stand it anymore. Even with the fan blowing, he was still very irritated. The students of the academy were more serious in their studies. There had never been a case where the rich students bullied the poor students. The old man knew that it was not that the rich did not want to bully them, but that they did not dare to. The Zhang family hated internal strife the most. The Zhang family developed too fast, so they did not have the time to care about internal conflicts. As long as there was a sign of trouble, they would deal with it. After the academy expelled 4 people in a row, all of them became obedient. They were expelled, as the academy said. It was useless no matter who interceded. The rules were there. If they wanted to test, the result would not be good. "Grandpa, I can't write anymore." Xin Air stopped writing in the pavilion. Looking at the dragonflies flying around the lake, she felt even more irritated. "Then go and play with the kids from Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi." The old man was also annoyed. Even if he had caught more than 10 fish, he was not in a good mood. Xin Air pouted. "No, they only want to play when they are playing, and only want to learn when they are learning. It's better to play with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They can play and learn at the same time. Grandpa, when will they come back?" "It's still early. How about I take you to them, arrange the things in the academy, and then leave?" Since the old man left Zhang Xiao Bao and Wang Wan, he always felt that he had lost a lot of things. At first, he thought that the two little guys were close. Later, he realized that it was because of the lack of good students. The students in the academy were not bad, but compared to the two little guys, it was different. When he asked the two children to memorize the same thing, they were always able to memorize it on the second day. Furthermore, they were able to understand it. The smarter students were able to barely memorize it, but the more stupid ones actually required 3 days. After explaining it over and over again, they still had questions. If this went on, he would fall sick again. It was better to find the two little fellows and take a look at the situation over there. It was always better to see with one's own eyes than to know from one's heart. Xian only felt that it was too lonely. She didn't expect that one sentence would make her grandfather suggest the idea of going over. She nodded happily and said, "That's great, grandfather. Then let's hurry up and go. I want to see how much Lu has learned." All right, let's go. Let's go back and make some arrangements." The old man couldn't sit still any longer. He put away his fishing rod and walked back. When they were about to leave the gazebo, someone shouted with a splash. Someone jumped into the water. "Look, it's really a leap of heroism, like a summer's summer water." The old man looked in the direction of the voice and saw a person in the middle of the intersection between the main building between the clouds and the water and the adjacent building. He looked down and saw a person struggling in the water. The old man sighed. He didn't know which stupid person had jumped into the water. Even if he wanted to die, he didn't have to jump here. He stood on the highest 3-story building and jumped down with his head down. There was no need to jump into the water. Even if he didn't die, he would be fine. Xian watched from the side and was also not worried. The rescue team had already gone over. She looked at the person who was still struggling to get down and said, "Grandfather, isn't this Lu Feidong? The one who kept nagging all day and didn't learn anything?" Sure enough, it's the second time. He wanted to enter the Zhang family to learn something. The Zhang family agreed and arranged for him to learn here. It seems that he didn't learn well. We'll take him with us so that he won't jump again and again. After all, he is Minister Lu's nephew. The old man didn't have good eyesight. He took out the clairvoyance and saw clearly. He said, helplessly, Lu Feidong, who was rescued, was still shouting, "I can't learn anything. Let me die, let me die. If you want to die, go somewhere else. Don't stay between the clouds and the water." The rescuers didn't show any mercy and didn't try to persuade him not to die. Several people held him down, tied him up, and sent him to the shore. Xian, go and tell Lu Feidong about this. I'll go to the academy to arrange it. The old man said to his granddaughter and quickened his pace to leave. The old man in the academy taught more easily. There were only 2 hours of classes a day. There were many good teachers here. He just needed to assign them to one person. Along the way, the old man saw that the students were wearing clean clothes and their faces were glowing. He was relieved to leave. Since the Zhang family agreed to make clothes for the students, they had been doing it all the time. Some time ago, they even found people from other academies to compete again. In the old man's opinion, winning or losing was not important. If they lost, they would know their shortcomings. If they won, they would know their strengths. Most importantly, the competition gave them half a year's worth of supplies needed by the students. He didn't need to worry about these things. The people from the Zhang family between the clouds and the water would take care of it. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the students' lives when he left. As this place became more prosperous, the advertising fees would become higher and higher. He wouldn't have to worry about not having enough money in the future. After making all these arrangements, the old man finally embarked on his journey to Luzhou. He brought his granddaughter and the guards of his family and took a small boat to the capital. He wrote a letter to the people at the docks in advance. When they arrived at their destination, there was already a big boat waiting for them. It was a newly built ship. Before the old man boarded the ship, he deliberately looked at the back of the ship. Sure enough, there was a propeller. The current propeller was much better than before. It wouldn't break down in 2 to 4 hours. It was mainly because the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War had put in a lot of effort. "Grandpa, Isn't Lingnan the place to be sent to? Many people have said that the journey is a narrow escape. I don't think it's that dangerous. There are willows by the shore and fish jumping in the water. A gentle breeze comes, and the sky is high and the clouds are light. Sigh, it's time to return to the boat. The sun is setting. It's not a bad journey, Aksaner said to the old man as she stood on the ship and looked at the fishing boat reflected by the sunset. The old man chuckled. Aksaner, our journey is different from the people sent to be sent to the prison. They travel by land and have to cross mountains and ridges. We travel by land and on a big ship. Of course, it's easier for us. Oh, so the people sent to be sent to the prison also have to take a ship. Then they won't have to worry about dying on the way. Aksaner thought of things in a positive way. The old man didn't say much. How could it be so easy to sit on a big ship? How many people could specially call for a ship and travel so far? If they could run, it would be better to take a trip to the cargo ship and earn a few hundred strings of coins. The Zhang family was rich and generous, and the two children were good friends with him, so he arranged a ship to send them off. There weren't many people on the ship, other than the people who raised and lowered the sails. There were also people who stepped on the wheels below. There were also 2 chefs who were in charge of cooking along the way, other than the old man and the others. There was also money on the ship. Copper coins were strung up and placed properly. Not only could they be used to send supplies to the other side, but they could also be used to weigh the ship. There were also cloth, silk, and some miscellaneous goods. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave the ship empty, but they were afraid of encountering strong winds at sea. If the ship was empty, it would be dangerous. While the ship was moving, a fleet suddenly appeared in front of them. The flag that was hung fluttered in the wind, and there was a large rice seedling embroidered on it. Grandpa, it's the Zhang family's fleet. They're back. As soon as Aksaner saw the flag, she shouted happily. She thought that the Zhang family's people were back. Now, there was no one here who didn't know which family the ship with the rice seedling flag belonged to. The news had already spread. As long as one inquired a little, they would know that it was the ship of last year's top scorer. Even if the top scorer's family had always emphasized that they didn't do business, others also knew that this was the case. If they didn't do business in the name of the family, they wouldn't be regarded as businessmen. Among those aristocratic families, how many of them didn't do business? They were already used to it. The incoming fleet also noticed the ship. After a series of flag signals, when they passed by each other, a ship in the fleet threw a large bag of things over and hit the deck of the old man's ship. Before the dust settled, Aksaner ran over and looked at the big bag that was taller than her when she was standing and wider than her when she was lying down. She was full of curiosity. She waved at the people next to her and said, "Open it and see what's inside." Even if she didn't shout, they would still open it. As soon as the bag was opened, Aksaner rummaged through it. This was because the words on the bag said that it was for Grandpa Bai, who was also her grandfather. "Grandpa, Grandpa, come and see. I want this bracelet, this necklace, and this hairpin. There are too many of them. I can't pick them all. Grandpa, there's also grilled fish slices. Let me try them first." Aksaner looked at them one by one. She picked and chose. In the end, she took a bite of the fish slices. The fish slices she ate were small. There was also a large dried fish that was 5 feet long. If the bag was any smaller, it would not be able to fit them all. The old man walked over slowly. He knew that these were Lu Zhou's local specialties. He looked at the bracelets and necklaces and said to his granddaughter, "You're a hawksbill turtle. Do you know how much these things cost?" 100 strings of coins. Aksaner casually said a number. She thought that 100 strings of coins was quite a lot. Usually, her pocket money was only slightly more than 100 copper coins a month. She used it to buy food when she went to the market. Your bracelet is already worth 100 strings of coins. All the things added together are worth at least 3,000 strings of coins. They must have been specially prepared by the two of them. This is the capital of the other side. If you sell them here, it's normal to sell them for 6,000 or 7,000 strings of coins. The old man looked at the things that were supposed to be offerings and said to his granddaughter with a sigh. Xian Air was shocked and almost threw the bracelet in her hand away. She looked at the crimson and crystal-clear bracelet in her hand under the sunlight and muttered, "This thing is worth 100 strings of coins." "Oh, and a single-colored bracelet?" Xian Air, this is not just 100 strings of coins. If you shout that you're selling it for 500 strings of coins, many people will rush to buy it. You can't accept this gift. You can choose one of the other things. When you get there, return this bracelet to the owner. This single-colored bracelet can buy the rest of the things. Chapter 449. The newly built ship was still sailing as usual. Compared to Xian, who only liked some fun things, the old man paid more attention to those local specialties. Anyone who was willing to inquire about the disaster in Luzhou's area, including the surrounding provinces, knew about it. According to the timeline, this was only the second time these things were sent here. The old man knew that the first things were also local specialties that were secretly left behind by some local officials. However, this time was obviously different. Not only were there specialties from Luzhou, but there were also specialties from the surrounding provinces. If it were someone else, the old man would think that these things were obtained by chance and were sent here. However, the Zhang family basically did not do anything by chance. This meant that the people in those provinces were living well. The old man knew Zhang Zhong's character. He would not ignore others after he made a fortune. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be long before the 5 surrounding prefectures would send in their reports. The greater the contribution, the more powerful Zhang Zhong would be. Who didn't know what was going on over there? Even if they praised the 5 provinces on the surface, they would think more highly of Zhang Zhong in their hearts. "Grandpa, there are also pictures. There are words written under the pictures. Let me read it to you, Grandpa." On the 17th of June, it was raining heavily. There was a vast ocean around. 6 houses were washed down. Wooden rafts formed land and rippled with the waves. On the 19th of June, there were floating corpses. He was very anxious and sent the strong Team 0 to search against the current. There was a child lying on his back on the water. When he rushed to the wooden raft, he thought it was a floating corpse. Xiao Bao entered the water and carried the child up. He blew air into the child's chest and lungs. Then a cry was heard. Everyone who saw it was very happy. The child opened his little hands and babbled. On the 22nd of June, there were people in the upper reaches of the province who came to save them. More people came later, including the mountain people. They called for help from time to time. Unfortunately, the Team 0 was too small and could not expand the search area. We did not know how many people were in the sea. On the 24th of June, the rain did not stop. Xian flipped open a page and read a page. After reading for a while, she couldn't read anymore. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Among the things she read, there was sorrow, helplessness, sadness, joy, and anticipation. Although she was young, she knew that life was precious. The old man took the book with the picture and looked at the special drawing method on it. He looked at the clear scene in the picture and said to his granddaughter, "Xian, this is the real definition of great wisdom and courage. Your Uncle Zhang is a man without trees. Although some people died, there are more people who survived because of him. Without that undulating wooden array formation, there would be more ghosts on the other side." Xian was still sad. She nodded and asked, "Grandpa, why didn't Uncle Zhang divide the wooden raft into smaller pieces? That way, there would be more space for him to block. Why didn't he make more wooden rafts?" "Silly girl, the wind and waves are strong at the seaside. Even if the rafts are connected together, they will still rise and fall. Look at this picture. It's a picture of a big rock pressing down on the wooden raft. It's a good place to be hit by the waves. Even so, the wooden raft is sometimes lifted 10 feet high. If the ropes were not tight and loose, the people on the raft would have fallen into the water. He also wanted to arrange it earlier, but he didn't have so much time. At that time, he had just arrived and didn't have time to do it. If he had half a year, there wouldn't be such a disaster. Look at this picture. It's a picture of 2 rivers to be dug. I think they are already digging now. The old man naturally knew more than his granddaughter. From these pictures, he could see the situation on the other side. Not only were there wooden rafts, but there were also big boats helping to block the wind and waves. He could imagine what kind of scene it was at that time. For this flood, the Zhang family did everything they could. Xian Er finally understood. She snatched the picture book back and continued reading. When she finished reading the last page, she asked again, "Grandpa, if Uncle Zhang and his family were not there, what would happen?" "They wouldn't. Nothing will happen here, but a lot of people will die over there. Even after the disaster, there will still be people who will die. Even more people will flee. Your Uncle Zhang's family is not ordinary. Don't underestimate them because they only have one province. They support the 5 surrounding provinces. Without him there, those 6 provinces will be finished. There are already few people there. Without the Zhang family, there would be even fewer people there. This is the right way to do things for the country and the people. Don't worry. When we get there, you'll see a different Lu Zhou from the picture." The old man looked at the river in front of him and said to Xian Er with emotion. He believed in the Zhang family's ability to do things. A lot of money had been shipped there. Others thought that it was a dilapidated place. But if it was the Zhang family, they would be able to make money at that time. Xian Er did not care about the difference at all. As long as no one died, and as long as she could see Sister Lu Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao when she got there, she was satisfied. She waved the picture book in her hand. "Grandpa, this thing is really fun. It has pictures. It's not fun. It's very useful. If something similar happens in other places, you can copy it. It talks about how to save people who fell into the water, how to bandage wounds, don't drink unboiled water, and eat more garlic. Think about it. If the Yellow River flooded, wouldn't you be able to copy it?" The old man saw more knowledge from such a thing. Yes, Xian Er nodded in agreement. "You can't take this book with you. You have to leave it for the people here and send it to the emperor," the old man said as he extended his hand. Xian Er reluctantly handed over the beautiful book. When she saw her grandfather instructing people to send it away, she said reluctantly, "The beautiful picture is gone. When we get there, I'll take a look at it with my own eyes." Zhang Xiaobao and Wan did not know that the old man had come over. In the past few days, the 2 of them had checked the accounts and found that Qidong would think of ways to be greedy every day. It was a lot of money for ordinary people, but for Zhang Xiaobao, it was just a drop in the ocean. He's been greedy for 10 strings of coins. Isn't it time to do something? Otherwise, others will be greedy when they see that there's nothing to do. Wang Wan finally learned a thing or two. She checked the accounts very carefully. In the past few days, Qidong was greedy. It could not be said that he was greedy. It should be said that he was using public power for private purposes. He kept all the benefits for himself and kept 10 strings of coins. She advised Zhang Xiaobao to clean it up. Zhang Xiaobao had been very relaxed these few days. He was playing games with Lu Xiaoqing and the other 3 people. 2 of the 4 people were directly schemed against, while the other 2 were affected. The affected people did not lose much, but they offended people and earned less money for a few days. Since Zhang Xiaobao raised the purchase price, the shrimp sauce had changed from the usual multiples to a jar of 8 strings of coins. Qiao Herui had already agreed with Lu Xiaoqing that they would use the shrimp to exchange for wages. When the time came, they would split the profits 40 to 60. Because of the increase in the shrimp sauce, he changed his mind. Normally, if they worked hard, the 30 of them would be able to earn more than 30 jars of prawns in a day. However, Zhang Xiaobao was not going to let these 30 people do anything. He would make new clothes for them, and there would be alcohol for every meal. How could they still want to work after drinking? After reluctantly following the team for a round, the 30 people could only get 5 jars of shrimp in a day. They did not care. They could eat and drink, well, every day, even if they did not get paid. As a result, Chow Hurue's hope was dashed. He thought that 5 jars of shrimp sauce could be made into 2 jars of shrimp sauce. If 1 jar sold for 8 strings of coins, it would be 16 strings of coins a day. Moreover, the price seemed to be increasing. When the shrimp sauce was made, would it not increase even more? After thinking about it, he did not want to send the shrimp to Lu Shaoqing anymore. Instead, he asked someone to send some money. He said that the 30 people in the family did not know how to do work and did not get paid these days. The money sent should be used to buy shrimp and boats. He could not say such words himself, so he could only ask the steward in the family to do it. After hearing the steward's description, Lu Shaoqing's face became gloomy after hearing such words. However, he still thanked him and accepted the money. Knowing that the shrimp sauce could be sold at a high price, Chow Hurue sent the other servants in the family out to catch shrimp in the sea with wooden rafts. They could use the shrimp sauce to make shrimp sauce and sell it when it was ready. Fan Jianxi and Jiang Huanshe also felt that sending people out would make less money, so they found reasons to ask their servants to come back. They also went to catch shrimp in the sea. Lu Shaoqing could not say anything. It was profit. He could not find fault with others for letting the 3 people who worked together to stay away from him. After all, it was his family who did not give others food first. He said that it would be settled at night, and it was the kind of fresh shrimp that 1 jar. The servants in the family changed it on their own accord. Even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. The servant in the family was beaten for a while every day. If he was not killed, he would be whipped once a day. In fact, it was to tell the people in the courtyard that they should do what the master told them to do. If they did not do it, they would be whipped. When he beat the servant, he also sent all the servants in the family out to catch shrimp. At this time, there were already 26 jars. However, for 200 jars, it was far from enough. When the time came and they really could not hand it in, they would have to pay twice the amount, which was 600 strings of coins. Lu Shaoqing also had a good idea. He wanted his family to make 70 to 80 jars. When the time came, he would sell them. The money would be enough to pay for it. As for the 3 ungrateful people who only cared about money, they could earn money by themselves. In the future, if there was a good thing, he would not ask them. There was no difference between not giving coal in the snow and hitting a person who was down. Thinking that the 3 people also owed money, it was reasonable to do so. Lu Shaoqing comforted himself. He could think this way, but other people didn't, especially the servants in his family. When they were catching prawns at the seaside, they could see people from the other 2 families catching prawns there every day. Their speed was much faster than before. Chapter 450. The servants from Chow Hurue's family came here on purpose. Not only were they on paid leave today, but they were also given some food and wine in food boxes in the morning when they went to work. Zhang Xiaobao guessed that they would come looking for trouble. If they were wrong, he would just treat them to a meal. When these people came, they began to look for a place where the Lu family ate. They wanted to see where they were going to cook, so they went to the side and ate their own food. Normally, fishermen would not have a place to cook on the shore when they went out to fish. Usually, they would bring rice dumplings from home. There were also rice dumplings that were similar to rice dumplings. The rice was steamed, and some vegetables were rolled up. If it was better, some fish was rolled up, and the outside was wrapped with vegetables. In this way, there were meat dishes and rice. Some liked to eat sour food, so they added some vinegar. Some liked to eat sour food, and some liked to eat it because the weather was hot. When the food was taken out, it would be a little fermented and sour, and it would have a different taste. The Lu family was not used to it, so they specially arranged for people to cook on the shore. They wanted to learn how Zhang Zhong's family treated the working people. For example, when they were working, there were people cooking for them. Now, even if it was not a waste of time, there were people who would give them rolls or giamos. If they did not have a place to cook, wouldn't they be worse than the ordinary people? In fact, their status was not comparable to that of the ordinary people, but they did not think so. They deliberately learned from the ordinary people and asked people to spread a few pancakes, fried 2 vegetarian dishes, and put in some shrimp, small dried fish, and other things to eat. It was only a little different from what the ordinary people ate. They replaced the meat dishes with vegetarian dishes. The servants from Chow Hurue's family also knew about this, and deliberately came to laugh at the Lu family. Today, the food that Zhang Xiaobao prepared for them was very good. Smoked chicken made by Zhang Dashin, pig head meat, and in addition to these 2, there were even 5 caddies of spiced beef. Beef was amazing. Normally, they would not even dare to think about eating it, let alone eat it. They made some coriander and garlic sauce for themselves, and found a place to sit not far away. They looked at the sea, which they had long been bored of, and listened to the noise of the waves. Now and then they glanced at the sun, hoping that it would leave soon and that it would be noon. After waiting for a long time, they were all dazed by the sun. Finally, noon came. All the people who were fishing in this area came up at the same time. The Chow family was a little special. They did not have anyone to cook, so Chow Hurue brought them big steamed buns with vegetable fillings. According to Zhang Xiaobao, these were good things that could replenish a lot of vitamins. He used fruits to replenish himself. If he ate steamed buns, he wanted to replenish his protein. There was more salt in the steamed buns. Firstly, it could prevent the steamed buns from being sunburned. Secondly, it could save the steamed buns from being dipped in soy sauce. Originally, they were told to bring the steamed buns with them and eat them when they were hungry. However, they gathered all the steamed buns together and put them on the shore so that they could rest for a while. As soon as the people of the Chow family came ashore, the 30 people who worked for the Zhang family shouted at them and asked them to come over and eat there. These people who were catching shrimps on the wooden raft also knew that the 30 people were different from others. They wore new clothes with rice seedlings embroidered on them. They did not eat with them at night like before. Instead, they ate 3 meals a day at the Zhang family. They ate well with meat and vegetables and drank wine. These days they had been envious. At this time, when they saw that they were called over, they did not hesitate and took the steamed buns to the side where the Lu family servants were eating today. Xiaoxia, come here. Here is some wine for you to drink. Don't you usually say that you want to drink some wine? I brought it here. There is also beef. Eat as much as you can. When we are working there, we can drink wine and eat meat if we want. Our master is the best. Others can't. One of the 30 people shouted at the thin and weak person coming over. His voice was very loud, so loud that the servants of the other 3 families could hear him clearly. Naturally, the servants of the Lu family heard him the most clearly. As he spoke, he opened the bamboo tube that contained the wine and took out the cut meat. He looked in the direction of the servants of the Lu family and pinched a piece of beef. He slowly put it into his mouth and gently chewed twice. Only then did he take a sip of wine. His movements were not small. It was as the saying went, 1 mouthful of food and 1 mouthful of wine. It would be a lie if the Lu family servants said that they were not greedy. They could only catch some fish to cook at home. They could not taste other meat at all. Even if they brought fish back, they could only see how much oil there was on the fish. If there was no oil, the master would not give them too much oil. They would not care about salt. They could eat whatever they wanted. Looking at the people of the Chow family eating, the people of the Lu family could only pretend that they did not know. Some people quietly scolded them for being shameless. The master family and the Zhang family were at odds, but they still went to the Zhang family to do things. The people of the Lu family could not eat it. They could only smell the fragrance that drifted over. However, the people of the Chow family were different. Everyone had a master. Since they were called over, they would definitely be able to eat it. If they were not called, then it would be another story. The person who was called Xiaoxia was the first to come over. He smiled at the person who called him and said, "Brother Big Fish, you guys are really capable. You can eat such good food and drink wine. Brother Big Fish, are you really going to let me eat it?" My name is Diyu, not Big Fish. Remember, next time you call me by the wrong name, there will be no food to eat." The person who spoke just now corrected him. In fact, he was used to being called Big Fish in the past. Now he felt that his identity was different. His real name was Big Rain. He did not know where he heard it. There was also a powerful person called Diyu, so he changed his name. Of course, Xiao Xia did not dare to argue about this matter. If he did, there would be no food to eat. He smiled even more amiably and said, "Brother Diyu, do you think people like us can also go to the Zhang family to do things?" Diyu was happy to be called. He pinched 2 pieces of beef and placed them in the palm of Xiao Xia's outstretched hand generously. Then he handed the bamboo tube over and said, "For this matter, you have to find the master. The master is very capable. He can talk to the people of the Zhang family. Maybe it will work. Compared to the masters of other families, our master is more than 100 times better. What can other masters do? They will be deceived." Yes, the masters of other families can be deceived. Yes, the meat is really delicious. The wine is also good. Xiao Xia echoed. He drank 2 pieces of meat and a mouthful of wine, making him feel comfortable from inside out. Who are you talking about? Which family's master was fooled? Say it clearly. Who is the more capable one? One of the more hot-tempered people from the Liu family finally could not hold it in. It was fine that he smelled the fragrance of the wine and dishes, but he actually dared to talk about his master? He stood up and pointed at Big Fish. This person was half a head taller than Big Fish and was also stronger than him. If it was before, Big Fish could only endure. But now it was different. He was originally sitting, but he also stood up and shouted at the person who came, "I will talk about whoever comes over. What can you do? Do you dare to touch me? I work for the Zhang family. If you touch me, I will say that I can't do it anymore. I will ask the people of the Zhang family to come over and teach you a lesson. Now that I have told you, I will talk about you. I will say that your master is stupid and was deceived. You think you can take advantage of him. So what? If you can't get the shrimp sauce, you can wait to lose money. My master is capable. Look at the food we eat, and look at the junk you eat. Capable, this is capable. Do you understand?" This person from the Liu family really wanted to make a move, but when he heard what Big Fish said, he could only clench his fists tightly. He was indeed afraid of the Zhang family, not only because Zhang Zhong was the provincial governor, but more importantly, because those people from the Zhang family really dared to kill people. He had a straightforward personality and did not dare to make a move now. When he heard Big Fish proudly belittling his master, he almost cried in anger. The other members of the Liu family also did not dare to come over and cause trouble. They stood there and felt waves of sadness in their hearts. Their master had been deceived. That person, surnamed Chao, went to the Zhang family to enjoy life. It would be a lie to say that they were not envious. But who could they blame? On their side, the people from the Chao Herwei family were happy. They ate and sipped some wine and kept talking about the Liu family. In any case, there was nothing good to say. The people from the other 2 families acted as if this matter did not concern them. They were jealous of the Chao family, but they were also happy that the Liu family was being talked about. They had never forgotten that the Liu family did not give them food to eat in the past. The Liu family began to eat. The people of the Liu family began to eat in silence. One of them was quite ambitious. He said to the people beside him, "Hurry up and eat. After you finish eating, go catch prawns. No matter what, we have to deal with this matter. We can't count on others. When we go back, we will tell Master. All officials are the same. Master will not be inferior to anyone. Only shameless people would hug the thigh of the Zhang family." After he said this, the people from the Liu family really gained some morale. They ate faster. The people from the Chao family ate very slowly. The main reason was that they could not bear to eat too quickly. That way, they would not be able to taste the wine and food. They all looked at the people from the Liu family with mocking expressions on their faces. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang were also eating lunch. The two of them did not know that their strategy of sowing discord had achieved very good results. The two of them came out in the morning and rode on the same horse. They ran towards the project that Qi was in charge of. On the way, they slowed down a little to look at the surrounding scenery and the situation of the grain planted on the ground. When it was almost time for lunch, they arrived at the site. The two of them not only saw the pile of firewood used to cook salt, but also saw the people cooking salt by the sea. At this time, the meal was ready. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found a place to eat. There was no table, and Qi did not make pancakes. For the sake of greed, it was better to cook normally. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan carried their own plates and walked casually to Qi side. They squatted there and began to eat. As they ate, they stopped to look at Qi. If it was a normal person doing this, Qi would have already become angry. However, he did not dare to provoke the two children of the provincial governor's family. He could only force himself to endure. Cuckoo! With so many pots used to cook salt, how much salt do you think can be cooked for several days? Is the salt enough for the people working here? Zhang Xiaobao did not plan to let Qi eat peacefully. He asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan swallowed the food in her mouth. With so many pots cooking, if the people working here eat the salt, they will probably die. Since it is cooked, why can't I see any salt? Where did the salt go these past few days? Xiaobao, do you know? If you don't know, ask your father. I will ask him later. Chapter 451. Qi Dongfang looked at the two children and thought they were very interesting. At this time, he couldn't find his previous thoughts. Listening to the two people casually talking, Qi sweat flowed even faster. He found that the weather was not so hot, and there was a kind of coldness from inside out. If possible, Qi really wanted to strangle the two children to death, but he could only think about it, not to mention that there were guards standing beside the two children. Even if there was no one beside them, he wouldn't dare to do it. He naturally knew who the two children were. One was the son of the provincial governor, and the other was his future daughter-in-law. If anyone dared to harm them, the people here would tear them apart before the people with the crossbows could do anything. Since he couldn't do it, he could only use other methods. Qi thought about it. He didn't have anything on him that could attract the children, so he grabbed a handful of mud from the ground. There was a lot of sand, so he rubbed it vigorously. He first rubbed out the large grains of sand, and the rest was barely enough to make something. While the others were eating, he made a small stick of grass and sculpted it. Soon, the two hands holding each other's hands made a small clay man. Its face looked similar to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Ignoring the uncomfortable feeling of his clothes sticking to his body due to the hot weather and the nervousness, he smiled and brought it closer to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were eating. Little young master, do you think it's fun? If it's fun, I'll make it for the two of you. I can make whatever you want. This was the only method Qi could think of, and he hoped it would be useful. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put down their chopsticks and looked at the clay man, then looked at Qi and nodded. Without waiting for Qi to say his purpose, Zhang Xiaobao spoke. It's fun. I didn't expect that not only are you good at calculating, but you're also so skillful. Can you really make whatever we want? Yes, absolutely. Little young master and little miss, I'll make it. Seeing that there was hope, Qi hurriedly promised happily. Wang Wan looked at the place where the salt was boiling and said with a smile, I want a clay man like that. What kind? Qi asked. A good deputy county magistrate who is always considerate of the people and won't try his best to make money from selling salt every day. He needs to have a heart that is purer than gemstones, a pair of clear eyes, and a sense of justice. Even if his nose is a little flat, even if he is a little short, even if his eyes are a little small, he is still tall in the eyes of the people. He is as lofty as a mountain and as vast as the sea. I wonder if you can pinch him? Wang Wan said to Qi with a smile. With a clatter, the clay figurine in Qi hand fell to the ground. Then, with a plop, he knelt down in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. His face was full of fear, and his body was trembling. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to eat as if they didn't see it. From time to time, they would give each other their favorite food. They looked like they were innocent. The people nearby also heard Wang Wan's words. As long as they were not stupid, they would know who Wang Wan was talking about. At this time, they realized that County Magistrate Qi had been lying to them to cook salt for the past few days. He said that it was for others to eat and to save money for the provincial governor. In fact, he kept it for himself. They were so angry that they stopped eating. They stood up and surrounded Qidong. If it weren't for the fact that little young master and little miss didn't do anything, they would have boiled Qidong like seawater to see if they could get a heart that was purer than gemstones. "I'm guilty. I know I'm wrong. I'm guilty." Qidong thought that he had done a good job and no one would find out. Now he understood that the provincial governor must have found out and sent the two kids here. While saying that he was guilty, he kept kowtowing. Zhang Xiaobao put the last grain of rice into his mouth. He smacked his lips and rinsed his mouth with water. He looked at Qidong, who was kneeling there, and said, "My father asked me to ask you if you can't do things peacefully because of gambling debts." "No, I never gamble." Qidong shook his head and answered, "Do you have family members who are sick but don't have money to treat them? Do you need good medicine?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "No one is sick. Everyone is fine." Qidong continued to shake his head. "Do you have children who are married?" "My son is only 10 years old and my daughter is only 7 years old." "How can they get married?" "No. Since you don't have children, then your crime of corruption can't be reduced. How will you be sentenced? If you are not as good as the law, you will be flogged 70 times. If you are not as good as the law, you will be flogged 100 times. If you are not as good as the law, you will be a disciple for a year. If you are not as good as the law, you will be punished. If you are the one who lost the ransom, you will be punished. If you are the one who begged, you will be punished. If you are the one who gave, you will be punished. If not, you will be sentenced to both." "I'm confused. Are you talking about Deputy County Magistrate Qi?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at Qidong and asked. When Qidong heard these two crimes, he shivered. No matter which one he was sentenced to, he wouldn't be punished. Some things couldn't be said. For example, according to the calculations, the new provincial governor's family should have been killed countless times. Bribery, doing business for personal gain, disobeying the rules, having too many servants in the family, privately appointing officials, and some other things that he didn't know about. None of these things would end well. However, no one cared about the provincial governor. He was caught. It didn't matter how serious the crime was. What was important was that he was convicted. Qidong, who didn't dare to say anything, could only kowtow and say that he was guilty. He didn't say anything. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao would not sentence Qidong to death. He was clever and talented. That was a small account. If he was properly groomed in the future, it would save him a lot of trouble. It would not be a bad idea to let him check the accounts of other departments. Now, what he was thinking about was to let other people see and give an explanation to the people around. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaobao ordered, "Come, tie Qidong up and send him to my father. Flog him 100 times and lock him up for a year. If he doesn't die from the flogging, consider him lucky." When the guards arrived, they had already received instructions. When they heard the order, they tied Qidong up without another word. Qidong did not struggle either. He was frightened by the 100 beatings. With so many beatings, even if he did not die, he would be skinned alive, not to mention that it was intentional. He clearly knew that Zhang Xiaobao didn't have the authority to tie him up, but he didn't dare to say anything. It was good that he wasn't taken away. Otherwise, when Zhang Xiaobao and the others left, the people would eat him up. At that time, with so many people beating him up, even if he died, it would only be a light punishment. Zhang Zhong probably wouldn't give a heavy sentence to a citizen who beat someone to death. You dare to take bribes and bend the law? Do you think that there aren't any accounting experts in my residence? Everyone Everyone, the bad guy has been taken away. Let's all continue eating. Oh, there's also a scribe. Come, take him away too. After Qi Dong was taken away, Zhang Xiaobao said something to the people around him. He also took away the scribe, who cooperated with the crime. Only then did he and Wang Wan send the plates of food to the washing place and leave happily. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried that other people with thoughts wouldn't know. The speed at which the people spread news was unimaginably fast. In less than a day, everyone in the province would know of this matter. As for how the rumor spread, it didn't matter. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan leave, the people who knew of the situation let out chaotic cheers. They began to excitedly tell the people who didn't know the matter. The more they talked, the more ridiculous it became. While the people hated Qi Dong and the scribe, they also admired the good official even more. He was able to see through everything. Doing a little trick, and he was caught. The news spread very quickly. By the time Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rode back to the residence, the people who were working and the management staff all knew of what happened at noon. There were indeed a few who wanted to learn and do it. At this time they were all frightened. They were glad that they hadn't done it yet. They were also glad that the provincial governor had acted early. Otherwise, when they learned and did it, there would be no chance for regret. Zhang Zhong also heard of this matter. He really didn't know that there was someone who falsified the accounts. After understanding the details, he sighed for Qi Dong. This was a bad idea. The falsification of the accounts reached Xiao Bao. This was purely courting death. The accounts of the family were all managed by the son. There were countless transactions, and it was very easy for him to manage. A mere deputy county magistrate dared to falsify the accounts for his son. Qi Dong was not escorted to Zhang Zhong's residence. Instead, he was directly escorted back to the residence. No one beat him. He was also not locked up in a cell. Instead, he was locked up in the woodshed and thrown into a corner. He was left alone. He was locked up until nighttime. No one came to bring him food or water. The weather was hot and the woodshed was stuffy. After being locked up for half a day, he was a little exhausted. The main reason was not physical problems, but psychological pressure. He didn't know how he would be judged. He also didn't know what his family would do when they heard the news. He spent the whole afternoon thinking about what went wrong. The most clear thing was that the salt that people ate and boiled did not match. However, if it was just checking the accounts, it might not be found out, unless there was a shrewd person who came to check. Could it be that a commoner could calculate it? Moreover, it was deliberately arranged here. Was it related to the provincial governor? He didn't know that it was because he had made the accounts too detailed and considered too many things. There was also a slight loophole. This was troublesome, especially when it came to firewood. Even if he didn't record it, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't say anything. Different wood and different cooking methods used different amounts of firewood. Firewood was not valuable, so it was fine if he didn't record it. However, he had written down the amount of firewood used by others. It was purely superfluous. Who knew what he would think if he understood? Xiao Bao, are you just going to lock him up like this? How long will he be locked up? I'm afraid his body can't take it. After returning to the residence, Wang Wan glanced in the direction of the woodshed and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Give him some water at night. As for going to the toilet, he will find a way himself. Otherwise, he will have to endure it. When he understands why we didn't beat him and what he should do, then let him go. For the first 3 days, we can only give him water. He won't die." Chapter 452. When it was a cloudy day at the beach in summer, the sea breeze would bring along the moisture of the sea. The closer one was to the beach, the more uncomfortable their skin would feel. Even if one didn't do any exercise, they would still feel stuffy. Furthermore, the sweat that came out of their bodies would feel hot to the outside, but when they touched their arms, they would feel cold. At this time, the best way to relieve the heat was to take a shower with warm water. Never use cold water. One person would easily get sick, while the other would feel even hotter after this. If the conditions at home allowed it, then they would dig a swimming pool. It was convenient and fast. They could dive in and come out, and it would be cool. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan repeated this action. It was good to have an artesian well. After a flood, they didn't know what happened underground. The water in the artesian well could actually shoot up more than 10 feet high. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't investigate this phenomenon. Instead, they made use of the fountain and built a large pool. They didn't even need a swimming pool. They dug a river and connected it to the river 3 li away. No one objected. Compared to the original provincial governorship, it could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. In the entire manor, other than the front area for official business, the back area was designed into a garden by the two of them. 2-story bamboo buildings stood there. There were ponds, small lakes, all kinds of pavilions, corridors, and canals in the surrounding areas. They also raised some fish and planted flowers. Newcomers would get lost in this garden. Unfortunately, there weren't that many villagers who came to play. Even if they opened the door at the back of the manor and posted a notice for the commoners' children to come and play, no one came. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan spent a lot of effort to design the original courtyard into a children's playground with a small wooden house, a slide, a swing, a seesaw, and a water carousel. However, because no one came, it became a decoration. Only Li Sun, the older child, came to play from beginning to end. Then, the three of them sat in the pool that was less than 2 feet deep, staring at the fake fish carved out of wood in a daze. At noon today, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally couldn't stand the sultry weather. It looked like it was going to rain, but there was no wind. For the whole morning, not a single drop of rain fell. They were too close to the beach, and their bodies were wet and sticky. They asked someone to guard the door of the fountain and jumped in to soak. Underground water was indeed different. It was bone-chilling. After soaking in it for a while, it would come out and warm up. It was a little addictive. It's been 2 days. Qidong has been locked up for 2 days. After a while, it will be 3 days. He has been drinking water all this time. Should we send him some food? He must be feeling terrible today. Wang Wan finally stopped feeling stuffy. She shook her wet hair and reminded Zhang Xiaobao, "There's no rush. We'll see tomorrow. If you still can't figure out what to do, just give him something to eat. I think a steamed bun a day should be enough." What's the reaction of Lu Shaoqing and the others? Send someone to ask them later. Zhang Xiaobao estimated that as long as Qidong had enough water and didn't commit suicide, he wouldn't die in a short time. On the contrary, he was more concerned about Lu Shaoqing and the others. He didn't get any information today, so he didn't know how the division plan was going. When the two people's hair was almost dry, the person who went to inquire finally came back. "Little master, little miss, nothing happened. The 4 of them have been in their own houses for the past 2 days. Although they are close to each other, they don't have much contact. The servants in their houses seem to have become well-behaved. Even if they meet every day, they just don't talk. They haven't fought." The person who inquired about the news came back to report. Hearing this news, Zhang Xiaobao was satisfied and said, "It's good that things are stable. Otherwise, if they fight again, the hatred that was accumulated with great difficulty will be released. Small conflicts are easy to solve. Only when the accumulation reaches a certain level will it be uncontrollable and continue to the next step." Lu Shaoqing was still in a worrying situation. His subordinates had tried their best to catch prawns, but the amount was far from enough. There were only 100 jars. If they could get all the prawns caught by the other 3 families, it might be enough. But now, Zhang Zhong had ordered people to spread the news that a jar of prawn sauce would be sold for 10 strings of coins. There were a dozen or so people who happened to have a jar in their houses and had already gone to exchange it for money. The 4 families were catching prawns and waiting to sell them when they were ready. They originally wanted to see if any other people were catching prawns and buy some at a high price. In the end, all the people were busy. Some were digging the river, some were building houses, and some fishermen had already joined the Zhang family's fishing business. There were less than 20 days left. Even if it was heated manually, it would take a long time. If there were no more prawns, they would have to wait to lose money. We gathered for profit, so why should we complain about profit? If there is wealth in the dynasty, we will leave without profit. Sigh. Good move, Zhang Zhong. Oh, Zhang Zhong. What a good move to sow discord. You clearly saw through it, but you couldn't avoid it. Lu Shaoqing sat there. It was unknown whether it was the gloomy weather that made his mood bad, or he suddenly thought it through. He muttered a few words to himself. He wasn't the only one who understood. Chao Hui also knew that this was Zhang Zhong's plan. But even if he knew about the plan to sow discord, he had to jump into the trap in order to be able to pay off the debt as soon as possible. How could he not earn 10 strings of coins for a jar of prawn sauce? Chao Hui found a reason for himself when he betrayed and felt a little better. Master, good news. Master, the price of prawn sauce has increased again. The Zhang family's people came out and said that a jar of prawn sauce is 15 strings of coins. Pickled vegetable store will only accept 1,000 jars of prawn sauce. Master, hurry up and make it. Chao Hui's servant hurriedly ran in and happily told his master, who was sitting in the middle of the courtyard and feeling a little better, what he saw just now. 15 strings of coins? Tell those 30 people who only know how to drink to do their jobs properly. They can't be delayed. Chao Hui's heart was beating a little faster and a little unsteadily because of this news. He knew that those 30 people ate and drank well in the Zhang family and rarely helped out. It was fine if it was in the past, but not now. Money. Time was money. The Zhang family gave them a high salary. If they really worked hard, they could make 2 jars of prawn sauce with the salary of 1 person a day. They would only accept 1,000 jars of prawn sauce. This promise was made. For the sake of their reputation, the Zhang family would not go back on their word. 30 people would make 60 jars a day. 600 jars in 10 days. How much money would that be? 9,000 strings of coins. They would still have money left after paying back all the money. The servant hurriedly ran over and hurriedly left after receiving the order. When the news of 15 strings of coins for a jar was released, some of the people were tempted. They wanted to catch prawns to make prawn sauce in their free time. However, Zhang Zhong posted another notice saying that he was going to build a seawall to prevent typhoons and tidal waves from destroying the houses. When the people were given a choice between money and Zhang Zhong, most of them chose Zhang Zhong. Only a small number of them chose money. When it was their turn to work, they did not work hard. When they were resting, they would go catch prawns. For 2 days in a row, a small number of people did not work hard. This made Zhang Zhong feel a little sad. He had done so much for Lu Zhou. Under the circumstances where he was not forced, his words could not be compared to that little bit of money. The people who had just destroyed their homes, and those who did not want to face the disaster. This is human nature. Never think of others as how they should be. Who can you blame for that? This notice is a touchstone. Yes, between heaven and hell. The outcome is decided when you make the choice. Those who don't work hard are not needed from tomorrow onwards. Let's catch prawns. When Zhang Xiaobao received the news, he did not look sad at all. He only felt sad for those people. 15 strings of coins for a jar of prawn sauce. Prawn sauce? They were all waiting for a pie to fall from the sky. One also felt that it was not worth it for those who chose to catch prawns. There was no such thing as 15 strings of coins. It was all a scam. Apart from the pickling line, the fishing line was almost done. Many people thought that the pickling line belonged to the Zhang family and the fishing line belonged to the Zhang family. Therefore, the prawn sauce they received was not from the Zhang family. They were too naive. Various industries shared shares and settled accounts separately. Even if that was not the case, they could just find someone to buy the prawn sauce from the fishing line and sell it to the pickling line. At that time, those who wanted to cry would cry, and those who wanted to laugh would laugh. They would be able to see the various forms of life again. If the wind does not blow, the leaves will fall. If the water does not ripple, the fish will live. If the heart is not calm, there is nothing to be done. The sky is cloudy and there are many floating clouds. Wang Wan missed Zhuangzi. where the Zhang family and the Wang family lived. There were not many worries there. Every time the farmers made a choice, they would listen to the master, and the master had never disappointed them. Help, help. I know what to do. Help. Bang, bang. I know what to do. Help. Xiao Bao, did you hear something? Wang Wan suddenly heard someone shouting for help. Zhang Xiao Bao had locked Qidong up for nearly 5 days. He finally heard something and pulled Wang Wan over. I heard it. Qidong is banging on the door. He has figured it out. Let's go and ask him what he knows. Do we need to call a guard? Wang Wan was afraid that Qidong would suddenly attack them. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. Let's go. There is no need to call a guard. He ate a steamed bun yesterday and has been drinking water for the past few days. Who do you think he is? Without salt, a steamed bun can heal him. His legs are still tied. Help. I know what to do. I will do whatever you want me to do. I can even fake the accounts. I can't take it anymore. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived outside the woodshed, they heard Qidong's weak voice. You don't say. He's really smart. He knows how to do what he's told. Wang Wan praised. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. How many fools would be willing to spend so much effort to fake the accounts? Let's have a good chat with him. The two of them stood outside the door of the firewood shed. Qidong, who was inside, noticed that the crack in the door was dark. He peeked out with one eye and immediately said happily, Young master, young lady, quickly tell His Excellency. I understand what His Excellency means. I will listen to him. Chapter 453. The news of Qidong being exiled spread. Only a few people knew that he had been exiled, but not many knew where he had been exiled to. Many people did not know where would be more suitable than Lingnan to be exiled. In short, this person was no longer in Luzhou. Even his family had left with him, making it impossible for those who wanted to find him. With such an example, all the people in charge became obedient. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that things were on track, he and Wang Wan led the 56 members of the No. 0 protection team to train. This time, the place they chose was a little far from the state capital. They were going to enter the 100,000 mountains to hunt for prey. The most important thing was to train the guards to fight in the jungle. Zhang Xiaobao was personally in charge of this. Although Wang Wan was trained in martial arts, she was not as good as Zhang Xiaobao when it came to fighting in the jungle. Zhang Xiaobao had learned a thing or two in prison when he was in China. When he was abroad, he specially found a place with a lot of jungles to train hard. The instructors he hired were all people from the special forces. There were people from various countries, and each country had its own characteristics. This was especially true when they entered Africa, which was still in turmoil. Some of those people had even lived in the jungle since they were young. This allowed Zhang Xiaobao to learn a lot, even though he was not as good as the experts who had lived in the jungle for most of their lives. With such a good thing happening, Li Xin also came to join in the fun. When he knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were going to bring people to the mountains, he deliberately prepared his backpack, which was filled with the things he used to train in the wilderness. He also made sufficient preparations for the 50 guards he was going to bring this time. Each of them had a backpack. However, when he met up with Zhang Xiaobao and the others at the entrance, he found that they did not have any backpacks at all. They were wearing different clothes, which were yellow and green. There were many pockets on their bodies, and there were some things stuffed in them. It did not look like much, and each of them was holding a black machete in their hands. There was nothing else, not to mention that he was carrying a crossbow. Xiaobao, that's not right. Where's the backpack? Why didn't you prepare it? Don't you have to organize everything in advance to survive in the wilderness? What are you going to eat when the time comes? Li Sun asked Zhang Xiaobao, who said that we have to prepare everything in advance to survive in the wild. If I give you time to prepare, you can do it. If you don't have time, where will you go to prepare? Just like that, we put on the leg bindings and set off. We have to hurry all the way. This place is 320 li away from the mountain. The requirement is that we reach it in 3 days and 2 nights, which is 30 hours. Young Masterly, when you can't run anymore, you can ride with me and Cuckoo." Zhang Xiaobao began to put on the leg bindings. Li Sun didn't say anything. He waved to the people behind him, and the guards of the Wang mansion also began to put on the leg bindings. Li Sun also trained them normally, learning from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 50 people who were selected listened to the distance and estimated the time. They felt that this was an impossible task. After the leg bindings were done, the people of the protection team put their swords behind their backs, warmed up their legs a little, and stood in 2 rows to start running. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Li Sun followed behind the 56 people. There were more than 10 horses beside them, and they also ran with them. Li Sun's guards were at the back, so that the 3 people in the middle would not be in danger. This time, Li Sun also understood. It seemed to be different from the survival in the wild in the past. When he was running, he could still keep up at the beginning, but he didn't dare to speak. He adjusted his breathing and pace using the method he learned from Zhang Xiaobao. This kind of speed was acceptable for adults, but it was a little difficult for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 2 of them used a quarter of an hour to run nearly 7 miles. They left the team and jumped on their horses. This kind of speed was too slow for adults. They ran more than 3 kilometers in 15 minutes. However, for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, this was already the limit. Even if the 2 of them had been training very seriously and constantly improving themselves, they couldn't run further, let alone reduce their speed to less than 3 minutes per kilometer. They couldn't even vomit blood. Moreover, they could only persist for such a long distance, and it was on the road that had been repaired. This had already frightened Li Sun. He followed the team's speed, but he couldn't continue after running for 3 miles. He sat on the horse at the side and panted. He regretted carrying a backpack. The things inside were very heavy. The guards of the prince's mansion were not relaxed either. Not only did they carry backpacks, but they also carried knives and crossbows. It was very heavy. However, the people of the Sprout Protection Team could persist. They usually had to carry weights during their training. Now that they didn't carry weights, it was naturally not so tiring to run. "Slow down. Don't run so fast. I'll let you run for a quarter of an hour to feel comfortable without weights. Do you really think you can keep running? You can run 7 miles in a quarter of an hour, 28 miles in 2 hours. Can you run 140 miles in 10 hours? Today, you have to run for 14 hours, 100 miles. Adjust yourselves. Rest in the middle is also included." Wang Wan, who was on the horse, saw that the people of the Sprout Protection Team were in a frenzy. They were preparing to compete with the prince's mansion's guards on foot. She quickly shouted for them to slow down. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do anything else after running for 2 hours at this speed. Wang Wan knew in her heart that 100 miles in 14 hours was not a lot. When she looked at historical materials in the past, the People's Liberation Army's fastest forced march could run 100 miles in 14 hours. They also had to carry heavy weapons and ammunition with them. They could go into battle after a little rest. They were inhuman existences. It was also at that time that she decided to enter the military academy. This time, it was 320 miles. In fact, it was similar to the 345 miles in the other world. In 2.5 days, they should be able to carry 3 days' worth of food, a knife, rope, and salt that didn't take up much weight. It should be very easy. The people of the Sprout Protection Team were used to the doctrine that military orders were absolute. When they heard the young lady's words, they immediately began to adjust themselves. The prince's mansion's guards had been suppressed just now. Now that there was a chance, they rushed up and ran in front of the Sprout Protection Team. Li Sun originally wanted them to slow down, but after thinking for a while, he felt that it was better to let them run. When they couldn't run anymore, he would take care of them properly in case it happened again in the future. Come on, come on. Hurry up, overtake their boat. Overtake one more boat. There are more in front." In the canal from Chuzhou to Hangzhou, a boat with full sail was moving fast all the way. Perhaps it felt that this speed was not fast enough. The wheels on both sides of the boat were also rotating. At the same time, the back of the boat turned over at the same time. Air stood at the bow of the boat and shouted excitedly. The guards next to her didn't know what "come on" meant. When they heard her shout, they asked curiously, "Young lady, what do you mean by 'come on'? Don't you know how to come on?" Xiao Bao and Cuckoo sometimes shout like this. The propeller at the back needs to be turned like an axle. It needs some oil, otherwise it won't be able to turn. So you have to come on, Air explained to the guards seriously. At this time, the boat overtook another boat, which made the people on the boats look sideways. They didn't know where the boat came from. It was so fast. When they saw the rice seedlings on the flag, they knew that it was a boat from between the clouds and the water, the kind that could easily travel the sea. The human-powered propeller below had been working for 6 hours, but it was still not broken. The things made by the Ministry of Works were indeed better than those made by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's family. The ones made by the Zhang family usually didn't dare to use, as they had a backup plan. Usually, it was good enough to guarantee that they could keep the propeller running for 2 hours. Although the propeller was not as fast as the one that burned diesel, or rather, it couldn't be compared at all. The speed of rotation was slow, and it didn't work even if lever was used. However, for a boat at this time, it had some effect if the sail and wheels were used together. Today, there was a good wind, so they could sail at full speed. Air wanted to reach the destination early, and the old man also wanted to see how it looked like when the boat was at full speed. The wheels on both sides started to rotate, and the propeller below also started to rotate. The boat overtook all the way like this. Some boats were not convinced, so they used both the sail and the oars to compete, but they were left behind even more. Quick, quick, there are 2 more boats. They are overtaking them too. Her clothes fluttered in the wind. Exiner felt very happy today. She jumped and screamed, scaring the people who were protecting her. The 2 boats didn't seem to want to be overtaken, so they also rowed with all their might. However, the distance between the 2 boats was constantly closing. After a while, the boat caught up to the tail of one of the boats. No one knew what the people on the 2 boats were thinking, but suddenly the boat in front of them started to turn to the side and slow down. If the boat still followed the original route, it would definitely hit the side of the boat. Even if it was an ordinary boat now, it couldn't change the direction. Even if the sails were lowered and all the oars were leveled, it would still be useless. The old man stood on the deck and scolded, "Whose boat is so arrogant? You want to risk your life? Lower the sails, stop the propellers, reverse the 2 wheels, and put up a stick." Following the old man's order, the sails quickly lowered, and the propellers behind also stopped. The people on both sides of the boat began to struggle to stop the pedals under their feet. Then they began to reverse the pedals. The axles of the wheels on both sides of the boat made a squeaking sound. A few holes on the first floor of the boat were pulled open, and a thick piece of wood stretched out from the holes. The old man took out his clairvoyance and looked at the boat in front of him. He wanted to know who was on the boat, but he couldn't see it from the stern. Even if the boat in front of him turned a little and made preparations to intercept, he still couldn't see the front deck. The ship finally slowed down as its 2 wheels reversed. However, it did not completely stop, let alone reverse. Just as it was about to collide with the ship suddenly reversed its direction and accelerated again, leaving the ship behind. The old man now understood that the people on the boat deliberately made such movements to scare people. Thinking of this, he became angrier and ordered, "Chase after them. If they slow down again, just hit them directly." Chapter 454. Once the boat switched to the jib sail, it could go against the wind. However, there was a prerequisite, which was that the waterway in front of them was wide enough. Otherwise, if they went in a zigzag pattern, they would hit the banks on both sides. This broken canal was not very wide, so the boat could only make small adjustments. All 3 propulsion systems were at full power. Without waiting for the two boats in front to go far, the boat caught up. The two boats in front were lowering their sails, and the oars on both sides were rowing with all their might. Rush over and see who dares to do this on the river. At the old man's command, the ship quickly rushed over and retracted the stick that extended out from the first floor. Turning around, the other stick that was wrapped in iron stretched out. This was something thought up by someone from the ordnance surveillance. The purpose was not to get the other boat into the water, unless it extended from below. However, that would also get their own boat into the water. From this height, if the enemy boat was a little shorter, then this stick could directly reach the deck of the other party, sweeping left and right, causing the other party to be flustered. If the enemy boat was also high, then it could knock a hole in the other boat in an instant. Throwing things that could burn to create some trouble, then turning around was to minimize the damage when colliding with their own people. The two boats seemed to want to do the same thing again. The boat in front of Wei Wei turned to the side, but this time the old man was determined to hit it. The people on the front deck had already retreated to a safe position, but the boat did not slow down in the slightest as it rushed over. With this kind of posture, the people on the boat in front were the first to panic. They had no choice but to turn the boat back, but this turn was a little slower, and the stick still hit the hull of the boat. After the sound of wood shattering, the position of the intercepting boat changed, but there were 4 large holes left on the hull of the boat. They were very irregular holes, and there were also thick wooden planks protruding out. After a while, the old man came out of the cabin and took out his clairvoyance to look at the deck of the other party. The people beside him also stood at the side of the boat and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you block the boat of Inqing Guanglu?" The bodyguard shouted confidently, but the other side did not dare to answer. Inqing Guanglu Defu was a lower-class, third-rank official. Don't look at how the old man had already resigned from the upper-class, third-rank official. He was still an official, and he had a 5th-rank noble title. Therefore, those who knew him did not dare to underestimate him. The people on the boat obviously knew what kind of official this was. No one came out to say anything. When the old man was about to let people board the boat, a person stood out and said, "Is that Minister Bai Sir Bai?" "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We accidentally bumped into each other and didn't manage to turn the rudder over. We are from the Ning family of Qin province. Please forgive us." "The Ning family of Qinzhou? Well, tell them we got it. Let's go." When the old man heard that they were from the Ning family, he naturally thought of the provincial governor of Qin province. If they were to meet again in the future, he would let them off this time. Otherwise, he would impeach him. The bodyguard shouted a few words, and the boat overtook them. As for the damaged area, no one mentioned it. Not only was the other party's boat damaged, the hole in the wooden plank was also torn open. The old man deliberately checked it and said, "Today, we bumped into each other today. Otherwise, if we were to wait for the war to start and damage ourselves, we wouldn't have time to repair it. In a while, 2 people will go down to the military station and report this matter to the Ministry of Works. Let them think of a solution. As for whether it's wrapped in iron or thickened, that's their problem. Grandfather, isn't Qin province near where we are going? Is it near the sea? I have never seen what the sea looks like. It must be. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a boat." Xian Air, who was beside them, also heard this and said with a yearning look. Only then did the old man realize. When did the Ning family of Qin province have a boat? Moreover, it was a big boat with sails and oars. After thinking about it carefully, the old man understood. He chuckled and said to his granddaughter, "Xian Air, this is all thanks to your Uncle Zhang's family. Ever since they have a big boat to make money, other people will also be tempted. Ning family can also enter the sea over there. They just need to pass the Qin River. The Ning family also has business in other places. They must have sent people here to spread the news. That's why they bought 2 boats. They must have a lot of valuable things on them. They should also copy the Zhang family's fleet and sail close to the sea. With the 2 boats, the money they earn can buy another big boat. It's good that Ning family thinks this way. If their boat wants to go back, they will have to pass through Luzhou's Bay. Didn't the Zhang family's map show that Qin province collects tolls from them? I know, Grandpa. After selling the goods on their 2 boats, they definitely won't be able to buy another boat. Luzhou will also collect tolls from them. Unless they don't go to the Qin River and stop at another shore and change to the land route, they won't be able to earn enough money to buy a boat. It's very troublesome to travel by land. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo just put the map of Luzhou's game in the map book. They are surrounded by mountains. If they want to travel by land, they will have to cross the mountains. It's a waste of money and time. Grandpa, let's go quickly. When we get there, tell Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to send their boats. If 18 boats collide with 2 boats, they will definitely sink. Xian Air didn't wait for her grandpa to finish speaking. She also thought about the situation over there. She was good at games and knew how to read the map. As long as someone told her where he had played the game before, she could roughly imagine the situation over there. This might be one of the benefits of playing games. Perhaps it was because she played games, but Xian Air treated this as a game. She analyzed the business and military aspects of the game and prepared to use military means to destroy the 2 boats. The old man looked at his granddaughter and knew that she was a gamer. Sometimes she couldn't even tell the difference between reality and games. This was especially true last month. His granddaughter took out the money she had saved with great difficulty to do business. After she earned more than 30 strings of coins, she became even more obsessed with games. Fortunately, this game sometimes required a lot of knowledge. The more difficult the game was, the more knowledge would be required. If she didn't have the ability, she would just play a lower difficulty game. Xian Air's business was simple. She sold local specialties, local handicrafts, and maps. She was playing a game of dice when she hit a lucky spot. It happened to be a fork in the map. She would have one if she continued to play, but the lucky spot said that her little character had no sense of direction and couldn't find the road. She had to turn around and go back. She followed the rules and turned around for the little character. There happened to be a shop next to it that sold everything but maps. So she took out the money she had saved and hired the students of the academy to draw dozens of maps of Sanchuei County. She marked the important places on the maps. Then she used the rest of the money to buy some local specialties and handicrafts in the market and arranged for people to sell them. The price was 5 times the cost. She didn't say that some people were also bad at directions. They couldn't find the place and had to ask others. It was very difficult. Those who had some money didn't care about the cost of a map. Plus, they also bought the local specialties and handicrafts. They looked at the map while appreciating the other 2 things. In just half a month, she made 30 strings of cash, which was left after she took the initiative to pay the tax. Originally, no one asked her to pay the tax, but she insisted that she couldn't break the rules. The old man was stunned at that time. Playing a game allowed his granddaughter to make money. He didn't care about the amount of money. The main thing was that this game could let the children be exposed to new things. Although they could make money in the game and lose money in real life, the idea of the game could enlighten the children. He didn't know if the game missed something or deliberately omitted something, but there was no incident of selling maps in the game. Similarly, there was no value of maps. It was this flaw that made his granddaughter find a business opportunity. The old man thought about what happened at that time. The happiness of the family, the happiness of the servants, and the praise of others did indeed change the mood. Although the status of a businessman was not high, no one would use this to judge a little girl who was less than 10 years old. At this time, when he heard his granddaughter's analysis, he still acted militarily and quickly said, "Xanair, you can't crash into other people's boats. This isn't a game. You have to use the same method to defeat them. Think about it carefully. Forget about the military for now." The old man felt that this was a little difficult. He didn't think of it himself, and his granddaughter couldn't think of it at the moment. This was a good way to stop his granddaughter from anxiously urging the boats to go faster. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, Exanair thought of a solution. Grandpa, the business method is very simple. As long as we have enough capital and enough boats, we can make the Ning family suffer losses. In business, there are two ways to say it: smuggling and dumping. Even if they seal off Qinzhou, they can't seal off the surrounding areas. At that time, they can send people to smuggle the same goods over. Then they can lower the price and increase the price of the local goods. This will create a false impression that the foreign goods are not as valuable as the local goods. If the Ning family is smart enough, they can use money to buy the goods that are lower in price. Then they can resell them. However, this won't work. They don't have many boats, so we can still make a small profit by lowering the price. If they want to buy all of the goods, then they might as well ship them from other places. We have many boats here, and we have our own docks and shipping companies. A large amount of goods can be shipped over. If they buy all of the goods, then we can lower the price again. If we lower the price for Qinzhou and raise the price for the other provinces, wouldn't they be collecting tolls from other people? Then, when they are preparing to ship the goods to other provinces, the other provinces will also collect tolls from them. If they also use smuggling methods, then we can continue to lower the price. This is a competition of wealth. We can make them feel like this business is of little value. It's tasteless, but it's a pity to abandon it. I believe that the Zhang family can definitely afford it. They have many boats, and it's convenient to transport goods. Don't underestimate this. When I was playing games with them, one of them was actually willing to pay several years' worth of profits to suppress me. The old man listened to his granddaughter's words and looked at the serious expression on his granddaughter's face when she used business methods to attack the Ning family. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Perhaps there were many loopholes in this plan, but not everyone had this kind of analytical ability, especially for such a young child.